Yeah, Jackie, I'll send you a list of links of a lot of the videos you can't find on the topic any longer unless you like know exactly what you're looking for. And even then, if you type it exactly into YouTube, it's buried pages down. But I have a list that I sometimes send to people that are kind of new or interested, that seem like quality people that would be not able to find those links anymore. Like, have you even watched like 200 Proofs? You ever heard of that? 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay? Or the
I did.
ultimate litmus test, or there's a lot of old videos that kind of is what started a lot of people here back in 2015, 2016, 2017, when it kind of first started becoming more viral, and then they buried all those videos or deleted them. So you could tell people look into it now, but that doesn't really do much good when the first 100 videos they get are going to be just like the shill videos that are trying to say it's ridiculous to even consider.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Definitely take them. I will watch them.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot more people catching on to this from what I was hearing. I don't have that the app, that Sun and Moon app, but somebody on another server the other day was saying that the blue dots there's like this flat Earth friend finder type thing where you can see where other blue dots are in your area of people that are flat earthers. And someone was saying that the blue dots are just becoming like more and more populous, or more and more populated.
It's funny that I actually was looking at that today. I have like that app, and I didn't realize they had done the friend finder thing, but you have to. I got to subscribe to the yearly thing in order to do it. But I looked at the dots today, and I was actually quite surprised at how
Yeah.
many were kind of around me. I was like, wow.
And that's just the people that have the app that are willing to say where they live
Exactly.
through the
So
app. So that's just a minuscule amount of the amount of people that actually have realized this.
I was actually quite surprised because I live in New Jersey, and you know, I just thought my area is very liberal, very East Coast. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it, but you know, I was quite surprised. I was like, oh wow, there's a lot more people that are kind of thinking like me than I even thought. Like I thought I was very very limited, but there was like 64,000 people in a 50-mile kilometers like around me. I was like, that's insane. A good amount of people.
Yeah, that's the trick of the enemy. They like to boast their numbers, right? It's kind of like
Larry, you're breaking
where they weren't actually tanked.
We're not hearing you.
Your satellite connection is going
You're
off.
roboting a little bit. Yeah, the satellite.
He's disconnected now. Looks like he dropped.
I think he was trying to say something about they'll often say, well, everybody knows it's a globe, or there's 99% of the people that believe it's a globe. But I think if you took 100% of the people and actually showed them the information and they were using a critical eye, that it'd be an overwhelming amount of people that would agree with us. They just haven't thought about it, or just don't want to know if that is the truth. That cognitive dissonance or whatever it is, most people just have no idea what the claims even are on their side. And if they did, they would laugh at it as well.
Well, you got to think about, like, also there's a bunch of people that don't even think about the globe. They experience the earth and live in it or experience it the way it is, and they don't think about the globe ever. That's a percentage of that. Then there's the people that know the globe's a lie, but they cannot tell you. That's a percentage of that. Then there is the whatever high levels of people that are paying or pushing for the propaganda, the ones that are actually controlling the puppets, they know. Maybe some of the puppets don't know, but there is a bunch of people that do know, and they're not gonna come public about it because of many reasons.
Yeah, you're right. The numbers probably aren't even as lopsided as they're even claiming to begin with. And then if people that all those people that don't even think about it or actually looked at it, the numbers would just be overwhelmingly that it's not a globe, in my opinion.
Yeah, for a lot of people, the other side hasn't been presented. So maybe in the background they seen the globe, whatever. But there's many people out there that once you present the information and they just kind of think about it, they'll be, oh yeah, the globe is definitely a lie. It's just that it's a possibility that they haven't heard the other side of it. Many people like that. Because the propaganda machine and the information machine is being pushed to many people through the screens, and most people just see that propaganda stuff.
Yep, that's the trick. Make the lie so big that the average man would be paralyzed at the thought of that being a lie.
And that's why they have to push it so hard, because if they don't push it, it's just gonna fall apart.
Yeah, and the ridicule on the other side of it. They didn't have the ridicule and the constant brainwashing that we grew up with, thinking that the most ridiculous thing is to think that we're a stationary Earth. The most obvious thing is the thing we were taught to think is the most ridiculous. It's crazy.
It's also incentivized, like monetary wise. Like when you, let's say, for example, just YouTube, you go to the space channels or whatever, they just talk about this imaginary place of space that nobody can prove, and they have huge channels and they make money just by talking about that information. It's incentivized for people to just push the propaganda, even though they don't know for a fact that it's true. It's like many other topics. There is an incentive for people to just read the NASA news in the YouTubes and get paid for that.
What makes you the expert, Professor Dr. Jimsy? Because you put professor in front of your name?
Here's
Is
the
that how we're
deal.
doing it nowadays?
Here's the deal. General public says, thank God I don't have to find out for myself, right? The globe is the ultimate go along to get along.
I mean, if Professor Dave, if he says he's a professor, might as well. I'll be a professor, Doctor Professor as well. I'll listen the topic because he's a professor, right? I've heard
Okay,
people
well,
they bring it up to me like he is a professor and he knows better. They're like just like that. He's a professor, you're not, so he knows better. Professor Dave, yeah.
okay, if you're going to be a professor, can I be mainstream science?
Yeah, you can be mainstream science, yeah. You can be
Or is
science
that,
if you want to.
is that only for Dr. Fauci? Like, come on, people, quit putting Dr. Fauci down on your insurance forms like he's your primary doctor. He's not your primary doctor. You should listen to your doctor, and that's not, controversial to consult your doctor.
Yeah, but if your doctors go against what Dr. Fauci says, then your doctor is no good.
You can't go against science embodied, incarnate science. 5'2" Italian man with glasses. my name means sickle, right? So I'm the harvester of science. Yeah, I'm so glad that Jackie came in today because now I'm going to be doing some experiments with the 0 point energy igloo Faraday cage. I think I'll start small with a coffin just to see how it makes me feel. I guess you could use copper chicken wire uh, to make sure that you got good airflow. I don't recommend anybody try this at home, but I'll do some, not experiments, but some observations to see if I feel better after sleeping in a Faraday coffin.
I'm gonna see if I can post. I'm not sure if I'm able to post it, but I actually took a video of what the technology looks like in the.
Yeah, I got the website. I saw the videos, but I don't know exactly what he's doing, but I know how to make a Faraday cage.
Oh, okay, because it's I don't know if it's complete because it does. I don't know. I leave there with energy, so I'm like in my mind, my my brain wants to tell me that there's energy involved in it, but maybe it is, like just creating that, like, I don't know, that's what they kind of explained it like. They said it was like a 0 point field, so that would be everything negated, correct?
Yeah, that's what a Faraday cage does. So if there was an EMP attack and you just had your cell phone laying on the coffee table, like your cell phone's done, right? But if you were to make a little coffin out of a shoebox or something and you were to wrap it with aluminum foil, like theoretically your cell phone would survive the EMP attack. So that's basically how it works. So what you're doing is you're creating a little cage, and inside this cage, there's nothing but the 0 point energy that exists in all the universe. So if you had a vacuum chamber and you took out all the material that you possibly could and got it to as low pressure as possible, there's still going to be about 0.5 of a volt in the system. So you can look at this in science. It's the Casimir effect. So the Casimir effect basically says no matter what system you got, let's say you got an 8 volt or 9 volt battery, it's going to be 9.5 volts because there's already 0.5 volt or 0 point something energy. So this 0 point energy is the energy that you can't get out of the universe. Some people might think of this as the ether.
Yes.
I don't know, but I can't say for certain or make any claims on that. That's just a speculation. But yeah, you can create the same thing with chicken wire and aluminum foil. And I think the best thing to do would be to ground it. So I grounded my bed. So I have like electric wire that's wrapped around the metal frame of my bed where I scraped all the paint off of it, got a real good connection, drove a hole through my wall, and pushed the wire through the wall, and then stuck it in the ground like as deep as I could get it. So whenever I'm on my bed, if I just reach down and touch my bed, I'm automatically grounded like I'm walking outside barefoot.
Oh, cool. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes, because it does, It does make sense. When I leave there, I'm full of this energy, like I went walking in the woods, like I went on a nice hike or something, and we're sitting next to the water. Like you just leave the place with this natural boost of energy. It almost feels like it doesn't make
So,
sense if they're not pumping energy, but I guess the way they explain it is it allows your body to jumpstart the healing process by blocking everything out, so to speak.
so you're an empath. You're an empath, right?
Mm-hmm.
Heard you say that earlier. You ever met an energy vampire? Someone that like comes up to you and they're like
All day,
weirdly
every day. Yep.
touching you unconsciously, like they put their hand on your shoulder, or they put their hand on your hand, or they accidentally nudge you with their elbow, and every time they do, like your aura is like damaged for like a week. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when they do that to your aura, right, and your aura is like damaged for like a week, they automatically want to come back the next week and touch you again, right?
Yes.
And then you literally have to say, bro, don't touch me. Get out of my bubble. Okay. So I kind of think that there's more than one way for someone to affect your aura, right? With touching you. Sometimes people just are extremely toxic with the things that they say. And then you walk into a room and it's like, what are you guys all on heroin or hash? Or what are you guys doing here? Like, oh, it's just because this one toxic person just said some stupid shit. Right? And it
Yes.
brings down everybody's vibration, right? And you can
Yeah.
sense it. But no
Who
one
was
has to tell
talking?
you.
I think was it you? Weren't you talking earlier about how um everything comes up to um
The
oh,
equilibrium.
the equilibrium? Yes. And you were saying that, I was thinking exactly what you're just saying right now, like how that coincides with what that's how you're explaining this to me is how I explain to people, like, to stay away from negativity, right? Like
Right.
when you like when you stand next to someone who has a lower vibration, it's there's only one of two things that can happen, right? You're either going to bring yourself to match their vibration, um you're going to lower yourself down to them, or they're going to usurp some of your energy, and they're going to bring you somewhere, like you're going down and they're coming up, and
Right.
they're getting the benefit of your energy, because
Right.
they're usurping it. So you're lower and now they're higher, so they're in a great mood and they're leaving fabulous, they feel fine, but you were up here and now you're down there and you're like, what just happened?
So Karma, she's another empath, I think. I don't think she ever said that she's an empath, but pretty sure. She's on here and she says that if you just maintain the level that you're at, they'll eventually have to match you. So if you can
That's
stay
correct.
strong and keep, that's the other half of what you were saying, right? You just didn't say it yet.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so you have to go in with the intention, like you have to know what you're doing. You have to have intent. Your intention is to know, I'm coming here and you're coming up to me. I'm not going down to you. Like, you basically are, dragging the person along the way, so to speak. Like, you just kind of got to know what you're doing, right?
Yeah,
If you
man.
go,
If you just say, sorry, you're trying to bring me down, and I'm not going to let it. So I win. Love wins. Sorry, bye.
yeah.
You just keep
Well,
doing it. That's how I do it.
the thing is if you want to help them, right, then that's a different story. So if you're trying to help the person, then it's a different story. I just tell people, like, don't go into a room without protecting yourself, because that's what can happen, and that's what will happen if you allow people into your energy field. I personally espouse that everyone should, cleanse and protect their aura. Like, that's, to me, one of the most important things, like, just to do every day. And I, like, do it in the shower. It's really easy. And I, for me, it's made a major difference in allowing people to take my energy. So that's how I protect my energy. I create my own energy bubble, and I make, basically I ask God for the protection, and putting up the protection keeps them out of my energetic field. I set the intention and they're not allowed in. That's it. So
Exactly.
only when
You nailed it. You nailed it, sister, because the only way that they can come up and get in your bubble is if you're silent and you don't say anything. But if you're like, sir, unhand me immediately, right? There's only one thing that they can do, right? They can unhand you or suffer the consequences, right? Because it's one thing if somebody's trying to hit you. You can move your head, get out of the way. It's like boxing 101. If someone's trying to kick you, well, a kick is very slow usually. So you can get away and run. But when someone grabs you, what's the only option?
I agree. Yeah. So if anyone ever needs a good cleansing ritual and protection ritual, I'm your girl. It's really easy and quick.
I do back rubs. I blast people with love. And I've really seen like physical things happen. And I can't say that it's me. I'm just like a tool and the energy flows through me. And I believe it comes from the creator. But I've literally seen like physical manifestations where this lady, she was hit by a motorcycle. She literally died, and they had to reconstruct her head back onto her body because she was so messed up. They had to do like reconstructive surgery. And I was like, can I come over? Can I rub your back? And I was basically saying, where's the spots that I should avoid and stuff. But like the right side of her back, like below her shoulder blade, was like punched out like Notre Dame, and like as soon as I was like rubbing her and blasting her with love, like it was like it immediately like popped into place and started glowing red. Like I don't know, it was the strangest thing, but yeah, I've seen this sort of thing from time to time. So yeah, like it's
Listen, I
really
believe
amazing when people rub each other. I think it should be like a common thing where people Saturday the family gets together and they form a circle and they rub each other or they take turns or something.
I actually agree with, like, personally, like I talk to people all the time, but I actually help people a lot more when I can touch them. So I don't know what that the difference is, but if I can touch someone and I'm actually, like you said, massage, that's funny that you brought that up too. Like I've like people would come to me even at work, like my coworkers though, like they'd be like, for some reason, like I became known as the person who gives a good massage, and whatever area's hurting them, they would just come over and just hand me like their arm, or they're like, my arm's hurting, can you rub it? And I'd rub it for a couple minutes, and then they'd be like, I don't do that, it feels great now, and they just walk away, like they're like, you're just so good at that. And I never knew what I was doing, but I was doing exactly what you said you were doing, just sending them love, just giving them love,
Right.
giving them the time, the attention that pain needed. And that's what I tell people too. Like when you give your pain the attention it deserves, it will go away. Like people fight their pain and try to, a lot of times, especially your inner turmoil, you fight it and you block it and you try to put it away. And that's not really what you do. You need to face it. Face it head on, sit with it, give it the respect it deserves, and then it will lift itself, because love always wins, but you kind of gotta listen to the pain as well. You can't just nix it off, right?
You got to
And then
swim in the whole pool, especially the deep end, if you're going to learn how to swim now.
Exactly. So, and that's what I do. I give the pain the respect it deserves, and then I give it the love it needs, and that helps. I don't know how or why, and like you say, it's not me, it's this energy that flows through me from a higher power somewhere, that it is what it is, right? God or energy, or I personally usually say Father, Mother, God because I like to, just cover all my bases. But I
You know
know
what's
that
really good? If you have a cell phone with like a smooth edge, and like you just rub that against like your person's feet. You got to start out slow because it's kind of too much, too soon, too fast. But if you like rub the feet against the smooth edge of a cell phone, it's actually pretty amazing.
I do that with crystals. I kind of integrate crystals into some like healing things that I do, and I actually do that with crystals on people's feet, and it helps
Hey, can I ask something?
me. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what if you're treating someone, right, Jackie? Imagine like this is a situation, they have like a really, really bad aura, right? They have this like awful, awful aura, okay? Like it's just negativity, it's hatred, it's violence, right? Like what's like the occasion there? Like what do you do generally? How would you go about that?
I always start with cleanse and protect. So I usually
Oh
will
wait, there's a catch to it. There's a catch to it though.
go
The
ahead.
thing is, they're black. They're like a whole ass monkey. They're like a whole ass nigger, Jackie. They're a nigger, Jackie. Like that is the truth of it. What do you do on that occasion?
I'm confused. Are
Yeah,
you
he
talking
he
about?
he asked you that in the purpose to just say the nigga word, and he accomplished it. It's just children, just kind of in this buffony way of speaking to other people when they join a conversation. It's just trying to say the nigga word inside of their sentences.
Hey, Popey
Just
the Third. Yeah, that's right, Jamesy. Hey, Popey the Third, real quick before you go. That's going to come back to you, right? Just get ready. Okay, thanks.
yeah, Poppy the Third. What's going on with you? Why would you join a conversation and try to joke your way out of it? What's going on with that? Tell
Joke
us.
the way out of it. I don't really understand. It was a serious question. Like trying to get like the rightful answer that I deserve. Honestly, like as a respect. I tried to put it respectfully, But it's a it's a valid question. I think. I'm trying to wait for Jackie's answer, as a matter of fact. So I don't know why you guys are speaking up, like interrupting her. Thank you.
Using the word was kind of disrespectful, and like if you're talking about just a negative person, I don't think, I think saying a dark person in terms of negativity, like, I don't know if you're referring to the color of someone's skin, because if you are, then I'm not even going to answer that.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
he
no, no,
said a
don't worry.
nigger. He said a nigger monkey.
That
Can you
is not
repeat
what I
that?
meant.
Like,
That is
nigger
not what I
monkey.
meant.
Remember?
That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. I did not mean to say they're like a mega monkey that's really like. I think that came off wrong. It came off a little bit strong. I think there's some truth to it, but I think that's like overall just disrespectful to say it like
See,
that.
this is the guy. He's here to try to lower the vibration of the room, right? So he's like pissed off that we're all like clear conscious because we haven't done anything bad, and he's trying to like make us all feel bad because misery likes company, right? And this is definitely one of those guys who's like not here to learn anything. He's just here to like spread hate and ignorance, right? Because what is scientific racism other than the most ignorant thing you could ever imagine? The whole "we all came out of Africa" theory is the stupidest shit I ever heard.
Yeah,
Right?
I
Do
agree. I
Asian
agree.
people
Like
not you,
respectfully, I
not your
agree.
turn to
I agree.
talk, not
I
your
agree.
turn to talk. I'm still talking. Right? Do Asian people look like they came out of Africa? Right? Do Irish people look like they came out of Africa? No, they don't. Right? And the reason for that is because it's just a theory. So what's this guy's name? I was kind of busy when he first started talking.
Popey the Third.
Oh, that's a good name, right? For someone who, like yourself, likes to control conversations. Let's see.
Well,
I'm not
he's the third,
joining.
so he's like the youngest one out of other, so he's the third one. So there's something there. He's projecting his I don't know, his frustration for
It's
being
okay, and that's fine. Here, listen, Popey, it's okay. So Jackie is a human female. I don't know if you've ever met one of those in person, but so Jackie's nice, and we like to talk to her, and she's very knowledgeable and friendly. And so what you need to do is hit the reset button on your whole entire life, and then come back to us when you've learned a little bit of respect and got some life experience. Thank you.
And that's the last we'll ever hear of Popey. I believe he just got banned.
I had a
That'll
good
be that.
question to start with, and then he fucked it up.
You tried your best. I know. We had to do that to him, though. He doesn't even deserve a platform. So.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm just saying. I'm like, it was a good question to start off with, and I was like, oh, what a good question, and then what the hell happened?
Well, go ahead and answer it. I think we already know your answer is.
Well, what I was just saying is what I usually do is start off people with cleansing and protecting daily. I teach them how to do that in the shower. And then I know a lot of people might not believe in it, but I program crystals with positive energy. And I usually will give them that to something that can raise their vibration and also negate negativity to carry around, and it helps to lighten up your aura and the field around you. And then when you start feeling lighter, you tend to, do more positive things, speak more positively, and then it helps people get more into it because they start feeling better. Like, oh, I'm feeling better. This must be working. And then they do it more and more. And then you start going within and you add meditation and in between there's always chats, and there's I also end up it depends, each person's different too, because I kind of can sometimes intuitively, if there's something like in their, like if they have a more of a draw to depression or alcohol or this and that, and there's different herbs and natural remedies that people can use to help them along with like depression and these types of things. So I a lot of times intuitively kind of, and I just get an idea of what they need, and we try like supplements and things like that along with the just talking and spiritual side as well. So it's a little bit of everything, just all mixed up. But each person is everybody's different, really. But in terms of generalization, cleansing your aura and protecting yourself are the two most important things I feel that you can do to just keep the negativity away and keep yourself at a higher vibration.
So the thing that we should take away from crystals, because crystals are very interesting, right? I think the thing that we can all learn from crystals is if dead things can grow with symmetry, if they can grow with symmetry, shouldn't we be able to grow? Like, we should always be growing. Like, if you're not growing and there's dis-ease, right, it's got to be because we're doing something wrong. It's either chemical, emotional, or physical stress, or a lack of a nutrient, an essential nutrient.
Correct.
So basically, we have to watch out for those stressors, especially the chemical stress this day and age.
Yes, and it's never just one thing.
It boils down to
a bunch of things, right?
homeostasis.
Yeah, because it's never one thing. It's always a bunch of things. And so it's kind of you just start taking away all the bad things until you figure it out. We swap out things. It's work. And that's what I tell everybody. This didn't happen overnight. and it doesn't get fixed overnight. So it's hard as long as it took for you to get into the dark place that they're at. You gotta. It takes a while to get out of it as well. It's not a light switch. There's not a magic pill. It takes work. Anything worth doing takes effort. You have to be willing to put in the effort as well. You can't just say, oh well, if I can't have this, if I can't pop a pill, then I'm not going to do it. Well, then you live in the darkness. That's a choice you're making, but you have to work at it. And if you do work at it and you consistently cleanse and protect yourself on a daily basis, then you're going to feel so much better. You're going to feel amazing. You're going to start your day off right. And people are not going to be able to affect you like they would normally be able to affect you. And that's just like a good starting point. Now, in terms of crystals, I always tell people you also have to be careful because crystals are programmable. So it depends on who you're getting them from and who they're coming from, because they also do hold memory. So you want to either cleanse and clear them when you get them and program them with your own vibrations, so to speak. Or if you're feeling low, you want to make sure that the person that they're coming from is someone that lives in a high vibration and knows what they're doing, knows how to program those crystals to be beneficial for you. You don't just, like, people, kind of like grab a crystal and you just sit there and you're like, oh yeah, that crystal's going to help. It can, because they do hold a vibration, but if you can find someone that knows how to basically put their own vibration and program the crystal to do what you're asking it to do, it's a much better tool. Or you can do it yourself. So you can tell the crystal, which sounds crazy, you can tell the crystal what it is you need from it and what you want it to do. And that can work as well. But again, it's tricky. So you just want to kind of like get help from someone who knows what they're doing.
So you're using NLP on crystals, and I think that's really, really, excuse me, interesting to program the crystal. Because if we can program water, right, to freeze a certain way with certain symmetry or asymmetry, right, like that Japanese scientist who I can never remember his name. It's like, what if it's like this with more things? And crystals are like extremely interesting if you think about it. Like, what other kind of rocks grow? I mean, sediment grows, right? But it's just piling on top of each other. Like crystals with the right, environment, like they grow. And they grow in such a pattern that, anybody who's walking along, oh, look at this. Like, that's different. Like, there's
They're all unique.
Symmetry here. Yeah.
They're all unique, and they have and if you are in tune and able to feel it, you can literally, I can feel vibrations of crystals. So when I hold one in my hand, I can feel its vibration literally, not just in spirit, so to speak, which a lot of people can, they feel it that way, but I physically can feel it in my hand. So when I hold it, I can feel each one is different. Like every single one I've ever touched, the vibration of it has been slightly different, even if it's the same type of crystal. Each one holds its own vibration. And if any of you guys are like, if you look in tuned, there's like this cool like thing that you can try, like put the crystal in your hand and hold it and literally speak positive, amazing things to it. Tell it it's beautiful. Tell it like it's like amazing. Like just say just nice things to it. and hold it in your hand and see how it feels. You'll literally feel it start to pulsate in your hand as you're saying like all of these positive things to it. Like that's how you charge it. It's amazing. Like just try it. And then I've also done an experiment where I've shown people the difference between like charging a crystal or using a new one that you've never charged before that just came out the package that came from nowhere and you don't know what it's doing, or and then one that's been cleansed and cleared like to start fresh, and you take them and drop them in a cup with water and then a clear cup, and then you stick it in the freezer and you can see the difference in the energy that the crystal actually lets out. You'll see a like it looks like the water's exploding like a geyser, and it freezes that way in all these weird positions. But you'll notice that when you program it and charge it with like beautiful energy, I literally actually cracked the glass open. That's what it did when I did it. So the one that I had charged literally cracked open the glass. And the
So
other
do you know
one,
about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello.
no, it's okay.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to mention two gentlemen named Jacques Benveniste and Luc Montagnier. Now, these two gentlemen in 2008 won a Nobel Prize because they were able to demonstrate water retaining information characteristics of compounds that it was exposed to and substances that were no longer there anymore. And I did link a NCBI research article on it as well that talks about the mechanisms proposed. And it's interesting because what they do is they call these areas, and Larry mentioned water as well. And by the way, that was Dr. Emoto, who
Yeah.
takes pictures of water crystals freezing. And those areas in the crystals and in the H2O molecules that are interacting with one another, they call those spaces in between coherence domains, which theoretically contain the energetic information, whether it's pollution or whether it's positive intentions. And it's definitely something that I think deserves a little bit more attention and information. And clearing those coherence domains and putting positive information into those coherence domains, I think is could be beneficial. I mean, I've done some third-party laboratory studies on plant growth and cadaver skin, on hydration utilization. I've also treated the water to clear its coherence domains. So water and H2O inside of the water, they're constantly interacting with one another. It's really like a dance. You have the H's and the O's connecting and disconnecting, and it's just this energetic dance that's happening in water. But what Dr. Emoto was demonstrating, that some water could be more entropic versus another water, because when water is freezing in a perfectly symmetrical crystal, you can consider that more of an entropic freeze versus something that's completely random and not symmetrical, and it looks really ugly, not like one of those typical snowflakes. And once you can clear those coherence domains and get rid of that information, you can now infuse that. It'll be more susceptible, and this is exactly what you were saying. But what I've done is I've actually taken the water after it's been cleared, and I've put it through a flow that had a bacteria on one end. Now it's not actually touching water; it's like in a tube, and this is going on around it. And I have a bacteria growing around it that's actually been bred to die and turn over very quickly. And when it dies, it releases bioenergy. And then on the other side of the tube, I have a root system growing. And this root system is actually pulling that energy through across the water. And using Dr. Emoto's experiments back when he was still alive, I was able to demonstrate a change in the way that the crystals were freezing. It was really really fascinating and interesting putting all this together. But yeah, crystals and water. It's I think there's definitely a lot of room for research and a lot of gaps that need to be filled.
Wow. Yeah. That's very interesting. I actually use crystals in my plants as well, like to keep them alive because I have an area where, like, that doesn't have a lot of sun. So what I do is I charge the crystals. I tell them exactly what their job is and to keep my plants alive and give them energy and light and blah 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 and I put them in my plants. And when if they take the crystals out, the plants die. It's amazing. And I've brought plants back to life with crystals, and I've increased their growth. And if I take them away, the plants will die. It's crazy. Crazy amazing, so to speak.
So, like, do you do like muscle testing or something to kind of see which crystals are best for you, or how do you determine? I just feel it.
Yeah, I feel them. I can I put them in my hand and can I can feel the vibrations from the crystals, and so the ones that vibrate the highest are the ones that I start with that I use. And if they don't seem to be vibrating, then I'll usually set them aside to cleanse and clear them, and then they just need more work. So I try to start with the ones that have a higher vibration, and if they seem low, then those just need more work. They will take longer to charge. You have to put in the time. So it's not just, you don't just speak it into it once either. You do it over the course of time. You say or a couple days. It just depends on, how much energy you want to store in it or provide to whoever you're going to give the crystal to. It also, you're also giving yourself, so you're giving your energy into this crystal. So it's kind of, it can be draining as well. So you want to keep energy for yourself. So spread it out over a couple of days, and you just do it, and every day it just gets stronger and stronger until I just know when it's ready. I can't say when. I just know when it's ready to give away. I hope I'm not like boring you guys with all the woo woo stuff. I know my things can be a little woo woo. One last thing, I know that some people think that crystals and stuff like that are, not from God and or evil or something like that. You know, it's I think God gave us all of these things and they're tools to use for good or for evil, and that's free will. And I think that people are crazy not to use the tools that are here for us.
I'm at work, so I didn't get to hear all of it. Looking to see if he posted something. I guess not. So, dude, if you're still there, I would love to see what you're talking about. I kind of wonder if we have more power than we ever realized, because I think that the spoken word, married with intent and belief and thanks in advance, is like what is the recipe for moving mountains. So, belief, faith, you can say those two are synonymous. Um, it talks about in the Bible speaking things that are not as though they were. Right? It talks about moving mountains with the faith of a mustard seed. And there's books outside of the Bible. I can't remember what the name of the book is. The Book of Thomas. It talks about marrying or combining your belief with your intent and thanks in advance and speaking things into existence. So if God spoke everything into existence, the Creator, the Most High, He spoke everything into existence except for Adam and Eve. He actually formed Adam out of the clay with his hands and Eve out of the rib. So if we're made in His image, right, and we're part of His family, and the Messiah gave us like the authority to do even greater things than Him, like I think we're really powerful individuals, like way more powerful than we'll ever know, I think. And I've tried some of this, law of attraction things, and I can't say that it don't work. I can't say that it works. And I know this is all metaphysical, and a lot of people in here probably think I done lost my mind. But if you have a goal and you set that goal and you let the universe know that, like, this is what you're after, this is your goal, would it make more sense that you would obtain that goal rather than just saying, oh, I'm never going to be this and I'm never going to do that? Putting that out there. It's kind of like when someone sees a doctor and the doctor, well, I hate to tell you this, you got 6 weeks to live, right? And what do they go do? They go tell everyone they know they got 6 weeks to live. And they tell everyone they know that this person has 6 weeks to live. And then when 6 weeks comes along, they've completely given up fighting and then they die. But the person who says, miss me with all that bullshit, I don't believe that, I'm not accepting that, and they tell everyone, like, hey, I got diagnosed with cancer, but watch me beat it, right? And they're more likely to beat it than someone who just gives up. So I really think there's something to this. I don't know about planting crystals, right? Because this is the first time I've ever heard of it. So I haven't even done preliminary research, but if we can program water, why not crystals? And I know that we can program each other.
Well, crystals
Well,
are already used in programs. They're used in computers. They're used like to transfer energy already. Crystals are in like quartz crystal is used. They couldn't make a computer without it. So like they're using them to transfer energy all the time. It's it's proven science. So it's science. So if they're using it to transfer energy in technology, obviously there's something to it, right?
yeah, like the technology that we have, it's basically like chemistry with rocks and elements, right? We're just putting stuff together, and what happens when you put this with this and that with that, and it's like, oh, you get this amazing, wonderful thing. It's like we now have cell phones, and I think radios even had like quartz crystal or some sort of thing like that.
That's correct. That's how they transmit back and forth. That is right. You are very, very right. And that's what I'm saying. And you can actually use crystals to there's certain crystals that light up batteries, like shungite. Um, if you take shungite and put it inside of an empty, if you make the connections between like where you would put the battery on a flashlight, you can light a flashlight with shungite. So there's there has those properties. So you charging them or using them to your benefit is not so far fetched. The world's using them for the benefit of technology. Why not use them for the benefit of the ultimate technology, our body? This is natural technology, the technology nature intended. I feel like all the other, the technology we build is just that's a creation of of ourselves, but we are the ultimate creation. So we should be, you know, working on ourselves first. I just want to thank everybody for sending me all the stuff. Thank you for all of the videos. I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to look through.
Thanks for being open-minded enough to actually learn new information. You know, that's a problem with the world. You know, I think that so many of the educated ones, they think they know everything already. So since they got everything already figured out, they can't learn anything new. And then the rest of the world, they seem to be too dumb to learn certain things that are new. And then the other percentage left, you know, they're just kind of working their ass off and don't really have time to look and investigate things. Kind of like my job, it allows me like a significant amount of mental freedom so that I could like watch videos, podcasts, etc., audiobooks, you know, and participate on here quite a bit. So I'm like one of the few in that last portion that have a job to where I can kind of look around, see what's going on, and check things out. So I think that if more people could get just a little bit more freedom and maybe stop watching cat videos and stuff like that, football league, whatever they got there.
I agree, but it's that instant gratification, right? Like, that's why they watch the cat videos, because that's what they have time for, right? You got time for 30-second videos. You don't have time for 30-minute videos. And it's sad. And that's what I try to explain to all of my friends. You know, like, I just look at them and I don't understand how it's funny, right? 'Cause how you think people would, like, after all these years, you would know me and know I'm not crazy. Like, and that I just have the time to do the research that you don't have to do. And I actually had this conversation with my sister the other day, because we're in the car and she's like, I'm explaining something to her, and she's like, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that crap. I don't believe in it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you cannot believe in it all day long. I said, but it's the truth. And she's like, well, then how come, that why would they blah? And I'm just like, it doesn't make sense. I said, I know it doesn't make sense. However, I have the time to do the research. I don't just take anything at face value. I actually dive in and do the research. You should know me. You should know that that's what I do. I don't take information and just regurgitate it. So knowing who I am as a person, because you've known me my whole life, why would you think I would come to you with bullshit? I wouldn't even waste your time. If I'm coming to you with something, it's because I researched it. I had the time. I checked it out legitimately, and I'm asking you to take a look. Just look at it, because I did the research that you don't have time to do, and I do. She's like, you got too much time on your hands. I'm like, exactly. That's what I did. I used my time wisely, and now I found all this stuff. Did you think I wanted to find it? No. Did you think I don't want it to be true, but it is. So now what? I think I may have gotten to her a tad bit that way. She didn't call me crazy again, and she just kind of sat there, and I thought I saw the wheels spinning. So I was like, yes, and I just cut myself off and I moved along. I was like, okay, win, keep it moving. Let's talk about something else. That's what it's about, right? Planting the little tiny seeds. And so hopefully she's going to roll that around in her head, and let's see what happens.
It's one of those things where it's exceptionally difficult to get through to the people that you know. I got an example. One time my brother was telling me about white nationalism, and I was like, man, this is like the most racist shit I've ever heard in my life. And then I get on, Google Hangouts, and there's an incredible amount of Hebrew Israelites on Google Hangouts. So the Hebrew Israelite is telling me about black nationalism. And I'm like, damn, that made sense. Wait a minute. Why did it sound like racism when my brother said it? But when this guy said it, it's not racist. But obviously, there's something wrong with my perception. But if you've heard the guy's argument, he said that this is what the Hebrew Israelite said, we had our own Black Wall Street that got shut down. We had our own colleges that, weren't charging like outrageous amounts of money, for blacks to go to black colleges. And if we all spent money at black businesses rather than being integrated with white businesses, then it would increase, black power. And the more black power you have, he said, like the more knowledge, the more power, like the better off all of society is going to be. Right? Because if we're all powerful, then there's no power differential. And the way that he explained it, I was like, damn, like that makes sense. And he was talking about having like his own, black government, everybody that was black was allowed to, come in, do business. And then I would ask questions like, well, how's it going to work, if you guys have criminals? Well, we'll take care of that. Well, how are you guys going to do business with the whites? Well, you can have middlemen that aren't really interested in black and white nationalism, and they can get together as ambassadors and do business without us ever having to meet with you guys. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm not making a case for white or black nationalism. I'm making a case for how biased we can be when stuff doesn't fit like our worldview, our narrative. Like we can just absolutely not listen to it and not even entertain the information that's presented to us because our bias is so strong, our goggles won't allow us to perceive it. Kind of like, when someone gets really drunk and they wake up to the person the next morning and they're like, oh my God, what have I done? Right? Their beer goggles made that young man or young woman, look like a 8 when she was actually a 2. And that's how our goggles work when it comes to bias, you know.
Well, yeah, if we listen to each other instead of jumping to conclusions, then the world would be a much better place. It's time to
When you
talk.
listen to people, it's interesting because people are weird. You listen to stuff they say, it's like, wow, really?
Well, a lot of people also have diarrhea of the mouth and don't think before they speak. I think we all can be guilty of that. I try not to be, but it can happen at times. But some people don't know when to stop and they just spew it everywhere and you're just like, okay, stop. No one wants to hear it.
If you're talking about toxic people, like some people are like so incredibly toxic that like it's like almost painful just to be around them. It's like the perpetual victim mentality, right? Mixed with gaslighting and what's it called? I forget what it's called. But yeah, like the people that just look at me, poor little me. I'm so the victim. Everything bad happens to me.
The
Right? It's
narcissist.
like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. These people, like, it really is like the Bible says. There's wheats and there's tares. Like there's people that produce good fruit, and then there's like the weeds that are just growing in your garden, sucking up nutrients for no reason. It's like exactly like that. But that's just my understanding. There really are good people out there who will like bend over backwards to like help you do stuff, and then everyone else is like, "What can I get from this person?"
Unfortunately. There goes the fireworks.
So I moved into this house one time, and the lady there that lived before us, she was like eccentric or something because she had paintings like all over the walls where she like painted like a shipwrecked boat on the beach. It was just like there on the wall for like no reason. And the guy who was like the landlord, he was like, showing us the house before it was ready. He was like, "Do you want us to paint over this?" And I was like, "No, it's great. I like it. Just leave it there." Because I really don't care. Like I've always had stuff on my walls, and I just considered it art that came to the house. But when I started the yard work in the backyard, I felt like so many crystals, like everywhere, and I just put them in like one circle in the middle of the yard so I could mow the yard. But after a while, I started like, checking out the crystals, and like there's so many different kinds. And when I moved, I was like, should I move them? I was like, no, they're not really mine. Like they were there before the house, before I moved in the house. So I didn't want to take them because they weren't technically mine. So I left them there. But like so many times, I want to go back to that spot and meditate in the middle of them crystals because I had spent so much time meditating in between the crystals that it was like, my little spot, to kind of go outside and chill out and take it all in and breathe deep and release all of the negative and gain all the good. And I really missed that little spot, but I felt that it was wrong to take it with me because it never was my spot to begin with. I was only renting it.
No, you did the right thing by leaving it. Because I'm sure that the person who put them there probably set an intention to make that space exactly what you felt, that quiet meditation space. Like it's funny that you're saying that because I'm listening to it and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sure that the person put the intentions for exactly that type of space, and you went there and did exactly what the person who put them there probably had been doing prior to you without even recognizing that that's what it's for, right? So you just, you know, you felt it. You were like, okay, this is good. This is a good spot, and that's how crystals work, you know, with intention, and they leave off a high vibration, a really nice one. Like some some not so much, but most of them are of a higher vibration, so they're going to create those types of spaces. I think that that's like so cool that you just, and it's a good idea that you didn't take them with you because they were probably happy where they were because they were doing their job. And if you took them from there, they would probably not have worked.
Well, it was one of those houses that was like a really old frame house. And usually on a block behind you, there's another house and another backyard. But it was clear all the way to the back of the street. And on both sides, there was like really old, massive trees. So in this house, yeah, I had a big yard above. But my backyard was like a little piece of countryside because I couldn't see any houses on either side of me when I was in the backyard. I could just see like my next door neighbor's house on the left, but it was mostly blocked by like a shed. So it was like in the city, but in the country at the same time. And I'm a good old country boy, so I really like the outdoors. And I remember making some of my first YouTube videos, like trudging through the tall grass, barefooted, not worrying about snakes or stickers or anything else. And yeah, I missed that yard. But the house was kind of falling apart a little bit, and it wasn't up to par for my wife, so we moved into a more expensive house.
Actually, it's kind of like where I live now. The house is falling apart, but there's like I like my little space in the yard where I set up my little garden and my stuff, and I like to sit there and I feed all. I'm a I'm a crazy cat lady too, so I'll own it. I kind of like all the cats in the neighborhood flock to my house, and I feed them. They sit in the yard with me and hang out, and that's my little spot.
Okay, you might say that you're a crazy cat lady. I might say that you're a life preserver.
I have saved them all. Yes, as a matter of fact, I brought a couple of them back to life. They're my friends. I have one cat. I only have one cat inside. At least I'm not that crazy. I have, but outside there's about 9 of them. But they most of them come to me only. They don't go to anybody else.
I think that cats mirror humans more than anyone else, any other animal, because we're, you know, all kind of fluffy on the outside and ferocious on the inside. Meanwhile, cats are fluffy on the outside. I'm sorry, fluffy on the inside and ferocious on the outside. You know, they're little killers. You know, if you really watch them, they'll bring home like a pregnant mouse and just, you know, let it all hang out right in front of you. Just 9 little snacks after the main course. You know, they're killers. They really are ferocious, but that's them. You got to love them and accept them for, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and everything in between. And when they bring you a dead snake, you know, they don't know that you don't eat snake, right? They don't know what your diet is. They just know that you feed them, so they're like bringing you a little snack, you know, just in case you were hungry, they wanted to feed you too, you know, like, hey, look what
Yeah,
I brought
they
you.
leave me gifts all the time. That's the one thing that freaks me out a little bit is the gifts. So they do bring me little things they think are treats for me. But I also feed the birds as well, so I try to keep the birds and the cats away from each other. 'Cause when they get my birds, I get a little upset.
I just let it happen. It's nature, you know?
I know, but what can I do? Maybe I'm just a little bit. That's the girl in me. Go figure. I don't like to see
Yeah,
anything.
whenever my cats get a kill, I'm like, yes, yes, you got one.
I don't blame them. I don't get upset with them. I know it's nature. I also have a fondness for the birds. So, you know, it's like a pull between my two loves. You know, I love birds out there and as well as I like all the animals. So, I have a nice little um I always say I have a nice little ecosystem going on. I used to have raccoons that used to trash the garbage and make a big mess out there. But once I started to take care of the cats and I fed the cats usually leave a little bit of leftovers that the raccoons come and finish. And then the raccoons are fed, and the raccoons and cats are kind of friends. They don't bother each other, but the raccoons no longer go after the trash because they're eating the leftovers from the cats. And then the birds would come behind. There's a feeder, but then the birds come behind and pick up even if there's any scraps that the cats leave. And then there's also a feeder for the birds. So it's like, and everybody just takes it. And then I have the garden, and there's like the groundhogs and the bunnies. They chew on that stuff. And it's like everybody gets fed and they kind of leave each other alone. So I end up getting like, and then the squirrels will eat also from the bird feeder. And so everybody's being fed, and so they kind of all get along, so to speak. I only ever get like mice and stuff like that. So they'll believe like mice and once in a while they do get a bird. They just do, but it's a cat. You gotta give them they're still cats. So cats and birds will do what cats and birds do.
This is gonna sound funny at first, but when you actually look it up, you're gonna be so sad. So look up vegan cats.
Vegan cats.
Okay, so you know how there's some vegans that are like quiet about it, and you never know they were a vegan unless you sit down and ate with them every day for a week. And then there's some that are like militant, right? Like
Yeah.
you're trying to. Okay. So the militant ones that have cats, they force the cats to eat vegan diets.
No.
Seriously, it's a real thing. So these are the most miserable, eyes sunken into the back of their head looking cats. Just
Oh my
horrible
god,
looking
those cats
cats.
look like they're dying.
It's sad but funny at the same time that people would do this to animals. Like, it's obviously like torture.
Oh my goodness. Why? Oh Lord, why'd you do that to me?
Well,
Not
they do
gonna
it
be
to
a
humans
kid
too.
cat.
They do it to humans too, just in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't really eat meat anymore, but my body just started to reject it. It wasn't a choice. So, I'm not,
I
I'm,
don't
I'm
know
not
that.
vegan. I just can't, my body doesn't process meat the way it used to. I don't know what happened. It started making me sick. And then I'm like, why do I keep trying to eat it if it's making me sick? Stop. Don't be dumb. So I just stopped.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I think anybody should be able to have whatever diet they want, as long as it's not human. No human flesh. Sorry,
Yeah.
I draw the line somewhere.
Yeah. I don't think I can do that. I have one more thing that I like to say about cats and dogs. So it's funny that you were talking about like I always had this thing where I feel like cats are like our spiritual protection and dogs are like physical protection. Like in this world, I think cats actually live in the spirit world and this world at the same time, which is why I think they sleep a lot. I think they do a lot of kind of like living on two planes. So
Cats are really interesting because they have a really wide vocabulary. Like, you wouldn't think it, but like if you listen to them, there's like absolute words that they speak, and they're not words like human words. Obviously, they don't have the software or the hardware to tell you that they love you, right? But it's like the cat language is like really interesting. Most of it is pre-verbal communication, but they actually do have verbal communication too.
oh yeah, no, I know. I actually understand my cat. Like I know people think it's crazy, but I'm like, nah, I understand her. Like we I know when she's telling me that she loves me, she gives me head butts and she walks up to me and she puts her head to my head and I know exactly what's going on with her when I'm walking out and or whatever. She's telling me not to leave and things like that and it's almost like even the cats outside it's almost like I know what they're thinking, I know what they need and when they want to be brushed and when they want certain things they know how to communicate that to me. I can't explain it, but it happens. So I do think they definitely do have a wider vocabulary.
You don't have to explain it. You're a highly sensitive person. Not much gets past you, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who's this young lady we're talking to, Larry? Jackie? Can you hear me?
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Dave in Kentucky.
I think today's the first time I spoke, Jackie. Go ahead, Dave.
I wanted to jump in and agree with what she just said about the spirituality connection of cats. I've got 5 cats, and I'm not going to bore you with any stories, but I think they have a spiritual connection, like you were saying. They may exist in some other thing that we don't see. Y'all go ahead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I always well, I think I like I told you guys like so I'm like a medium as well, and so I can't control it though. When spirit comes in, my cat knows, and she'll stare right at it. Like she's like, "Yep, right there," and where I feel it, she's looking. So I know it's like how it's kind of it's how I knew I wasn't crazy when it started happening to me. I knew I wasn't crazy because my cat was seeing what I was feeling. So I was like, okay, I'm not nuts. This is actually happening. And so she kind of saved me from going down the thinking I was a cuckoo, crackpot, crazy person.
Do you see the shadow people?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can I tell you about the shadow people? I've never seen one. I've heard stories. So the visual spectrum is actually extremely limited. The colors of the rainbow, and we can't see outside of like ultraviolet and infrared. Everything outside of that is a huge, huge spectrum, and we can only see it at a very, very small amount. So if there was a creature or a being vibrating at a higher or lower frequency, could light bounce off of it? And if light couldn't bounce off of it, would they appear as a shadow? And these beings, if they were to exist, they could be everywhere around you, and only the most highly sensitive people would be able to detect these creatures. Now, the thing about these creatures is they could be good or they could be evil
Hmm.
or in between, right?
Yes.
But the most interesting thing about it is that I've heard that whenever people are getting abducted or having night terrors or experiencing something to do with these shadow people, whenever people call upon the name of the Messiah, it ends. That's what I've heard.
Yes, that's true. I don't know what it is or why, but I even well actually if you just resist even if you use the name of God, like if you just say God or whatever, but they are for some reason the lower vibrational beings are scared of the name of the Messiah. They're scared of the name Jesus, and I don't know why. I that I can't say why, but it's true. Like I've seen it happen, so I know it's true. And I don't have an explanation for it. I think that actually, well, I have a theory, and I think it has to do with sound, and I think it might be the vibration or the sound of the name that messes with them. Because the name has its own vibration, the power we put behind it, because it's your that energy in that name that we've created, that everyone's created, because people who use that name are using it for a reason. There's intention behind it, and you're talking about mass intention. It's not just my intention. You're talking about the intention of a whole billions of people that believe in that name, that believe that person can do the things that they've heard that they can do for their entire life. So the vibration and the frequency that's behind that word has to be so powerful and so immense, because it's not just one person's intention. It's a whole collective's intention behind that word. What do you think about that? I don't know if you're cutting out. I hear you.
He's busy right this second. But
That's what it sounds like.
listen, what you're saying is not out of line at all. I just want to remind you that I know there's nobody new here right now, but we're on the lookout for him. We need to get back on topic and stick to stuff we can prove at some point. What you're saying is fine. If it's personal testimony, it's what you believe. You can't prove it, right? I mean,
Yes.
empirically, that's fine. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
We tried it on the live stream. Nothing that you did or said. I'm just saying on the live stream, we generally try to stay on facts, what we can prove to each other. But what you're saying is fine as long as if anybody new joins, I'll interrupt you. How about that?
Problem.
Yeah. But welcome to the server. We got all kinds of information down the bottom. But sounds like you've done quite a bit of research already. I've been listening for a little while. You
A
understand?
decent amount, yeah, a decent amount. Most of my research is just personal experience, so to
It
speak.
sounds like you would generally agree that we're not on a spinning ball like we all got taught. We don't know what it
No.
is. We know it's not that.
Exactly. Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly that's exactly where I stand. I don't know what
That's
it is,
what I
but I
am.
know it's not that.
I was 52 years old when I created my icon, No Glow, and I've had it for 7 years, and I've had no reason to change it. So we need some curvature and spin and vacuum of space existence, gas pressure. You know what I mean? But anyway,
Yeah,
Larry, you
would be nice. Just a sliver.
remember what you asked Larry about?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Didn't you guys ask Larry a question and he had to mute?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
What was the question?
What it was?
Oh, my question was what he thought about my explanation of the name, my thoughts on how the name might work.
Yeah. So if you think about like the vibration, like by itself, like it's not really going to do much, right? Because they hear humans talking all the time, right? And I don't know of anybody who calls on the name Zeus, right? So I don't think it's necessarily the vibration. I think it's the intent. Like you're intending on calling a higher power to save you from whatever's happening, right? And so you're not giving consent. So it's the willpower behind what you're saying that makes it complete. So I think a lot of it has to do with belief too, like your amount of faith.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
what I
you're
was
just
saying.
like, oh Jesus, I'm
Vibration
getting attacked again. Sorry, go ahead.
kind of like a combination of, like, that's what I was saying, like a combination of vibration and intention. And then you're not just, it's not just your intention behind that word. You're backed up by a whole, slew of people who also have that belief. But I think we're kind of saying the same thing. It's just a little bit about semantics, right?
Yeah, I think it's more to do with the intent, right? Because if you said, oh Jesus, like Jesus, here they are again, like using it as a swear word, then I don't think anything's going to happen. But if you're crying out, to the Creator, oh God, oh Jesus, save me, what's going on? Right? Then they kind of don't have a choice because they hear the name. So it's, but to think that, I've never had a night terror ever in my life. I think that works with people who are seeing shadow people. That's an interesting concept because I've never experienced it, but I'm hearing from people that experience it, no matter who I'm talking to, they say the same thing. And it's like, well, is there like a secret society of like shadow people who like get together and make up shit about shadow people and then make sure that their stories match up so that people believe them? I doubt it. You would have to be a coincidence theorist, which I'm not sure that personality type.
Yeah, no, I don't think people are getting together and making up stories. There's other ways to, and there's other ways to give it. And actually, crystals help with that too. Selenite is really good for that. Selenite and black crystals keep away negative energy. Selenite is very powerful. It's really good for raising your vibration and protecting you against negative energy. So, like, usually, if you have some selenite near you or around you, you won't, those lower vibrational energies will stay away.
So, do you have audio when there's a being around you, or is it just like a sense that there's something there?
It can be some of both. So it starts out as a sense, and then sometimes I'll get a ringing in the ear, and then it'll buzz, and I may hear some certain words, and but then also I get impressions. So it's more like a feeling that they usually impress upon their feelings to me. So it's like I feel lonely, I feel this, I feel like I feel those things. There are times when I will hear things, but I have to be really, really in a deep meditation or a meditative state to hear the verbal, like actual verbal in my ear. Whereas it's more of a feeling and impressions that are impressed upon me.
So, is it like the Ouija board where you say goodbye and they go away?
Yeah, usually when they're done with the times that it happens is usually kind of like when a person is around that and their family members got something to say, and it'll happen randomly, and then I just tell them what this person's asking me to pass on, and then they're usually happy to leave. It's not like very rarely does anybody stick around. I mean, it happens, but I know how to kind of ask them to go and leave, and I set intentions prior. Like I have I have rules and regulations basically for spirit. I wrote them down, and I have times that they can bother me and times they can't. And after a certain hour, I'm to be left alone, and they can't come into my bedroom, and there's places that they're not allowed. And when you draw the lines and you set your intentions, they have no choice but to follow.
So, a lot of people may be hearing this and thinking that this is making flat Earth look stupid, but people like you have existed all throughout history. And if there are more globers than there are flatties on the Earth right now, then there would be more people like you that believe the Earth is a globe than that believe the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah. Well, I am going to take off.
Before you go, I want to say one more thing. So, in our society, people like you, we say that, you're crazy or this, that, and the other, and we gaslight you guys. And we say that you don't know what you're talking about. There's no science behind all this. And in the past, people like you have been put in insane asylums. In other countries, like Africa, they recognize the importance of people like you and allow them the freedom to experiment, meditate, and whatever they need to do. And they consider you like medicine men and shamans in other countries and other societies. So I see more along the lines of them, that you're probably more of a healer than a crazy person by far. Way, way, way by far. You're more of a healer than a crazy person because you're an empath, right? So that means that you have extreme empathy and you can't turn it off. Well, if the world was more like you and empathized with other people and their feelings, I think the world would be a better place because more often than not, if you can empathize with someone, then they can't be turned into the enemy, aka the Nazis or the terrorists or the communists or whatever label that people use to dehumanize one another. And if more people were like you, then war would not be possible. Thanks. Nice talking to you. Have a good night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, thank to everybody for listening and for, I'm sure, like you said, a couple people may, think I can't prove the stuff that I say. And, I didn't mean to go down this path. People just kept asking me questions tonight. I know we're supposed to stay on topic, but I would.
It was ladies' night, and there were not many peoples.
Well, I do appreciate.
Welcome back anytime, okay?
No problem. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good evening. I appreciate your time. Good night.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Good night.
Well done, Hank. Larry. We got Honred in here. You want to try to talk to him, Larry?
All right. Yeah. New people, right?
Honred,
So,
welcome to the server. What say you, sir? Honred, here's your chance to talk to Larry.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give this person some verified.
Bro, what?
Hello.
Yeah. Yo, this shit is crazy. I'm gonna be real, y'all. Oh
What's
my God.
crazy?
This is fucking crazy. I don't even know what to do.
What are you talking
Just
about?
say hi. Just say hello.
Oh my God, bro. No, but y'all gotta let Darth Acid talk. ACD. He's got a lot to say. Can I pass the mic?
No, you got about 10 seconds left to be serious. Go ahead.
Let me know.
Yeah, don't pass the mic. Just say hello like a normal person. And, tell me that you've read the rules and you don't mind obeying the rules. You can do that.
Yeah, I will. I got the rules.
All right, so we're not the Flat Earth Society. The world is not a disk flying through space. Right? What we're claiming is that we can't detect any curvature when we try to measure it. So they say that boats go over the horizon, but the horizon actually moves from point A to point B throughout the day. So if the Earth has a fixed location where the curve is, it can't be moving, can it?
Right.
Right. So we've been measuring the horizon. Have you made any attempts to measure the horizon?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, we can teach you how to do that. That way you can know for sure if the Earth is curving or whether
Right.
it's not. If you
I got a
were
question.
so curious, sure, go ahead.
I definitely got a question here. I've been thinking about this. So it's like a disc, yeah? Right? Or
No, I just told you. We don't believe in this flying through space. We're not the Flat Earth Society. We're not the Society of Jesus or any other society.
sorry, I didn't hear you there. One more time. What is it? Sorry.
It's a Flat Earth Discord. We are not a disc flying through space.
Oh, word. So like how big is it? Like what's at the edge?
I don't know. We're not free to go there. And if you don't believe me, Google or search the terms Antarctic Treaty. You'll find out that you're not allowed to go there except for approved scientific expeditions. So we don't know where the edge is.
Damn. But so no one's ever been there, or
So here's the thing. The edge of the Earth, if you consider Earth dry land, right? Is water. It's the beach. That's the edge of the Earth. Now, when I say Earth, you probably see in your mind's eye, when I say Earth, you probably see a water ball floating in space. That's the model of the Earth. Right? That's just one model. So that's not the actual Earth. The actual Earth is when you go outside at the beach and the sand gets between your toes. Sorry, is someone else talking?
You know how they do the neighborhood, the HOA?
God rock, and you got a hot mic,
They were
sir.
doing this hill.
God rock. God rock. Thank you. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, so the Earth is not the model that you see in your head with the globe and the spinning water ball in space, right? The actual Earth is the dirt outside that gets in between your toes, like where the earthworms live. That's what the actual Earth is, right?
Word.
So you never experienced the Earth as a model floating through space. You've seen it on TV, magazines, books, the internet, but you've never experienced that, have you?
Word, yeah. Okay, question. So like who is like keeping all this secret? Like what's the point of like telling everyone that it's like a globe?
Right. Why would the governments lie? What if I told you that NASA, right, after Operation Paperclip, was the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex, and that they wanted to funnel money.
Sorry.
Yeah, they wanted to funnel taxpayers' dollars into the military-industrial complex without telling people that they were going to take the money and bomb people back to the Stone Age until they relinquished and got a Federal Reserve type one world banking system like almost every single country has, except for the handful of bad guys like Iran, Syria, North Korea, Venezuela. You get it?
Okay. Right. So NASA is bad is what I'm picking up here, but like what's the like benefit? Like what's like the
$62
gain?
million a day is what they get from taxpayers. $62 million. You know what we could do with $1 million for each city a day in America? We could, get some reasonable housing, right, for the poor people. Maybe we could get some of the homeless veterans off the streets, right? Just $1 million for each city a day, right?
Right, so it's money.
Right.
Okay. And like how has no one like let it slip? Like been like, oh, we're all lying. Like how are they all keeping it a big secret? How are they all doing it? Isn't there like a lot of people in on this or?
Well, most people just believe what they're taught, right? Like if you grew up in Saudi Arabia, you would most likely, follow the Wahhabi Salafist religion, right? But if you grew up in Tibet, you'd most likely be a Buddhist. People just believe what they're told, and very few people actually question.
I guess my question is like everyone. So I'm assuming that they got like military out there and shit at the border, like at the edge or something to stop you. Or
let me show you a video of people from New Zealand who were actually trying to sail a boat into Antarctica, and they got turned around by a massive battleship.
Right. And so everyone on the battleship and then everyone else, like, how are they not letting this shit slip? Like, how are they not,
It's really, do you know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
I get that, but like, how are they not like, this seems like a big thing. You think like not one of them is like heroic enough to like drop the bomb? Like let everyone know.
There has been people. Gus Grissom was an astronaut. He never actually went to space, according to the official narrative. But he was quoted as saying, if we can't communicate between buildings, how are we going to communicate when we're on the moon? And he hung a lemon on the LEM, the landing module that would have landed on the moon. He hung a lemon, which is a metaphor for saying that this is a lemon. So there's lemon laws to keep people from selling brand new cars that need a transmission after 6 months. So he was saying that it's like a bad vehicle, right? Him and his crew died by fire. They were actually in the rocket, and instead of the thing blowing up, apparently there was a fire in the capsule where the men were, and they all were burned to death. So people who speak out, much like John F. Kennedy, apparently, they get made an example out of. That would kind of keep the rest of NASA, pretty tight on the lips, right? Plus money. Don't scientists have children and they want, their children to have money? And if they're making like all this, money working for the government and they turn on the government, what's the government going to do to them? Right? They're going to lose their job.
Yeah, I feel you, but like if has been a thing since like the dawn of civilization and like forever and shit, isn't it like hard to believe that like there isn't like a significant uproar about this? Like I'm assuming there's like a ton of people who have to like keep all of this on the down low, like tons of military, tons of politicians need to be on this, tons of people that are reporting this. Like,
come out and spoke about it. There's a lot of ex-military that are flat earthers. But yeah, you're right. A lot of people would have to know, but your rank and file military, rank and file teachers, they just believe what they were told and they don't ask any questions. They're just going along to get along. But for the people that do know, right, yeah, there would have to be something going on to keep everybody's mouth shut. For example, there was, I think it was a Norwegian guy. He like sailed to Antarctica and tried to get down there like on his own, and people died, and he was like arrested. I think he tried it twice. So yeah, there is stuff to keep us from finding out, going and exploring. Like you need a passport everywhere you go. Like you can't just go to Mexico without your passport, right? You can't just go down there. So you need permission to travel the world. If you go out in a boat and you don't have on a transponder, the military of the world are going to assume that you're a pirate ship because everywhere you go, you have to have a transponder.
right.
Which gives them your location. So yeah, the thing is that most people don't want beef with the government because the government has a monopoly on violence. So if a cop kills you, you can't sue the cop and get a retirement fund. There's this thing called qualified immunity. Well, that goes for all of the government, right? Cops aren't the only ones with qualified immunity. So what happens is the taxpayer pays the family with a dead son, right? You understand that?
Yep.
Okay, so what I want you to think about is instead of, why would they lie? I want you to think about the actual important thing, right, which is, are they lying? So I said that I could teach you how to go out to a large body of water at rest and find out if it's actually curving or not, if you were to be so inclined to have the curiosity or the wherewithal to want to find out. So would you want to find this out?
How do I do that? How do I do that?
All right, so check it out. It's real simple. They told us that boats go to the horizon, right? And then you can search right now if you wanted to. What is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they're going to give you a number, right? So you take that radius and you do a little math. In fact, there's a website that does the math for you. It's called Earth Curve Calculator. And if you type in 1 foot on this Earth Curve Calculator, it's going to tell you that the horizon distance must be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But what that means is at 1 foot, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. Can you see the live stream voice text? I'm sure somebody's going to post. Can you see the live stream voice text? It's the room right above the one that you're in. Okay. Somebody's going to post the Black Swan here in just a second, I'm sure.
Somebody walk down and put Black Swan up there. Look.
Hey, can I have the floor for literally 90 seconds, please?
Yours. It's all yours.
You can have 190 seconds. Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, super. Hang on. Okay, so you're showing in the Black Swan right now? Is that it? Okay. Okay, so here's the deal real quick with the Black Swan. Before they get started on the crazy, like, super smart shit, every single tiny little detail, because it took me forever to understand it, but I broke it down for the dumb guy like myself, whoever may or may not be that listening. Here's what's happening in this picture. So the horizon is literally 10 times further than the globe claims it should be. One more time. The horizon is 10 times further. So 10 times, basically 10 times a lie, right, about reality. Shouldn't be able to see this horizon by 10 times. Thank you.
Wow. Word up.
All right, so we're going to make the argument, and what Glatt said is true. But here's the thing: we don't have to believe this, right? Like if you're watching a NASA video, you can't go to the ISS and confirm any of this stuff. You've never been to space, and you don't know what the Earth would look like in space. Well, the thing about counterfeits is you compare them to the original. How are you going to compare the Earth to the original if you've never seen it from that point of view? But let's get back to the argument. I'm going to make an argument that's an example of the argument, and then I'm going to make the argument. So it goes like this. If a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, she got 3 babies in her stomach, and she's laying on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know. I haven't seen my toes in months," right? Because there's a physical obstruction in between her eyes and her toes, right? It's the belly, right? All right, so if she can see her toes, then she's certainly not 9 months pregnant with triplets. All right, so here goes the argument. And I hope that you actually pulled up the Earth curve calculator and the radius, because if you did, this is going to make a lot of sense.
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? So if it's not, then the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Because these are true statements. If one is true, then the other one has to be true. Right? Kind of like if she's pregnant, she can't see her feet. Right? So it's really important to look at the picture. Can you see the picture with the bye-bye ball? You see the right, that picture right there. If you zoom in a little bit and look closely, is the horizon in front of, behind, or in between the platforms?
Damn, let me see. Behind, right? Or am I tripping?
Right. Right. So the horizon's greater than 9.41 miles. So let's estimate it's 10 miles. Now the horizon in this picture is a still shot from a video. And in the video, it was taken at 1 foot above the sea, right? So the guy walks out to the ocean, he nearly puts his camera in the water, and then it's like 1 foot above the water, right? So there should be 66 feet of curvature here blocking out these buildings. But you can actually see there's a little boat in between both platforms, a tiny little boat. It looks like a little speck, right? But there's a little boat out there or something. I can't tell exactly what it is. But you can see all the way to the furthest platform. You can see the pillars it's standing on. So this isn't meant to convince you that the Earth is flat and stationary. Right? It's meant to convince you to go out and find out for yourself, because that's the end goal. We can lead you to water, but we can't make you drink. Right? I can tell you the Earth's flat, but I can't make you think. So if you were to take the Earth curve calculator, the thing I mentioned a few moments ago, and get a friend, a couple cell phones, you might need a spotlight at night, or a mirror during the day, or a telescope, or a high-zoom camera, or just some binoculars. You want to get to a cove or a bay or something where you can see, at least 5 or more miles. And if you're on the beach and 10 miles away and you can see your friend on the beach, then that's a problem, because there should be a 66 feet of water pump like a hill in between you and your friend. So I'm not asking you to believe me. I don't give a shit if you believe me. In fact, if you believe me, I would lose all respect, immediately. But if you go outside and do it yourself and make these observations, I'd respect that.
Word. I heard about this before. Didn't they like do this in a YouTube video or some shit where they like put that flashlight through a hole or whatever the fuck?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
One sec. I got you.
But yeah, you can go do this yourself. Like it just requires a day off, a little gas money, maybe a vacation at the beach, right? And I went to Corpus Christi because I live in Texas. And I was at North Beach next to the USS Lexington, which is an old battle cruiser they converted into a hotel. So I was there, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away. So there were no 6-story skyscrapers at Ingleside on the Bay. In fact, the only thing there was like some beach houses. But I could see the beach houses, even though they should have been below the curvature. So nobody can really tell me anything about what they saw on the internet, what they saw on TV. Like, I don't give a shit about any of that. Like, we know that they were hypnotizing people with TVs back in the 1950s, and they decided not to do that. So I could show you a video where they're reporting on hypnotizing people through the television.
Okay.
In the 1950s in London.
That sounds very
You want to see that? You want to see that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pull over and I'm going to find it. And I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text.
Word.
Real quick,
So if they could hypnotize you with a television back in the day and make you fall asleep, then they can hypnotize you to believe anything they want to, and they just know not to make you fall asleep because what if nobody's there to wake you up? So I'm going to find that right now.
Like they be hypnotizing people right now, or?
Yeah. Neurolinguistic programming is everywhere. Like, drink Coca-Cola, Nike, just do it. What do you think just do it means? Just go out and buy their product. That's all neurolinguistic programming.
Right.
Hey, here's something that'll fucking bake your noodle real quick there. Who am I talking to? I want to be respectful. What's your name?
Me?
Yep.
I'm Honrit.
Honrit. Honrit. You're ornery, huh? Cool. So, here's something that'll really trip you up, and you won't be able to forget this now every time, but in every TV, there's a camera, at least one looking right back at you the whole fucking time that you're watching it. And there's cameras everywhere that you will never know about. There might be some in your home, but there's certainly 4 or 5 on your cell phone. Every car has cameras and microphones all over the place. You can think that you can turn them all off, but you can't. So, but the TV one got me messed up because I was like, wait a second, I never even thought about that. There could be anything in these TVs. Turns out since a long, long time, probably your whole life, there's been a camera looking back at you while you're watching the tube.
Damn. In my phone, like 4 or 5?
Well, look at your phone right now. Does it have like at least one that you can point to yourself facing it, and then the other side?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's 2 right away, and you don't know how many are behind that screen.
Like looking.
Wouldn't it be stupid to think that there's not one behind the screen? Why wouldn't there be one? Right.
Right. Yeah. Like have they disassembled the phone and like seen it, or like?
Oh, I don't know, man. The screen itself could be a camera. They got some good technology. All I'm saying is the TV one messed me up hardcore because I was watching a lot of TV at the time. I was like, damn, they're always looking at me, dude. What the fuck?
That is crazy. They be watching people jerk their shit all day. That is crazy.
I mean, you know, it could go all kinds of places. Anyway, as you were, Hank, Larry, you got something to show him?
I got a quick question for Honred. You there?
Yo, what's up?
Do you know any of these other 4 new people that are sitting here in the VC?
Yeah, I actually want to speak up. You were talking about the TV stuff earlier, right? Was that you, or was that somebody else?
It was Larry. You there, Larry?
Yeah, Larry. Hello?
Yeah, but I'm still looking for what I was looking for. Yeah, go ahead, Lord.
Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. About the TVs, the mind control thing, this kind of links back into why I'm here in the first place. That mind control stuff really reminds me of. I'm gonna get personal here, so please bear with me. But I used to know a friend, and um, is this being recorded? Is this like conversation being recorded or
Yeah,
something?
this is live on YouTube and possibly other
Okay,
websites.
well, I'm just gonna go out. I'm just gonna go on a whim. Hopefully, I'm still here the next day. But my friend used to work in a sort of intelligence agency, and he saw a lot of these mind control, brainwashing things, right? And after that, he was never really the same. And I remember one day I was out in the field, doing my shit, right? And he comes to me and he says, we had a nickname for each other. He called me Black Lightning. He says, Black Lightning, this world, it needs to be reformed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like hello, like what are you talking? Like okay, that's it. Like this sounds crazy coming up to me saying this shit. And he says this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, I've seen a lot of things, and I know the true nature of the world, and I really think that every party involved needs to be wiped clean from the slate. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And at this point, two other agents come up, and they begin to try to apprehend him. So I stop them from apprehending my friend. But and it evolves into like a physical confrontation, and we end up fighting. I end up beating him in the fight. But yeah, ever since that day, really, it's had an effect on my energy just as a whole, and I haven't really been able to see things the same. And I've really been thinking introspectively on what he meant by that, like what he meant by the new.
What happened? Did he get muted?
I did it. You want me to unmute him, or you want to hear the end of his bullshit?
If you muted him, I'm gonna stand beside you, bro.
Well, just he needs to get to the point at some point. He's not making any sense. There's like 4 new people here. If you're here to seriously listen to what we got to say, we welcome you. If you're just playing around and fucking around, go the fuck somewhere else. I'll unmute him now. We'll see what he said.
There it is.
Hello? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, he has to get to the point as quick as possible.
I get to the point. But after that, yeah, my worldview was really changed, and that's what really inspired me to come here and talk about these things with you guys. Really want to hear you out and see what you have to say about it.
We've been talking about it for a few minutes, but if you watch the video that I just posted, you'll know that the TV can brainwash you, hypnotize you, all sorts of things, right? So you've been programmed. You were literally, a walking, hypnotized zombie. All of us are, right?
Like
but
some sort of thought loop.
Is, well, no, I don't know about that, but the goal is to break free from the program. Right? Because we've all been brainwashed. Like every single one of us believe a whole bunch of stuff that isn't true. And that's not just flat earth, right? It's everybody.
Okay. So how would I go about breaking the programming? Is there a way I can do this? Former CIA admits NASA mind controlled that MP4. This was just sent to my DM. I'm just gonna watch this video.
Wait, what was the last question asked?
How can I break free from the programming? Because you said everybody was programmed. I wanna really break free from the programming, if that's possible.
It is possible.
In what way? How can I do that?
Let's see if you're genuine. Okay, so you'd have to get specific. What deprogramming is just realizing the truth instead of believing the lie. So what would you like to know about? And please try to keep it on Flat Earth.
Okay. I would like to know about how they are because the ISS, how are they constructing these images of the Earth being round? if it's
Can
really
you
one
give me
way.
a specific? Hold on. That's too well. Hold on. Let's give him something to chew on. So, can you show me a photo that you want to talk about? Maybe put it
Yeah,
in the live
sure.
stream voice text so we can all kind of pick it apart.
I'll find one.
Super.
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
That is the truth. So, okay, but you probably don't have posting privileges. Also, who am I talking to? What's your name?
Acid. You can call me Anthony if you want.
I'm gonna call you Tony.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
So, yeah, Tony.
Yeah, I don't have posting privileges, so.
That's cool. Hey, if you want to DM it to me, and I'll put it in the voice text if it's appropriate, and then,
Yeah,
I think the whole audience on the audio too should get a picture of the picture here.
Because here it looks looks like I can see the curvature. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for me to post that in the live stream voice text?
I'm ready.
Never said I was quick. Okay, here we go. So, this image right here, in the live stream voice text, are you looking at it there, Tony?
Yeah.
All right. Is that an image? Is that a photograph, a genuine photograph of the Earth from space?
Well, I mean, what proof is there that it isn't? Is this like a?
I'm just that's just a yes or no question. Is that a photograph from space?
Yeah, it's from the ISS.
Okay. So, where are the stars if it's in outer space?
Wow. I really don't know.
Okay. That's the first one. That's the one that got me. And then the second one, this is more of like you just have to take their word for it. How do you know that that's from the ISS?
I mean, this is how it is. Like, I mean, how else would you get into space and take a picture? Am I right?
You have to trust your government.
Hold on. Yeah, that's true. So what I'm asking is, it's just a picture. Anything from anywhere could have taken it. Why does it necessarily have to be the International Space Station?
So do you think it's like something else, or you
Come
think
with
it's
me
just
on this
fake
journey.
altogether?
Come with me on this journey really quickly.
Okay, of course.
The
Come
reason
in with
there's
me
no
on this
stars is because it's very hard to fake the stars in every single faked image. Number two, that's a fisheye lens curve, and it's put into Photoshop to make it look real nice and smooth. What that is a high altitude photograph from a real plane, and they put it into a computer program, and they give you that.
Okay, that makes sense. I can actually kind of see that.
Yep, and how much easier would it be to do that than to put people into space?
So do you think the moon, like everything about space, like do you think people have been to space or not?
No, I don't think so, but not because it's all sloppy and fake. The presentation is horrible, but that's not why I don't think it happened. Why I know that nobody can leave Earth is because it's a closed system, so nothing can get out because we experience air pressure and gas pressure. Now, the word pressure means to press, and the gas, to have pressure at all, and air pressure, needs a physical barrier. So we are contained because we experience gas pressure, right? To press on the walls of a container, pressure, okay? So nobody's leaving because of that. And if you even get a tiny little crack in it, this is what happens. It's a word called entropy. And that just means that the gas and air are going to leave the containment, the confined area, and try to seek its equilibrium in the environment, the new environment that it is, right? Because it always wants to seek equilibrium. Gas wants to do that. So it would do so. It would float out into space. It gets sucked out into space. We wouldn't even have a quote-unquote planet. because the gas would go everywhere. It wouldn't even be able to stay.
So what about gravity?
If somebody wants to take the gravity one, I'm not copping out here. I wanted to at least explain kind of
I
that
get what
part
you're
of
saying.
the it's not a photograph. And here's the other deal. They listen, you can get them admitting that they do Photoshop, they do CGI images. Why would they ever once have to do a CGI image if this was genuine? Wouldn't you just give them all just regular raw, this is how beautiful the universe is, we didn't, we're not putting filters through it because we don't have to. Right? It's so anyway.
Yeah.
Anybody want to take gravity?
I'll take it.
I
if you
just-
don't mind.
Yeah, okay.
So
Gravity's
first I
just
want to
something
point out that they taught you the wrong thing on purpose once. So they taught you mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard about Einstein and his theory of special relativity?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. So those are two different theories, right? One is said to be the law of gravitation, the other one's the theory of gravity, right? So one doesn't work with the other, right? One is 3 space and the other one is 4 space, because 3 space is X, Y, and Z, right? If I gave you a box, the length, the width, and the height of the box is the 3 space, right? Well, Einstein, he's married the 3 space with time and made it 4 space. So obviously that doesn't fit together, right? It's two totally different things. So I'm pointing out to you, they taught you the wrong shit on purpose when you were young, which is mass attracting mass. When you define mass, it's defined as the resistance to acceleration. So the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Does that make any sense?
I mean, it would kind of work like magnets in that sense, right?
Well, magnets, you can demonstrate things with magnets, but I can't demonstrate anything with gravity, right? But check this out. If I were to take a magnet and I were to drop it down a copper hose or a copper pipe, it falls slower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's magnetism, actually. Also, there's a guy in here, Get Baguette, he always talks about a guy from Lockheed Martin. He glued 2 magnets together, right, that opposed each other, but he glued them together with clamps and then unclamped it when the glue dried, and he dropped it, and it dropped slower than other magnets. But let's get back to gravity. So it's either mass attracts mass, which has never been demonstrated, or it's the bending and warping of space-time. And there's no experiment to demonstrate any of these. But there's another gravity, right, that no one ever talks about. Have you ever heard of specific gravity?
Supergravity?
No, specific gravity? You can look it up right now if you want.
No, let's
Specific
hear it.
gravity? Okay, so it's basically comparing an object to the medium that it's in, comparing the buoyancy and density. So if I have, let's say, like Newton, an apple hit me in the head and it fell in a pail of water, it's going to float, right? Because apples float in water if they're fresh. Okay, now let's say my neighbor, he's practicing with his crossbow and he shoots a hole in the pail of water and all the water drains out, right?
Yeah.
What's going to happen to the apple? It's going to sink, right?
Yeah.
So what was the cause? Yeah, what was the cause of the apple falling? The lack of buoyant force, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now, let's say that I got a helium balloon. It's full of helium, and I drop it. It's going to float up until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
So here's the conclusion. Here's the conclusion of these experiments, which you can do in your house. These are actual scientific experiments. Is that the reason that objects rise and fall is because the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So the medium was water. We changed the medium. The object fell. So the object fell because of the lack of buoyant force. Drop a helium balloon, it rises. Why? Because the abundance of the buoyant force. So what they told you about gravity was a lie. So here's the deal about gravity. They tell you that space-time is warping, right? So if you got space-time that exists in the vacuum of space, that means that there's no material, right? So no material means that it's not made out of matter. Like we have the table of elements, right? You familiar with like chemistry?
Yeah, I'm
So
a big fan.
everything we know of comes from the table of elements. It's either daughter property or granddaughter property. You get it. Okay, in space, there's none of that. It's not a perfect vacuum, but they're saying this is where space-time exists, right? So it's not material, meaning that it's not physical. We can't touch it, right? Meaning that it's metaphysical. All right, so I'm going to read you some definitions. This is from Oxford Dictionary. So I posted this so you can follow along with me. Space-time, the concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused or in a four-dimension continuum. Okay, so concepts, what is that? An abstract idea, a general notion. Okay, abstract, what does that mean? Existing in thought or an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So it's like we're talking about God. You can't science God for the same reason you can't science space-time. Because you can't manipulate it. Now, this is how science works, and pay attention. This is really important. Everything that they say science isn't actually science, right? Just not like everything they call a woman is not actually a woman, right? Follow along. So, if you take science for basically what it is, it's a method for determining a cause and effect relationship. For example, a caveman, he sees water boiling in a hot spring. He wonders what's causing that, so he forms a hypothesis. I bet the heat is what's causing the water to boil. So he goes home, he adds heat to water, it boils, right? He stops heating the water, it stops boiling. He adds the heat again, it boils. So what did he do? He had a naturally observed phenomenon. That's the first step in the scientific method, right? He saw the dependent variable was that water boils. He wanted to know what caused that, so he formed a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat. The heat is the independent variable, because when conducting science, you only manipulate one variable at a time. So this variable is independent from all the other variables. So the control variables, in this case, would be gas pressure or altitude, right? He didn't manipulate the altitude because he didn't climb the mountain. He stayed at his little place right next to the cave, which is at the bottom of the mountain. So when he manipulated the independent variable, which is the heat, it caused the water to boil. So like a light and a switch, he has a cause and effect relationship. This is how we gain knowledge. Like this is science 101. So when you manipulate the water and you cause the thing to fall, well, this is the reason it fell, because you manipulated the density, the relative density between the object and the medium. That's specific gravity 101. They don't teach this in school. Listen, they don't teach you this in school because as soon as you found out that hydrogen was in water, you'd crack the water and you'd build a blimp and you'd get to go all over the world for little to no money just by cracking water and getting the hydrogen out of it, right? So they have things called false flags like the Hindenburg, which is, oh, the humanity, the Hindenburg, it's burning at like 5 feet per second. Really, hydrogen in real life, it pops like a firecracker. If that hydrogen blimp would have caught on fire, it would have been like skadoosh, like a hydrogen bomb. It wouldn't have been like burning slow like a candle, like in the film. That's just ridiculous, right? So what they've done is they've created a power differential between the government and the people because of the knowledge differential, right? In school, what do they teach you? In government
gravity.
school.
What,
Yeah,
like,
they taught you some bullshit about gravity, right?
yeah.
Can you like do anything to make money off of mass attracting mass? Is there anything you can do in real life to like help you in real life?
No, it's like just like a fact of the universe, I suppose. Or
It's not a fact. Their version of gravity has never been science. You can't science gravity because you can't manipulate space-time. So if space-time is the cause of, if space-time being warped is the cause, then I should be able to warp some space-time, like right next to me with a bowling ball, and see things attached to the bowling ball. But that doesn't happen. And people say, well, the reason that doesn't happen is because the Earth's gravity is much too large. Oh, so it's pseudoscience. I can't actually test it out with a scientific method. Okay, well, if it's not science, then it's pseudoscience. And that's the problem. These people have labeled everything as science. If you go back and look at the cigarette ads from the 50s, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camels to relieve stress. You ever known anybody who didn't have cigarettes and smoked? They're like stressing the fuck out. Is it because they don't have enough cigarettes? No, it's because they're having withdrawals from cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what else did they teach you in school? That Columbus discovered America? Did you know there was 500 tribes already here?
Yeah, I did know that.
He didn't discover shit, did he?
No, he kind of just came here.
Yeah, we kind of came here and said, wow, these slaves are cheap. Let's take some back with us. Right?
Yeah.
But you know, some of those 500 tribes, they were copper skinned or dark skinned people, much like, you know, people you see today walking down the road. Most of us are mixed. I don't know too many people who aren't mixed. So those same people have completely lost their identity and don't know who they are unless they talk to the grandmother and ask the grandmother, like, hey, are we native? Like, are we part native? And then their grandmother might tell them.
So do you think that was planned?
Of course, if you conquer a nation, you want to completely eradicate their culture and history so that they emulate, or so that they, not emulate, yeah, so basically so they emulate your culture and believe your history.
Yeah.
So the whole world is brainwashed.
So are you like mixed or African American?
I'm part native and part European.
Oh, okay. So you've suffered at the hands of Christopher Columbus.
Not me personally, no. But if you read about the Trail of Tears,
Yeah,
that's what
I've
happened
read
to the Cherokee people.
It's fucked up. Yeah, I agree.
It was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, but the president didn't give a fuck about the Supreme Court. He got men with guns, you know, the army, and marched them against their will in the middle of winter. And a lot of women and children and elders died on the way there.
Yeah, I was actually taught about that in school. They did. I remember that.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad they touched about that still. But yeah, the point is that you can't trust your government. And if you trust your government about NASA, that's fine. We don't care what you believe. We're giving you the opportunity to find out for sure, personally, with firsthand experience, primary firsthand knowledge, if what you believe is actually true. Because if you close your eyes and I say Earth, and you see the blue marble floating in space, that's not actually what Earth is. That's just a model. And we're trying to show people the difference between the model Earth and the real Earth, because just like a model Porsche is not the same as a Porsche. A real Porsche, you can drive it to school, you know, impress all your friends, and maybe get a date on Saturday, right? A model Porsche is just going to hang on your shelf and collect dust. Two totally different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, are you the same person I've been talking to from the beginning?
No, I think I've definitely changed. I think I
What's your name, bro?
definitely learned some more.
I appreciate that, but what's your screen name?
I like this guy a lot. I love it.
Let's say.
My screen name is Acid. You can say ACD or Darth Acid.
All right, so are you a chemist guy, or are you going to college?
Yeah, I'm not like a chemist guy. I'm more like a mushroom guy. Like I like plants.
Okay. Cool. I like mushrooms too. In fact, I saw a documentary on Netflix not that long ago that blew my mind about mushrooms.
What'd you learn?
How they connect all the different plants and animals together in a system, and the mushrooms communicate.
I'm a big fan of that.
The mushrooms actually communicate. The trees communicate with the mushrooms and the actual the roots that the mushrooms make. And when one tree needs nutrients, the actual tree will send it through the mushrooms to the other tree the nutrients that it needs.
Yeah,
it's like Avatar.
You know, have you heard like them speak? Like they can like communicate like verbally in a way. I don't know if you've heard it, but like people like hook them up to machines.
They scream when you harm them?
Yeah.
They actually spiked on the EKG machine when he said he was going to cut the leaf, and it spiked again even bigger when he actually cut the leaf. Yeah,
I saw
the
this.
world is a lot stranger than we've been told, bro.
Humans have like minor psychic abilities. Like they like, I don't know if you've seen it, but like when people like are mean to snowflakes or like happy to them, like they come out differently or they melt. The same thing happens with plants, all the like. I think just like how we train our muscles, we'd be able to train our brains to further our psychic abilities.
So I'm going to prove to you that these abilities actually exist, and you can get any woman to verify what I'm saying. So, woman A, she gets a new job. She starts working with a whole bunch of other women. She has her period on the 15th every month. Well, after a little while of her working there, she's not going to tell the other women when she goes on a period because she doesn't know them that well, and the conversation's not likely to pop up. But after a while, her period is going to synchronize with the rest of the girls at work. But check this out. Woman B, her mother, who stays at home and watches the kids, she also has her period on the 15th of every month. But after a while of hanging out with her daughter after work, her period is going to synchronize with her daughter's, and they're both going to have the period on the first of the month. Now, no one has to say anything to anybody. This is all going to happen naturally without spoken word. That's called a psychic ability.
Yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah, I've asked like women I know. This does happen. It's real. Crazy.
So the crazy thing about this is that it makes perfect sense for a society because it takes a village to raise children, right?
Yeah.
So also the women and the men have to stay sexually active. Well, if they're hunting, right, they're probably going to hunt at the time that it's best to hunt. But while they're not hunting, the men and the women are going to want to get together, right? But if everybody's out of sync, then the boys aren't going to be able to get together on the same night and have their football league, right? And the girls, they're not going to be able to get together, right, to do whatever they do. I don't know.
So I have a question. Have you heard of Missing 411?
What is it?
Missing 411.
Yeah, I've done a little research into that guy. He's wrote several books and got actually quite a bit of evidence. I have a theory about that.
What do you think?
But it's kind of irrelevant for the conversation, but I'll say real quick that I think that there's parts of the United States that have been confiscated by the U.S. government, known as national parks, and I believe that these national parks could possibly be holding a civilization within these parks that we're not aware of. It's most likely a theory that no one can prove, right? And
Dude, I
it's
thought
not
the
something
same
that I'm
thing.
claiming. It's not something that I'm claiming like to be truth or fact. It's just a speculation or a postulation that I have.
Yeah, no, I thought the exact same thing. It's not really related to the conversation, so I'm gonna drop it. But me and you, we're linked.
So here's the thing about it, man. The Earth is far more bizarre than what we've been taught, right? We've been taught that basically, like, everything's already been discovered. We've already figured everything out, but that's not true. There's a whole lot more to discover, right? And evidence for that is Antarctica, right? There's this treaty. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica and claim land. So BP can't, British Petroleum, they can't go down there and claim land and drill oil, right? So there's all these resources down there. So you hear people like Elon Musk talking about we're going to terraform Mars, right? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to terraform Antarctica? Wouldn't it be easier to terraform Antarctica? Because all we would have to do
that we can't trifle with. So I'm wondering.
Right. So if there's geothermal vents all over the world, even under the oceans, then all we would have to do is take these geothermal vents, right, and irrigate them in a way that we had a dome covering a little society. We could introduce an ecosystem and have gardens, animals, all sorts of things. But they want to tell you that, we've run out of space, we're overpopulated, global warming is going to kill. One seed, right, the size of a mustard seed, can create a massive mustard orchard within a matter of years. One grape seed creates a vineyard, one squash seed. So abundance is natural. It's the scarcity that's manufactured.
Because they need money, supply and demand. It's capitalism.
Well, Well, it's not capitalism because they already have the money, right? And we're not under real capitalism right now anyway, because if someone sells crack to another person, that's called a crime. Me as a libertarian, as long as that person don't have children or like anybody like who's depending on them, that's just called capitalism, right? Two adults making a consensual agreement, that's capitalism. Right, but it's considered a crime for the legal society. I think it's like if you get caught with one rock the size of a quarter, I think Joe Biden said you should spend at least 5 years in prison.
Wow.
With the crime bill that he wrote, like back in the 90s. So the more that you take fathers out of the family, right? Studies showed that if there's not two parents, at least two parents in each household, that the children that are born under these conditions are more likely to end up in prison. So what you have is a positive feedback loop. You have a positive feedback loop created by the prison industrial system. This is where people have privately owned prisons and they have a quota to fill. And did you know that courts are privately owned like a McDonald's chain? Like people own courtrooms and courts. Think about that for a second. Privately owned courts. So this world is really messed up. And if you have audio hallucinations, right, you might believe what they say, right? But if you have audio and visual hallucinations, like normally if you see something and you can like smell it, or you see something and you can touch it, that's called first-hand primary knowledge. So what's going on is these people are seeing what's on TV, and the programming of television is programming people to believe in things that aren't real. But most people that come in here believe that they've experienced the globe. But talking to you now, I can tell right now how you're going to answer this question. Do you have any first-hand primary knowledge of the Earth spinning or the Earth curving? Have you ever experienced that with your senses?
What, have I ever felt the Earth spinning? No, the closest I've been is like when an earthquake happens, I suppose.
Right. But that's different. We know the earthquakes, but I'm talking about the axial rotation of the Earth that happens roughly it happens once every 24 hours. It allegedly rotates 361 degrees.
So they say is because the Earth is so big that we just don't notice. So how did the sun play into this? That's what I'm...
Well, we believe that the sun is a lot smaller and a lot closer, right? So the difference between us and the people in the mainstream is we're not coincidence theorists, right? So the sun is apparently the same size in the sky as the moon, and it's allegedly 400 times bigger and 400 times further away. That's why it appears to be the same size. Well, we would consider that a coincidence, right? And because there's no way to verify this, there's no reason why we should believe it. So the only thing that you're going to hear flat earthers claiming about the sun, moon, and stars is that the sun lets off light and it's hot, and the moon lets off light and it's cool. But other than that, we don't make claims about the sun, moon, and stars, because how do you science space? Can you manipulate the variables in space? You, a man, here on the ground?
No, I can't myself. But...
Right. So everything you've ever heard about space is pseudoscience, because there's not one valid scientific hypothesis for cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics.
Yeah, it's like dark matter. Like dark matter has like no scientific evidence backing it. It's just fake, practically made up.
All right. So you brought up gravity just now. Dark matter is to hold it together. So what they did was they hypothesized, we know that gravity works, which is, baseless assertion, fallacy. We know that gravity works, so it must be that there's matter that doesn't interact with light and we can't see. So this is the hypothesis. I can't test that. Can you go to the galaxy and test it? Right? That there's matter there that doesn't interact with light? You can't test this, right? So it's a just so story. So they have this dark matter there because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level when you do the math. But also, and when he came in here, I got to ask him a few questions about Halley's Comet. But then I asked him, is it true that dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe? Or are they competing theories? And he said they exist in the same universe, they're not competing theories. So I said to him, so you're telling me that gravity is fucked up so bad that you need black holes and dark matter to make it work at the galactic level? And he was like, well, I never heard it put like that before. But gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. Gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, right? And Michio Kaku has this famous quote where he said, in cosmology, we have a crisis. See, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we say that's horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off to the 10 to the 120th power. He said that's 1 with 10 with 120 zeros behind it. It's the largest mix match between theory and observation in the history of science. So they're telling us right there, and this is called the cosmological constant problem. If you were to type that in on Wikipedia, the first reference is a link to Harvard, and it's going to show you something from like 1995 where they talk about this, and they talk about teaching everybody Newtonian mechanics, even though they know it's wrong, and they can't find a resolve between the cosmological constant crisis. So Einstein thought there was a cosmological constant, and they said that he thought it was wrong and that he was wrong. But he was actually right about this thing, that there's a cosmological constant crisis. There is no cosmological constant. And this, if you want to study deeper into this, it goes back to the Casimir effect and 0-point energy. And 0-point energy is where you take a vacuum, you evacuate everything out of there that you can, but there's still a charge. There's a 0.5 volt charge in the vacuum. Now, if energy is matter, right, and matter is energy, right, there should be no energy in this vacuum because the matter has been evacuated. But still, in every system, there's 0.5 volts of energy that's not created by the system, that's just there automatically. So the 0-point energy completely disproves, it's called the vacuum catastrophe, it completely disproves Einstein's gravity. It's a well-known problem. Many papers and books have been written about it.
Wow.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, what's your name?
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead.
That's not me. That's some other guy.
My name is
Go ahead and put
Ashton.
yourself on mute. What's up, Ashton?
Both of my parents work in the aerospace industry. My father's an aerospace engineer who works on avionics systems for Blue Origin, and my mother's a data analyst. I believe that's what you call it, and at the same company. You guys know what Blue Origin is, right?
No, please enlighten me.
It's a private aerospace company. They do flights to space and whatnot. I'm not going to claim to understand the concepts they study, but due to their complexity, and I also have a passing interest in things like space and stuff, and just from what I've witnessed watching them work over the pandemic is that on the daily they study things and review relative mathematics and systems that wouldn't really work if things you say were true. The systems on these planes, rockets, and other machines they work on just would not function given your explanation. And I find it hard to believe that they're lying to me and that their entire work life is a fabrication. And I also kind of find it a little bit insulting.
Well, first of all, let me ask you not to take this personally. This is not an attack against your family. This is just an attack against the argument, right? So I want you to go to live stream voice text for me real fast. Do you mind doing that?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to post something as soon as I find it. Give me just a second. A little bit down here. Chick-fil-A. So in the 1860s, during the Civil War, they had hydrogen balloons and cameras. You know what that means?
Yeah, they could take pictures from space.
Right. So, well, not space, but high altitude. So during the Civil War in America, they had satellite footage, satellite images. Would you agree?
I don't think they could reach that high altitude.
Well,
They
not
didn't have
extremely high
Bluetooth.
altitude.
They didn't have Bluetooth. They wouldn't be able to connect to the cameras or anything like that. And if they put a human
Well,
up there, they'd die.
The balloon was brought back down, obviously, but focus on what I'm saying. They put
The
people.
mechanics at 18, they wouldn't be able to function like that at the time. Way too high.
Okay, so we can take photos on the moon with similar
No,
technology.
that was not even close to similar technology. Vastly
Really? So
different, and all of it was protected.
So what's the difference between photons hitting a
It's needed time to develop. Like I said, the
So
systems they used on the moon were protected. It was a very, very different time set and period, and there were a lot different mechanics used.
So you're telling me that, okay, let me get this straight. You're telling me that these cameras would not have worked at high altitude, but 100 years later, cameras work on the surface of the moon where it fluctuates between 250 Fahrenheit to 250 negative Fahrenheit,
Yes.
depending on if you're in the shade of the sun. And none of these, what do you call it? None of the radiation that the astronauts seen going to the moon, where they closed their eyes and they could see like little shooting stars. None of that radiation affected their film.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Sorry.
Right, it doesn't.
These are
Because
different
if you're going
systems.
through the
These are
Van Allen
internal
belt-
systems. Like
If
I
you're
said,
going-
100 years is a very
System.
long time.
We're talking about film, bro. I don't know if you were alive in the 80s, but I grew up with film. Right? If you expose it to light, the film is no good. You know what radiation is, right?
Like I said, they went through very special processes to protect these photos. There are ways of insulating these photos from dangerous radiation.
So while they were on the surface of the moon, how did they insulate the photos from dangerous radiation while they were snapshotting the surface of the moon?
Like I said, I'm not privy to the specifics. I wasn't there, and I don't claim to study it. But
So you're making an argument from ignorance then?
no, I mean, this is 100 years later. The technology is feasible now. Why wouldn't it have been feasible then?
Because when film comes in contact with light, aka radiation, it's useless. And plus, if it's 250 negative degrees Fahrenheit, the film is going to become brittle and crack, and it's going to be useless.
I
If
think
it's
you're under the
250
impression
degrees-
that they're taking a picture and having the film ejected into open space when that's just not the case.
That's not my claim. That's a straw man. What I'm claiming is that if you have a camera and it's exposed to these kind of temperatures, the film is going to freeze and become brittle and crack, and it's going to become so hot and 250 degrees plus that it's going to melt. Plus, if you're talking about the astronauts going through the thermosphere, which reaches up to 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, how did they survive that?
A ship
A ship with rubber
protective
O-rings.
coating, with heat protective
Right,
coating.
we're talking about temperatures that can melt like all kinds of lightweight metals, right? But you're saying that they didn't melt when they went through the thermosphere at 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Are you talking about the O-rings on rockets?
Talking about the O-rings on a ship where they had to close the door once they got in, right?
Yeah, they are very finicky and have been known to cause crashes. It's not a concrete science, but heat, it doesn't really function as an all-encompassing curtain.
I'd like for you to
It's
show
very
me an
specific.
O-ring that can withstand 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit. and still maintain the pressure in the container.
The heat is being dispersed. That's basic science.
How? There's not enough atmosphere to disperse it. And if it's all 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, what's it going to disperse into that's cooler?
The heat absorbing platings on the rocket.
Okay, if they keep absorbing heat from the sun and from the radiation and from the rockets and the 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit that is the thermosphere, where's that heat going to go?
Into the heat protective plating on the rockets, the many layers of it. That's kind of the point of it.
You got layers of aluminum foil, right? And I'm going to put you in my grill. Do you think you're going to be cozy in there?
No, it sounds like a lot of foil. Probably be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're going to be really hot too. So I wouldn't do that to you because I wouldn't want to hurt you none. But I'm just trying to, show you that it doesn't matter how many layers you got of metal. Metal conducts heat, and O-rings can't withstand heat. So you got a lot of problems here with the whole moon landing because you got light rays that are coming down and creating shadows that are converging, which would be impossible if the only source of light was the sun. You got photographs that have C written on the rock as if it's some sort of prompt. And you got pictures that are exactly the same with or without the limb in place. One picture with, one picture without. Then in 1972, when the limb took off, we have a GIF of the limb taking off. Who took that picture? Who was the cameraman, right, that was already on the ground and the limb taking off to return back to Earth? Did they leave a guy behind, or were they live streaming from the moon in 1972? And Armstrong was the first person to step foot on the moon. Who put the camera there? I mean, I know that I just threw a lot at you, but that's the problem.
I think he probably stepped out, set the camera up, and then recorded himself leaving.
Oh, that's a lie. Right? Because if it's his first step, right? Then it doesn't make sense. So
Yeah,
look, I'm not.
How do you know it was his first step?
We don't. We can't verify any of the stuff that he said.
Exactly.
Right. So we don't have to believe it because there's no way to verify it. So
why
what is
couldn't he
truth,
have set
sir?
up the camera?
What is truth, sir? Is truth that which is verifiable? Truth is falsifiable? Truth is empirical, repeatable, testable, right? Can I call any of the stuff that comes out of the government, NASA.gov, true? Can I verify any of that stuff for myself?
Well, no, but like I said, my parents do work in the aerospace industry, and I'd like to bring it back to a more contemporary
I would
example.
I would love for your parents to come in here, and I would love to debate them.
It's 12 a.m. where I live.
Well,
I live in Baltimore.
Cool. Anytime between Wednesday and Sunday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Texas time, I'll be here. I would love to debate your parents. It would be a really educational experience for everybody. I think we could all learn a lot from each other. But I just want to give someone else a chance to talk. You either went to the ocean and measured it yourself, or you didn't. Have you been to the ocean and
I
measured
have. I've been to the ocean before.
it? Did you measure it for curvature?
I mean, if
Take
he
an
wants to talk
observation?
to me, I'm more than willing to.
I just want to see what he has to say. 'Cause I feel like there's things he said that could definitely
Okay.
have holes within them.
Well, like I said, both of my parents work in the aerospace industry. My name is Ashton.
Okay.
I do like to keep it contemporary because that's the environment I take interest in, and that's the environment both my parents work in. And like I said, all the avionics material and machinery works under the assumption of these things, these well-known things, gravity, and how the atmosphere works, and the curvature of the Earth. They all take this into account, and it is a very important part of avionics. And you propose that they don't exist, and I propose that if they didn't exist, none of these planes and anything would function. This is just what I'm seeing. I mean, my parents work in this industry. I've talked to them about this flat Earth thing because I'm very interested in it. My name is Ashton.
Ashton, your Duper's Delight is shining through. But I just want to ask you, is there any way we could get any evidence of the stuff you're claiming? Because us here, we've been waiting for proof of curvature and axial rotation and any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. We've been waiting on this for 7 years. So if your parents are the
That's a long
ones
time.
who, yeah, we've been waiting for curvature for a long time.
It's kind
So
of
if your
embarrassing,
parents
don't you think?
Yeah,
That you've
you
been
guys
waiting
haven't
this whole
provided
time and
any
not doing
curvature.
anything else?
Hold on, don't overtalk me, bro. We'll take turns and keep it civil. So yeah, we've been waiting for 7 years for globe earthers to provide us curvature and proof of axial rotation, and it's really embarrassing that you guys haven't done that yet. So I'm hoping that your parents are the ones that are going to show me the information so that I can go back to being a normal person and not be a flat earther anymore. Right? So we're waiting on you guys. You guys have been a little slow, but I'll forgive
Have you ever been on a plane?
I have.
Have you ever discussed with the pilots or a flight attendant? They'd be more than happy to. There's a lot of downtime on flights if you don't know. I've actually been in the cockpit of a few planes myself and talked to pilots. You claim that I'm not really gonna go and look for the evidence, but I don't think you have either.
Okay, so you know that I haven't been looking for evidence of curvature for the past 7 years. How do you know that? Have you been spying on me this
Have you
whole
ever
time?
talked to a
You got like
pilot?
a satellite? Hold on, bro. You just made a claim. Because around here, you have to back up your claim. You can't just make baseless assertions. So how do you know what I've been doing for the past 7 years? Have you tapped my phone? Have you got a GPS thing in my shoes? Have you been following me with your parents' satellites? How do you know what I've been doing for the past 7 years?
Judging by your guttural voice, I kind of imagine you've been sitting in that chair for the past 7 years.
Oh, you've been imagining. Well, the truth is I've been working 50 hours a week, right? And you're completely insane for making your baseless assertions in public without any evidence to back it up. And it makes you look dishonest.
I'm being honest. I think you're fat.
Okay, that is true. I am fat. But what does that have to do with the argument? Can you please not use any sort of ad hominems or anything like that? Can you just, stick to the arguments? Because for all I know, your mother may be a whore, right? And your dad may be a cuck. But I don't know that for sure, so I'm not going to say that, right?
But you are fat, though?
That is correct, yeah. Is your mother a whore?
No, she isn't.
How do you know that? You with her every day of her life?
Pretty much. I'm her son.
Apologize, I didn't hear that. I'm at work. So what'd you say?
Oh, you're debating this at work?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Don't you have a job to do?
I'm
My name is Ashton.
It's so easy to debunk the globe. He can work and debunk the globe at the same time.
Do you have an argument against what I've proposed, Northern Rebellion 3.0? My name is Ashton, by the way.
Well, I'm not going to steal the conversation, but I'll take you on one-on-one anytime.
I'm a minor. I'm not really sure what that means.
I'll debate you anytime, any place.
Oh. Anyways, I implore you, Larry. You're Larry, right? I think you should go and talk to a pilot on how avionics works. I don't think they're inclined to lie to you. They can show you the system.
Pilots, bro. They don't correct for curvature. If they're flying at 500 miles an hour, they would have to be dipping their nose down to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, or they would fly out into space, and they would have engine stall. We've talked to pilots. There's been pilots
That's not the
on
only
flight.
thing.
Don't interrupt me, sir. Yeah, that is the thing. There's also the court. Hold on, bro. Slow down. You brought something up. Now you got to be fair and share the mic.
Say that shit to him, man.
All right, so there's also the Coriolis effect. So if the Earth is spinning and there's a reference frame with a spinning reference frame and a non-spinning reference frame, that means that flights going east and west would have severely different flight times. In fact, if the plane couldn't go the same rate as the Earth spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the equator, then you wouldn't have flights going but one way around the Earth. And if everything is spinning underneath Foucault's pendulum, then that means that you would be able to take a hot air balloon, go up into altitude, wait 3 hours for the Earth to spin underneath you, and you would go from California to North Carolina in no time while the Earth is spinning. Has any of that ever been demonstrated, replicated, or anything like that to your knowledge, sir?
Have you ever been on a hot air balloon?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I didn't think so because you're too fat.
Okay, so I hope you know this, right? But I know that I'm fat, and I'm married, so I don't care that I'm fat.
Ashton,
So the
I'll be
reason
real,
that you
like,
keep bringing it up, hold
what
on,
does that have to do
shut
with
up.
argument, Ashton?
Hold on. The reason that you keep bringing it up, hold on, bro, I'm talking. The reason that you keep bringing it up is because your argument is weak, bro. Your shit's weak.
No, I just came here to make fun of you.
It didn't work, bro.
Yeah, you're failing miserably, Ashton.
I don't think so. I think you're fat.
I think
And
your
I think your
robot
wife hates
with
you.
one sentence capability. Oh, we've been married 20 years. You think she doesn't have the ability to leave me if she wants?
No, because you're probably too fat. You blocked the door.
Oh, is it the gravitational pull that keeps her close? Is that what
No,
it
it's
is?
your disgusting fucking folds.
My folds? This guy's funny. So, let me ask you something, young man. You got any proof for the globe? Or you just got shit weak jokes?
No, I lied about everything and I came here to make fun of you.
Oh, you failed miserably, though.
I don't think so. You sound pretty mad.
Bro, I sound mad. I sound like I don't have a job, like I sit down all the time. Are you not going to sit here and lie all night long? Bro, I work 50 hours
I
a
was
week.
right about you being fat.
Dude, your fat shaming isn't going to work on me. I tell people that I'm fat. Hey,
are you crying?
Can anyone here, high five, can anyone here in this room speak up if they've ever heard me call myself fat? Anybody ever heard that?
I have recently, like 2 minutes ago, maybe.
I'm talking to the flat earthers. Has anyone ever heard me call myself fat?
Wow.
I don't think anybody's gonna come help you, man. It's just me and you.
I don't need help.
You kind of sound like you do.
Dude, you're the one that can't provide any evidence of Earth curve.
And you're the
How
one who can't
sorry
get
is
not
that?
fat.
How sorry
No,
is
you don't
that,
gotta
bro?
take this from
It's
him, man.
2022. It's 2022. You don't have any evidence for Earth curve. In fact, the only thing you got is like baseless assertions and ad hominems.
It's 2022.
Great.
You're
So
still
you're the
fat.
fallacy. You're the fallacy guy, right? Are you like Bill Nye the fallacy guy, or are you Ashton too?
I'm Ashton too.
Yeah, I'm
My name
Ashton
is
too.
Ashton. I know you're
Yeah, the
Larry.
reason is that
You're fat Larry.
you don't know that. You don't know that.
I can see your name light up when you talk. That's you. You're fat Larry.
How much do you weigh, Ashton?
Oh, how much do I weigh, Ashton?
No, I'm asking how much Ashton weighs.
I thought we were talking
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a physics class?
To me?
Ashton, can you provide any evidence for a globe, or are you just going to be like a baseless assertion puppet?
I do have evidence, but I have to open with a question. Do you mind
No,
answering?
you don't. You can provide your evidence whenever you're ready.
It's vital to my information that you answer this question for me. You've asked me a few questions and I've answered them.
You're speaking to a whole room.
What?
You're speaking to a whole room, so if you come in here and you support that the Earth is a globe, you shouldn't really need to bounce
Sorry, I can't understand
off
your
anyone
accent.
else.
Your accent makes it really
I'll
hard to
speak
understand.
clearer. I'll speak clearer for you. You should be able to
That doesn't sound
express
much
why
clearer.
the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, well, it's against the rules to overtalk people, so Ashton, say farewell. Ashton, too.
Goodbye,
Alright, guys, see you later.
Real piece of work, that guy.
See, the thing is that if you ask a flat earther, how do you tell if the Earth is flat or not? The flat earther is going to tell you to go directly measure the Earth, right? And in this case, we say water because if you're measuring the Earth, you're only measuring topography because there's hills and there's valleys. But they claim that over 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Well, that would mean that if it's covered in water, water is going to be more uniform than the topography of the Earth. So we say directly measure a large body of water at rest. Now, I want everybody to pay attention real carefully because if you ask a globe earther, or if you ask Google, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? They're going to say, well, 2,300 years ago, Eratosthenes, he had some shadows and he measured them. Well, what were they shadows of? Oh, they were shadows of a well and shadows of a pillar. Okay, so that doesn't really prove anything. We measure some angles of shadows. So what? It works out for a flat and a round Earth, according to Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, coming, what's the next best evidence? Oh, well, you can look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses. Right? But it's funny that the globe earthers never tell you to actually go out and measure the Earth directly. All they got is logical fallacies, stultification tactics, fat shaming, and other tactics. They never actually address their argument, which makes them look really bad.
Wow.
I just find it a really interesting notion that one of the first things he said was that the systems his parents design and work on would not work mathematically if the Earth was not a globe. But it's very obvious, like it's open knowledge that all the math we base these calculations off, it's a guesstimation. It's not a fact. And like I don't actually have any luck when I go and look at the NASA website or when I go and look at scientists who have been revered by many other scientists in their opinion. I don't find any who will purport it's a fact. I find many who will say they believe and they model their research and what they speak of that the Earth is a globe, but none of them will sit in a chair and say it is a fact. They won't write it on these websites and it can't be shown to me. So I don't understand how people come in here and then haven't even gone and looked at the most obvious websites that you would go and look at if you want to check this information. The people being handed billions of dollars to go to fucking space, and you know, I'm in the position where my beliefs on space are much more confused than a lot of people here in what they will purport like they believe on space. But regardless of what you want to argue on space, like, can we look up and we can see shit? Yeah, we can. Okay? Does that mean that the heliocentric model is a fact? No, it fucking doesn't. And no scientist who actually knows what they're talking about actually has awards next to their name, accolades, like revered by other scientists and cited by other scientists in their research. None of them purport it to be a fact. They just say that it's what's fucking easiest for them to work off. And I just don't understand how ignorant you have to be to literally be told that by the people who are fucking studying what you say you believe in, and then come in here and be like, it's a fact. It's a fact I've been actually brainwashed into not understanding basic linguistics. It's ridiculous.
Well, that guy was a wannabe troll, right? Obviously, the guy had no control over my emotions the whole time we spoke. So he's just a wannabe troll, right? And a liar, because he has no idea what I've been doing for the past 7 years. And it's pretty pathetic for him to come in here and make a whole bunch of baseless assertions without, backing up any of his claims. Now, if he would have provided any kind of evidence, right, or anything like that, I would have overlooked the fat shaming, and we would have looked at his evidence. But because he had nothing here but to waste our time, I chose to dismiss him from the server. He didn't seem like anybody would want to hang out with that dude anyway. So I think I did everybody a service by banning the guy because he's nothing but a time waster.
Yeah, I agree. Once that developed into just nothing but name calling, there wasn't really any conversation to be had there. That was kind of sad. Sad to listen to. I muted at the start when he seemed to be going somewhere. I just think it's really interesting that NASA gets cited as globe proof. But for me, NASA on their website, citing these things as models and theories that they work off of is proof to me that the Earth is not a globe. I won't say as far as it is proof of the flat Earth, because I don't think it is, but I think it's a valid argument that you cannot call the fucking globe a fact. You can't.
Well, the thing is, when I heard this in 2015, I thought the debate was going to be like extremely cut and dry, like first round knockout, the globe demolished the flat earthers. But 7 years later, right, there are still anti-flat earthers that are still debating. Why is that? Shouldn't this debate have already been settled? And the fact that there's a flat earth society, which is nothing more than globe earthers pretending to be flat earthers while putting out bad arguments on purpose. That way, when anybody searches flat earth, they either pull up in the Google's algorithm, flat earth society, or anti-flat earthers. So all they're going to hear is a bunch of straw man arguments that flat earthers never actually make. Why would they have to go through all of this trouble to put Wikipedia articles on every single video that has flat earth in it and call it an archaic cosmology, when if Aristophanes was measuring shadows and allegedly proved the earth was a globe before Christ, isn't that an archaic cosmology? So it's the pot calling the kettle black while maintaining complete control over the information due to Google's algorithms and blacklist that was published with flat earth on it from a Google employee that says that anytime you search flat earth, you're not going to get what you're looking for because of their algorithms. Right? Why would they go through all of those hoops if there was nothing to this flat earth thing? It would just go away. Just like the whole skunk ape, just like Bigfoot, just like the Yeti. You don't hear people like getting together for the Yeti convention. There's no anti-Yeti people on YouTube trolling the fuck out of the Yeti people, right? There's no anti-Tooth Fairy people on Discord like trying to shut down the Tooth Fairy Discord because there's nothing to it. So my claim is that I have never experienced curvature while at the ocean, and I don't think anyone else has either. But things do disappear from the bottom up. The question is why.
Hello?
Hello.
Did I?
So what's next on the agenda?
I really want to just hover on NASA for a minute because it's actually. I'm attempting what I just said before of finding it on the NASA website, and in their own words, I just don't understand. If it's such a openly obvious thing, and anyone who thinks otherwise is an absolute idiot. and the calculations wouldn't work. I also kind of like wouldn't mind touching on that, because I think that in human history we've done many fantastic things based off calculations that weren't absolutely correct. But I mean, just for like NASA, you go on the website and it says in their own words repeatedly model, theory. And I just don't personally think I can have another conversation with someone who hasn't even stopped to ever have this conversation with themselves beyond simply being taught the heliocentric model and the education system's fallacy of how things are. But they're ready to combatantly have a debate and take that side with passion. I don't think I'm willing to have those conversations with these people that want to stand on math they don't understand or cite organizations who don't purport things as facts in the first place. I think that like some valid arguments should be brought up before a conversation's even had.
You know, it's really sad that not everybody's capable of having these conversations. Not only because of their own limitations, but because of the limitations provided by the United States government and the educational system. You know, it's really disgusting that people can't talk about geometry with an open mind, and when challenged, hey, why don't you go to the ocean and make some observations, you know, and take some measurements and see what you can see. That way we can confirm or deny, right, what we're being told by the government. See, they're not even capable of doing this. In fact, most people that come in here, right, can't even write in cursive, right, which is really sad. And, you know, I don't really blame the youngsters so much because they don't have fully developed, you know, prefrontal lobes, right? So their brain isn't developed all the way. So I don't really hold it against them so much. But the fact that the adults can't have these conversations is what's really sad. It's like you can't like put away your like preconceived bias for like 20 or 30 minutes to have a conversation. Like you're getting angry and spiraling out of control and all that sort of stuff. It's like disheartening to look at a grown-ass man who's getting all emotional because you're challenging his worldview, and then he takes it personal like it's an attack against him.
Yeah, I have something to say. I think that has something to do, like what you're talking about, like the brainwashing the education system. It has something to do with the CIA and something called Project Stargate, in which they would basically it has something to do with MK Ultra, and they would like brainwash young children to try to give them psychic powers to rival the power of the CPA, like with sympathetic energy and empathic and telepathic. But they were never able to fully replicate it. But recently they've come close, and it started to have like a big impact in the psychic world, and it's causing a war, as you would say, between Project Stargate and the CPA. So take that as you will.
Well, I don't know about any of that, but I know that we're right in the middle of an information war, and there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
the truth is being waged war against by the people who are claiming fake news. They're the ones that are, in fact, the true fake news. And it's one of the oldest tricks in the book to punch somebody in the nose and then grab your own nose and say, he punched me. That's exactly the pot palm kettle black. That's exactly what the mainstream is doing. And it's become more blatant over the past few years with the unmentionable thing that happened that no one can talk about, right? Because if anybody were to talk about it, they're going to be showed and turned into a pile of ash, no matter how much evidence they back up by citing the CDC, the WHO, or any other American Heart Association. If it's deemed to be fake news, it doesn't matter if it came from the CDC itself. If it's deemed to be fake news, your channel is going to get shut down. So yeah, that makes us really trust the government. We trust the government so much more now, right, that they're acting like North Korea, right? But we don't have like a little fat dude who looks like a mouse and eats cheese running the country. We've got like a robot, like dirty diaper imbecile who falls up the stairs. I can't string a sentence together. But these are just puppets. That's all they are. There's no real power in the presidency. These are just puppets. So it's basically up to each individual person to take the responsibility upon themselves to educate themselves, because ignorance of law is no excuse. Let me ask you a question, Dar. You ever took a law class in public school?
A law class?
Yeah.
No. I know my basic rights stuff.
But ignorance is no excuse, right? If you break the law.
Yeah. But they don't teach
And
us the full law.
And who provided the educational system? The government?
Yeah.
And what does the 13th Amendment say? No involuntary servitude unless someone has been duly convicted. Right? So slavery is outlawed unless, does it actually say unless in the 13th Amendment? It does. So what does that mean? If there's privately owned prisons and people can be slaves, right, if they're convicted and the government doesn't teach you law, what does that mean? Well, 2 + 2 = 4 every time. So I'll go ahead and say it. The government wants you to be a slave, and if you're refusing to educate yourself and question authority and think for yourself, then you are a slave. Because it didn't say anything about voluntary servitude being illegal. So if that's what you want, that's what you get. You can be a slave if you want to. Kanye was right.
Did you say Kanye was right?
He was absolutely correct. You can be a slave if you want to.
Are you a big Kanye West fan?
No, I'm not. But sometimes people speak the truth without even knowing it.
Yeah. I feel like Kanye definitely saw the truth in a lot of his music and songs. But he was quickly outcasted after he started trying to preach what he really wanted to instead of what the government taught him. They quickly outcasted him. I believe Kanye West is one of the biggest tragedies of our generation.
Yeah, anytime like someone like Cat Williams gets accused of like shoplifting, Cat Williams has got lots of money, right? So obviously, using that shit against him to make him look bad. Martin Lawrence, in the street saying they're going to kill me, they're trying to kill me. I mean, obviously, to quote Roseanne Barr, MK Ultra rules Hollywood. Hollywood is very sick. So that's where most of the propaganda comes from. Obviously, nowadays there's a whole lot of internet stuff, so maybe not most, but in the history of the world, most of the propaganda comes from Hollywood.
Yeah, I can definitely agree there. What do you think about adrenochrome? Do you think that's real or what?
Of course it's real. They talked about it in Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. So it's in Hollywood. They knew about it way back then. Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. That movie was filmed in the 90s. Johnny Depp, Benicio del Toro. So if they were talking about that casually, nonchalant, it's pretty obvious that it's a real thing, well known throughout Hollywood. Yeah, we've been lied to about a lot. In fact, there's this famous quote by the head of the CIA from like 1982. It says, "You'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false."
Wow.
By the way, see it. Oh. Headphones down. I'll be right back.
Hey, Fridge. Hey, I like your style there. When in your About Me, you say, practice strong judgment or don't. It's a good one. And figured you should know.
Hello?
Hello?
I didn't have my mic in.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
Hi, Darth.
What's up? Yeah, I was giving my ears a rest because the mic or the headset kind of irritates my ears.
Well, if you wear it all day, sure. I'm just pulling your chain there, partner. Pulling your chain.
Yeah. I'm a no headset type of guy. Just go raw dog it, right?
I don't know what that means.
Just go straight in. I mean, like, you feel me?
Nope.
Okay, well,
No, I
I
get
don't
what
really
he's
know
saying.
I can explain this to you. It's like you just go straight for it. You feel me?
Wow. Don't say you feel me again after saying something like the former.
Like what? Like what? You just go straight in.
You say you go straight in, and do you feel me? This is wildly uncomfortable now.
What? How?
Nothing. Hey, did you know that the Earth measures flat from point A to point B over any body of water, big or small?
Wow. I guess I do know now. I have to test that myself.
That was a crazy segue.
Nothing but the best here. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. Anybody in here listen to Metallica?
Yeah,
Those dudes know it's flat. By the way.
What makes you think Metallica knows?
They know.
What's your favorite Metallica song?
My favorite album is "And Justice for All," and then there's that song, "And Nothing Else Matters." That one.
I think that's on the black one.
Yeah.
The black album.
Yeah. Sandman, pretty good.
Yeah, Sandman's decent. The guitar riff is the thing that, you know. It's
Master of Puppets pulling his string.
So
I like Disposable Heroes. That's my favorite one.
See, okay, here's the deal with me and Metallica. Fuck Lars.
Why's that?
Why's that?
He killed Napster. It was bound to happen, but he was the one who did it. See, Napster, you could download anything for free. Movies, pictures, music, any kind of media. That's what Napster was. And Lars from Metallica, the drummer, and he's not good, by the way.
Bad drummer.
He's pretty good.
No, he's not good. Trust me.
Seems like a controversial opinion.
Well, I'm a drummer, so I would say something like that, right? Everybody's got their favorite and least favorite drummers, if they're a drummer. Anyway, the point is, Lars was instrumental in getting Napster taken down, and now a service that we all wildly enjoy, Spotify, was started by the same guy who started Napster up. So he was onto something. Now, of course, there's tons of controversy with Spotify being almost not worth it for artists because of how little money they get per play and what
almost not worth it for me.
Sorry, what?
It's almost not worth it for me. Like the way those ads be rolling out. You feel me? Like, okay, well, sorry, I just said you feel me. Again,
I mean, I get that. That's valid, totally valid. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this.
Bruh, where is Larry? He was carrying this shit on his back.
He was.
Listen, you're stuck with me, okay?
Oh, all right, man.
I mean, let's give it a shot. Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
All right, I got a question for you. You ready for this?
Let's hear it.
All right, so the Northern Rebellion guy, he posted this picture. I just did a little reaction to it, or reply, if you will. And I was wondering this. They just got, like, boats just circling the shit? Like, isn't that a lot of space to cover? Like, they just got boats out there, like, stopping your ass? Or, like, what's up?
I don't know. I've never tried to travel that far south.
Should they do anything
to... You with acid, we could definitely make it, man, I swear.
I mean, well, people can do a lot of shit on acid, but I don't think that's one thing that can be done.
I mean, that's the thing, is we could do something like Area 51 and storm the South Pole.
The Area 51 thing would not go well.
Yeah. You have to be
they do
some
have
kind of
military
survivalist to even think that you could survive in that climate without a bunch of restrictions that are claimed to be on the general public. If you travel there on your own, it's tons of money, and you can't bring any fuel, can't burn any fuel. You can't, if you bring sleigh dogs, you can't even let their poop sit there. You gotta store everything, and they just make, apparently, I'm saying, apparently this is the case. They make it so hard that nobody fucking wants to do it in the first place.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many restrictions down there.
Yeah. So, and like I said, I can't prove that myself, but the story is, and it's backed up by a lot of official shit, a lot of government documents. This was declassified stuff. I think it was from the Freedom of Information Act, if I'm not too tired to remember that. But anyway, it's apparently, is it 72 countries? I don't know how many countries. Most of the countries agree to kind of guard and protect Antarctica from the general public, basically.
Yeah, well, that'd just be the countries that like co-own it, technically, wouldn't it?
Sorry, what?
That would just be the countries that co-own it, wouldn't it?
Co-own it.
Yeah, I can't really like remember how they actually dictate it, but you know, Antarctica is split up into like 14 pieces or something like that.
Okay.
By, you know,
I don't
what
know.
countries
I don't know how we would confirm that at all. How we'd even start.
You can just look it up. Like it's very public
that's
knowledge.
not-
Like so.
Do you really think
No,
that's good enough for someone like me here in the server? Just looking
Okay,
it up.
hold on.
You think that'll do?
Sure, but okay, buddy. Let me just finish my sentence. You were
Say
saying
me and you
like after
together
World War
would-
II, they split it up, and sometime between the like 1970 or something, and there's a map and it shows the different slivers that each country control, and they all have their different little Arctic bases on their
Oh,
slivers.
so a bunch of imaginary lines on a fucking circle cartoon thing.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
All right. Well, sorry for being a dick. You're right. Absolutely. That's about the best you can get. Looking into that subject, and I don't know. Like you'll find, if you look hard enough, you'll find a story apparently about, his name is Jarls Hondoy or something. Jarl Hondoy, or anyway, I'm murdering his name, but Jarle is his first name. Or anyway, so the point is, he apparently with some buddies of his tried to get to Antarctica, and some people died, and yada yada yada. I don't know if the story's true or not, but there you go.
I remember a mini clip documentary some guy did where they showed you what would happen if you tried flying over Antarctica. And apparently it showed the bunch of military jets flying towards them and warning them not to go any further.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. But like I said, it's all theater, man. To me, you're not going to get me going, ooh, I saw this video. It makes you think, makes you wonder. I don't care anymore about that kind of thing. Earth measures flat, and that is that.
Oh, but what about the Coriolis that makes the hurricane spin?
But it doesn't make the Earth spin under a bullet? Huh. Or is it just bullets and field goals, but nothing else? Not helicopters, not anything else?
And that's the thing about the bullet stuff, is it does it, I think they do it like, it does it west to east instead of north to south. I need to remember how they do it. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like it's picky. The rotation of the Earth and what it affects is picky, because hot air balloons can do whatever the fuck they want, can't they? Compared to the spinning and moving and jerking around all the time, constant acceleration. That today we heard that acceleration isn't motion, which I think that actually gets the trophy for the dumbest shit I've heard from a Glober ever.
I love how they say, oh, we don't feel the speed because the Earth's spin is constant, but then you realize it's not actually constant when you take into account the change of direction. And the ellipsoid rotation around the sun, and the constant acceleration outwards of the Big Bang, and also the constant acceleration the sun has to do outwards in the Milky Way.
Yep. And all from the thing that you're claiming is moving in all those directions at all those speeds. You're also claiming to be on that fucking thing, going and doing all that chaos. How the hell do you know any of that? What? It's Looney Tunes.
And even though, because that's the thing, is they tell you, oh, the constantly spinning Earth is wobbling, even though something that spins at a constant speed is supposed to stabilize, not wobble.
Correct.
And also, the fact that the orbits, right, violate the law of conservation of angular momentum because you have galaxies and moon and sun orbits spinning backwards opposed to the other planets that are spinning in another way.
Yes, sorry, I'm focused on something for the moment, but I do agree with you. I'll be right back. What else? What else you guys want to know about? I'm shooting the breeze too, man. Just hanging out. Charles Andhoy.
You know, it doesn't make sense to me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, you know, it's something that doesn't make sense to me is like Elon Musk is supposedly planning to go to Mars, and NASA has supposedly put 6 different rovers on Mars. NASA has also supposedly gone to the moon, but Elon is not going to attempt to go to the moon, and he's not going to send a rover to Mars, but he plans to just go there in a rocket. And I just think that it's just like a very strange thing to me that the one private company with the funding to just go to the fucking moon, right? And it also seems just, you know, I'm only a peasant compared to Elon Musk's fucking 400 IQ autistic brain, as we're told. But it seems to me like a pretty good exercise, right, in saving billions of motherfucking dollars before you try and land something on Mars to try and land something on the moon, which is much, much, much closer than Mars.
I guess. Right? I guess. I'm laughing my ass off
you get
over here. Just, like, yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
You get, like, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Kind of? Oh, man. Listen to this.
Yeah, but
listen to what they expect us to believe.
When you got a private company that gets money from the government, and then you have the owner of the company has such a high IQ, you're not going to repeat what the government has done already. You're going to go beyond that, right? Because Elon is a genius, and you guys are not.
So why don't they just give him NASA?
It's not going to make sense to you what geniuses are doing because you're not a genius, are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. We ain't put nothing on the moon yet because we'd know it by now. We'd be able to see it from the ground. Now it's been a long time since they said they went up there first try. Nobody died, kind of deal.
You
so
know,
why ain't you been back?
Like,
hey, motherfuckers, why ain't you been back yet? Y'all be
it
lying.
seems like prime advertising space to me, like some prime advertising space. You know, they can see
you can buy land.
The Great Wall from the moon. So we could see a billboard from Earth.
Oh, easy. There should be something by now up there.
Coca-Cola.
Right? We're
Definitely should have
the
sponsored that by
McDonald's
now.
Arches fucking Nike swoosh. Like, where's it at? And because it should be there, something. I'm not
You
kidding.
don't want to tear up all that lunar real estate that's for sale right now. So to all the, people who aren't flat earthers, you can, I could be your liaison for Venetian, lunar, Martian real estate. Get it while it's hot. I could be the guy to help you get that done. Because real estate's a big decision, and you always want somebody there to not sell it to you. I don't want to sell it to you because that would be illegal, right? But I could help you make the right decisions for your family about how much lunar real estate you actually need, right? Because you don't want to buy too much. Like if you bought up the whole moon and put a McDonald's sign up there, that would just be overkill, and everybody would man, McDonald's is on the fucking moon. I'm never eating McDonald's again. So we want to parse it out, right? Piece
Bullshit.
by piece. That way. No, but you really can buy Martian. You really can buy Martian, lunar, and Venetian real estate to all the non-flat earthers out there.
Can you imagine all the new burgers they could come up with and shit, dude? All kinds of new deals, huh?
Quarter pounder moon pies.
No shit, dude. Oh my god. They are missing out. Why haven't they done this? Oh wait, because no one's gone there, and no one's going there.
I mean, along the same line of logic, I recently watched on YouTube over New Year's in Sydney. They had an incredible drone show where all the drones in unison were painting pictures and stuff in the sky. And I mean, there's another very large advertising window I see with all these satellites in the sky. Some hundreds owned by the same company.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Fuck it. Look at, I posted in the live stream voice text, Lunar Land. You can buy Lunar Land. Become a Lunar Land owner by purchasing acres of the land on the land on the moon. LunarLand.com is the largest real estate agency for the sale of the moon. The sale of the moon. What kind of fucking idiot? Well, anyway.
There must be some. Yeah, I have to look at the terms and conditions of this because surely they're not legally claiming to own the.
The problem is how.
That's my job.
If they get taken to court, which it'll be any minute now, or maybe not. Who fucking knows? But someone should take them to court and be like, all right, so let's go see my acre, you sons of bitches. Let's go. I own it. Let's go see the land. Where's it at?
Or just buy it and say that you're gonna blow it up, dude. Like,
what kind of lawyer would help you with this paperwork?
I own that, so I'm sending a rocket into space and I'm blowing that shit the fuck up, and then see if anyone starts to.
Yeah. You hear what I asked? Look, imagine the lawyer. Imagine what the lawyer would have to go through, like trying to help them make this decision. Oh shit. Well, Kevin, you see, it's at a really good price right now, and I think we ought to capitalize while the market's hot.
Or try to sell your piece of the moon to NASA.
It can only go up.
See what they reply.
Dude, if prices start going up, I'm gonna shit my pants.
I reckon we could elevate the prices.
Because, listen, they could claim there's a finite amount of it, right? It's, there's only a few acres left. Like, I'm sorry, this is bad.
Do I get a rebate if it's on the dark side of the moon?
Right. Well, no, that's got to be what would you call it? Prime real estate, the dark side. Shit, that's secret. No one can see you. No one will ever see you.
Yeah, it's a privacy thing.
I gotta take deep breaths when I think about how ridiculous it is. Sometimes I have to.
It says it's oldest. Is that sort of saying that there's other companies that are selling the moon?
Yes. Oh, you think just one batch of geniuses has thought about this one? No. Come on now.
I can have a piece of Mars in the gift packages.
NASA thought of it first, right? And then they're like, and they have cousins, don't they? And uncles and brothers that Right? They want to do similar shit. Yeah. My uncle, he's a rocket mechanic. Yeah, he just makes these little wires. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, he told me people are clamoring to buy land on Mars and the moon. Yeah, like a lot right now. It's a market. Yeah, for sure. Blah blah
So
blah.
actually, I don't know the answer to this question, so I'm asking anybody who's a chemist or anything. So if you have iron and you put it in like dry desert permafrost, will it rust if it's dry? Because doesn't iron have to be like liquid wet in order to rust? So if that's true, then only the equator portion of Mars should be red, and everywhere else should be like shiny steel, right?
Larry, I wish you could hear that right now. It's hard, well, at least for me, it's hard to understand you. And I heard what you said. I just wish you could hear it back the way we just heard it. You sounded like a real human robot, like a robotoid thing. It was crazy. Anyway, continue.
Is it better now?
Yes.
So my question is, does iron rust in dry snow? So if it's really dry because it's frozen, during the poles of Mars, then how could it be rusty at the polar region of Mars?
Oh, are they still saying it's rust and shit?
Yeah, that's why Mars is red, because it's planet rust. That's why I always joke about rusty potatoes.
It's just oxidized metals in the air, and we're gonna live there. Stupid.
Planet rust.
Again.
I'd rather live on planet Earth.
How in the fuck do people still buy it?
Because it automatically comes out of their paycheck before they receive.
Listen, we're all pretty good at debunking the globe. NASA, I'll switch around though. You come sweep me up and hire me for some good cash. But here's the catch. You gotta show me my moon property. Firsthand, guys. I gotta see it. Or no deal. All jokes aside, it is $30 an acre right now, so you might want.
I mean, that's a bargain. Let's buy the whole thing.
Buy the whole moon, yeah, for like, well, how big's it supposed to be? Let's get the numbers on this.
Let's get a GoFundMe or something.
I need to calm down. I'm laughing way too hard at this.
It's so retarded.
This just in, 1 acre of Martian real estate is worth more than $15. Get it while it's hot, folks. The dollar is going the way of the dodo bird.
Dude, it was like $35 a month ago.
Oh, man. I haven't checked them.
You know why the price is going down? You know why the price is going down?
We can't afford to wait anymore. Let's buy it.
Because I was talking about it like 2 weeks ago. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, I was talking about it just a second ago, making fun of it. It was $30 an acre.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, in 2015 it was $15 an acre. So they definitely went up on
Oh,
the
so
price.
wait, the price is going up then?
Yeah.
Hot diggity.
Appreciation.
Hell yeah. Oh, it's just the dollar that sucks. It's not actually worth anything more or less. What's a dollar anymore? Ladies and gentlemen.
Holy
I watched
pepper.
this one movie not that long ago, and it took place like in the 1800s. And somebody had $1. The boy slapped his son and said, "Take off your hat, boy. That there's a dollar bill."
Take off your hat?
Show reverence for the dollar bill.
For the
'Cause
dollar.
back then, yeah, the dollar was like $100 or $97.
Yeah, $100 though. Even still, like I don't take my hat off for $100. Maybe two. I could do two. $250. Yeah.
Ah,
But
well,
not
1,000.
not just a cool Hyundai. A little more respect for myself on
A
that.
grand.
Huh?
A grand.
$1,000? You'll
Yeah.
do it for $1,000? So that's such a bad game to play with somebody. You get like a really nasty thing and you say, "How much would you do that for?" How much money would it take? It's terrible.
That's a
You gotta
hard
be
trap.
honest. You gotta be honest, and that's why it's a bad game to play.
Yeah, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
No, we can. Listen, ask a glober to go measure for Earth curvature. They won't do it for $1 million. Watch it. Watch it happen. Watch it not happen.
I told one glober that on Gab this today. He blocked me.
What else is he gonna do? Measure the Earth? It's silly. Silly talk.
They have absolutely nothing.
Don't worry. We'll forgive you. Just talking to the Globers on that one. I'll forgive you. You've been a pain in the old neck this whole time, but I know that you know the truth about this place. You can't not at this point, so it is what it is.
And look at that. Same globe. Remember growing up through school and they said, "Ain't is not a word." It's like, who the fuck are you to tell Texans that they can't practice a nomenclature like everybody else?
I could barely hear that. Sorry.
Am I robot here again?
It's like cutting out when you start to talk.
Oh, is my sensitivity up too high?
More too low.
I don't know about that. Should I just go watch YouTube?
No,
Should I go?
I heard that perfectly.
Oh, okay. What country are you from, bro?
Sweden.
Okay.
I'm up really late.
That's fine, bro.
Or early, because it's almost 7:30.
6:30. Yeah, that's nice.
Hey Larry.
Yeah, what's up?
You think you can escape from me? It's me, Ashton. You big fat fuck.
What the hell?
You big jiggly pot-bellied pig.
Okay, Ashton,
Look,
I'm
I like the way I wiggle.
Okay. All the account. Shit talking Larry, bro. What is your problem?
I just think he's kind of a big fat loser.
Yeah, well, I just think you're kind of a fucking asshole loser.
I think I would catch him in a field full of cows and tip him over so he can't get back up.
Bro, I'm on top of the food chain. Sit on you and eat your whole body. Get my daddy, you the fuck.
You're on top of the heart disease chain, that's for sure.
I mean, actually, you sound like Ben Shapiro, so you should act tough.
Who is that?
Yeah, I believe that's I don't know.
I don't know who that
Hey,
is.
I have a question about something. I was looking at this flat Earth map that was posted earlier by Northern Rebellion, and I was kind of just thinking off the top of my head. I don't fully understand how planes could have back in World War II. How Pearl Harbor. Can someone maybe just correct me, like where I may be wrong on that? It seems like the distance between Japan and the U.S. is too great. I heard something that
Japan to Hawaii, it's the Pacific Ocean still. It's
Pearl
really
Harbor was
not that
false flag
far, and they
operation.
don't account for
Right.
curvature, and it was always like that,
Right.
so nothing
I see,
changed. It was just the same Earth that they navigated on that everybody's always navigated on.
Right. Okay. That's my bad. I didn't know. I wasn't aware.
Are we talking about an AE map? Because there is no flat Earth map.
Well,
All
I was just
maps.
looking at the map that Northern Rebellion posted. He said he's probably like the closest to reality, right? Or I don't know.
No, listen. Look, maps are not the terrain, right?
Right.
A map is just the best image that we can get for the terrain. So if you're looking at an AE map, that's a globe projection flattened out into a 2D image. So if it doesn't work in your mind, then that just means the globe doesn't work. So the thing about it is that when you're looking at a map, all of them have the coordinates, like squares, right? And none of them have triangles. That's because all maps are flat maps, Cartesian coordinates, right? So that basically means that there's no way that you would have a globe map. What they do is they take the map and they wrap it around the globe for some reason, right? And they call it a model, right?
But what I'm curious about, because this is like the thing that Northern Rebellion posted is he said it was kind of like you talk about like a dream. This is supposed to be representative of what would be closest to that dream. It's not like a thing that's wrapped around a globe or anything. Apparently, according to him, it was just kind of like as close to what a map would be. So I'm just wondering how exactly like I was just curious about how the distance was crossed, but someone else had answered it. Someone else had figured that out for me because I just couldn't comprehend it. But I think I understand now.
All right, well, if anybody doesn't have any more questions, we're going to go back to Fat Shaming 101, brought to you by Isu, whatever his name is.
Is Ashton 3 here?
I think it was Ashton 3.
Ashton.
Where did he go?
Yeah.
I think he left or something. I don't know.
Oh, did he bitch out? Bro, I didn't ban him this time.
Did you ban him?
Yeah, he fucking bitched out. No, I just muted him because I thought there was somebody in here with an actual question, but it turned out to be something else. But yeah, I was going to let him continue because he seems to really get off on the fact that he thinks that he's trolling, but he's really not.
Yeah, pretty untrollable.
I'm a Zen master. Ask anybody in here.
Are you fat though?
Dude, I swear, I'm such at a level of Zen right now. You could slap me in the face, and I would literally think about it whether I should defend myself. I would be like, should I? I don't have to. Probably could let that one go.
Okay, let's say you were in Zen mode, meditating, on a scale. What would the number on the scale be?
Well, I'm always meditating, so it's not like my meditation quits when I'm through sitting, like when I'm done, sitting down, right? So whenever I'm at work, like I'm always in a meditative. Now I do choose to get like more involved sometimes, and I'll like raise my voice and stuff like that, but I'm not angry. So angry is like when you're like losing composure, right? But that doesn't happen very often.
Okay, but do you get hangry?
Now that's a different thing. If I'm hangry, right? That's different, right? I'm just joking. If I'm hungry, I don't get angry. I just go eat.
Do you do
I
that
get
often?
paid every day I go to work, so I don't have to worry about not
I've
having
had some
food.
angry incidents myself. I've gone off the cuff, off the collar. Who's percentage? This guy's awful.
Yo, it's your boy.
I said percentage.
Yeah, I'm a Zen master. I'm pretty sure somebody could punch me in the face, and as long as I didn't think I was about to get knocked out, because I don't want to get curb stomped, right?
We're punching
But
you a
then,
lot.
what's that?
Where's the line between being a Zen master and being a pussy?
Oh, I'm definitely not a pussy. I got scars on my face to prove
You
it.
do nothing if you get punched in the face. I mean, come on, man.
Wow.
Well, that's mercy, right? So I'm a delivery driver. I've been delivering pizza for 20 years. Now, hear me out, bro. It takes more strength to sheathe the sword that you have and not break somebody's neck because they're drunk and intoxicated. So there's been plenty of times where somebody would be calling me a little bitch, like, you ain't gonna do nothing, you're a little bitch. It's like, yeah, I'm at work, bro. I ain't gonna do nothing. You're right. I got a family to feed.
Where do you work?
So, where do you work? Where do you live? What's your surname?
Me, I work. I something.
Yeah, that's an awfully
Hey, what's
personal
your
question.
What's your
Next, you're
social
gonna ask him
security
how much
number,
he
bro?
weighs.
Well,
What's your social security
got like a
number?
little equivalent change there. Where do you work? I just want to know.
Yeah, let's do an exchange. Yeah, I'll tell you where I work if you give me your social security number, bro.
You just
Okay,
say
you go first.
profession. That's so vague enough.
Okay, you go first.
Yeah. So I deliver pizza for a living. I deliver to,
I see.
all
That's
kinds of
enough.
bars and clubs and stuff, right? And I've overlooked some pretty serious shit. People calling me a pussy or whatever.
You're like a
But
prestige pizza guy.
what?
Prestige, like you're a prestige pizza guy. Like you're like a step above the rest.
Yeah, I'm a 10 prestige
Yeah, he
pizza
wears
guy.
his too. He
Isn't
delivers
that
it
right?
in a limo.
Am I a 10th prestige pizza guy? Call of Duty prestige.
How
Sure, yeah. That's right.
how long have you been in the profession for?
20 years off and on.
Oh, okay.
Is it like
I've
your
tried other
passion?
stuff. Yeah, actually, it is my passion. I love operating vehicles, so it doesn't matter if it's a car or a motorcycle. I wish I could fly planes, but I can't. But yeah, I like operating vehicles.
Okay, what about the vehicle of your body, though? Are you fat?
Yeah, I like operating it too.
Who is this guy?
I know someone said fat shaming, so I just had fun with it.
I openly admit that I'm fat, so when people fat shame, it's like, okay, yeah, so what else you got?
Yeah, what else do you got? Percentage.
Oh, I got lots.
Is percentage in here fat shaming
lots
too?
for everyone.
Percentage. I want to hear you give it.
I'm like Oprah with it. You find
I think he missed a few percentages in his name.
Yeah, he's got quite a few, maybe like
I got the max.
like 150. But how many? Like okay, like let's see your best insult. Just throw it straight at this guy. I just want to see everything you got.
I wouldn't insult him. Larry's my nigga, man.
You're what?
You're what?
He my nigga.
You don't sound very African American.
That's a problem for you.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he is an
Excuse me,
African-American.
percentage.
Kind of messed up to tell someone they don't sound a certain race.
Okay.
I got recently told that I don't sound. I was in a taxi and I was going somewhere, and the taxi driver and me were having a conversation. I told him where I'm from, and he looked at me and he said, "Oh, I thought you were the native race to where I am." And he said, "But you don't speak like one." And I just did not know how to take that. I think that's probably one of the most racist assumptions you can make about people. They need to just speak or sound a certain way to be a race.
Yeah,
It's a
well,
strange insinuation.
I guess
I
that's
feel
just
like
what
there's a
some
lot
people
of
call me.
concern trolling happening right now.
Percentage
Yeah, actually, that's true because there's a guy on here, Elijah. He doesn't sound like he's from New York at all. And then there's another guy in here, Vagabond, and he's also from New York. And neither one of those guys, to me, sound like they have like the traditional. But then again, my understanding of a New York accent probably comes from Ninja Turtles. I'm walking here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Neither of them
That's
drink
Boston, I think, right?
No, it's New York.
Yes, Boston is in New York, isn't it? Or am I really?
No, it's north.
No,
I see.
they're
I see.
not in
Okay.
the same place.
It's Massachusetts, bro.
Boston is fucking wicked cunt.
I know a guy. I know a guy from New Zealand.
That's how they talk.
Oh,
and he sounds pretty New Zealand to me.
I never heard that Boston accent in my life, though. The one that he just came out with, the wicked cut.
Yeah, I don't know what that one was
Fucking
about.
wicked.
Yeah, I've never been to Boston, nor have I ever.
No, me neither. But
or
I
anything.
heard that before.
I'm not even sure Boston is real.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you would think that. Why do you think that?
You know what isn't real? Israel.
What? Why do you
Australia.
think Israel?
Whoa!
Recognize it as a state.
I was told that we weren't allowed to talk about that.
We aren't allowed to talk about Israel.
Left field there.
Yeah, I think we should change the topic.
Yeah.
Well, percentage here is very.
I think Jacob Rothschild, who has a
I wasn't even thinking.
profile picture, would have something to say about that.
I think that Israel should be the new capital of the United States of America, and we should just change it to the United States of Israel.
All the
Right,
money
just
we
be
give to
open about
them,
it.
yeah, like
I don't think they have a lot of pizza
we
there,
can't
so
we
it wouldn't,
carry their country low key.
wouldn't be a lot to deliver.
Sure, they have
They're more of a
kosher
shawarma type.
pizza.
Larry, I think I meant Brooklyn, not Boston. Is that what it would be? Walking here. It's a Brooklyn accent, isn't it?
They're similar.
I could be wrong.
I mean,
I
it's
think
the same shitty place. Who cares?
I think in 2022, I don't think the accents are real anymore.
Boston's like, get the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just meant the Mutant Ninja Turtles accent would be like a Brooklyn accent.
Be right back.
Yeah, just talk like Dropkick Murphys sings. It's fine.
What?
Talk like Dropkick Murphys.
What?
The band.
What?
I'm not familiar with the band either.
What?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, can you finish your sentence, bro? Dropkick what?
Murphys.
So, do any new people have any flat Earth questions?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
I think.
Hey, I got one for you, Larry. I got a flat Earth question for you.
Ashton's back.
Why are you so fat?
I'll tell you the truth if you'll close your mouth long enough to hear the answer. Because I'm a foodie. I don't do drugs. I don't drink beer. I love food. That's
Maybe a little too much, huh?
Maybe you should start delivering them on foot.
Yeah,
Ever take a bite out of a pizza?
I do deliver them on foot sometimes. If it's close by, like a block, I'll run.
Bullshit.
No, seriously.
No, he does. But it happens very rarely.
Well, I mean, not every delivery is going to be a block away, right?
Obviously, yeah. The very, very rare ones are.
Well, how can I trust you? How do I know the camera won't freeze?
can't.
What about the radiation?
Oh, he's still butthurt about that. Look, man, it's not every day that you're going to get defeated by a flat earther, but if you come in here every day You're going to lose every single debate you have with me, bro. And that's where the real Earther tears are. Because you guys
You're
can't
gonna lose your
defeat us.
debate with obesity.
I'm not debating with obesity, so your words don't make any sense. Can you string together a coherent sentence, please?
How about this one? You are fat.
Okay, your obsession with my obesity is really entertaining for everybody in the room, but here's the deal, bro. Do you have anything of substance to speak about? Can you string together a coherent sentence with substance?
Yeah,
I'd
because
say
I bought
a lot of substance.
same bullshit.
Yeah, this guy's a moron.
Dude, you're just sitting here fucking insulting someone, bro. You know what's actually more sad is that you sat here, made an altar
Sorry, I can understand your accent.
and waited for the chance to fucking
Hey man,
speak
there's
again
no need for
to
that.
just do the
I don't
same
think,
shit.
so I'd appreciate
And
if
you can't
leave
even
that
be
guy
funny,
alone.
bro.
What?
Like out of all
should leave
things,
that guy
you
alone.
literally can't even make anyone laugh. Like there's about 15 people in this room, right? And you cannot audibly make anyone laugh,
Yeah.
but you're trolling, bro. It's
They
fucking
got
sick.
him. I think they got him.
It's like an hour since you were last here and speaking, bro, and you were saying the same shit last time. You weren't funny then either.
I'm wondering who keeps VC verifying
Like
this
relying on comedy.
Thank God they got him, dude.
Yeah, I think
he apparently got
whoever
destroyed
the
in a debate on what's the moon landing.
I think whoever the moderator is who keeps approving that guy should probably be looked over.
Can we please get back to the flatters?
Yeah.
We never left.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, anybody got any flat Earth questions?
I was okay. So I've been like doing this research, and something that I kind of found that was most like weird to me was the whole idea that like engineers don't actually count for the curvature of Earth when they build shit. Is that like true? Like, is that like because like that really like set me off?
I don't know if it's true or not, but we used to have an engineer who'd come in here all the time. His name was Battlemod, also known as Michael J. Smith. And he was an engineer. He builds roads for a living. So he's a contractor with the state of Michigan, and he builds like highways and roads and stuff like that. And that was one of his main arguments, right? So he's a I can't remember, he's a structural, no, not a structural engineer. He's an engineer, graduated from MIT, Michigan. Is it Michigan? Michigan State? Something like that. Anyway,
graduated from MIT?
MIT
Right.
is not Michigan. It's Boston.
Heard the water
Well,
there.
I got
Massachusetts.
confused. State University, MSU? Sorry, I got confused.
Yeah,
Right,
But he said,
civil engineer.
okay, civil engineer. He said that he never accounted for curvature. So,
Right,
take
yeah.
it for what you will.
I worked
You
in
never accounted
concrete
for
for
the curvature?
years. I've been trained as a kind of a little bit in civil engineering, being able to set my own forms and pour my own concrete. Never accounted for curvature. I've worked residential, commercial. Never.
Yeah, all you do is level out the project from front and back. That's it.
Yeah, you try to be as flat as possible.
Exactly, I build houses for a living. There's nothing culture.
What?
I build houses.
He's a builder. His name's Bob.
Yep. So do I. I do exactly the same thing, and it's never accounted for.
He's also a builder. His name's Robert.
The curvature is never accounted for.
Yep.
Well, that settles it for me, personally.
You just level the concrete and the building is fine.
Yeah.
You just level it up.
Acid, you got muted for draining your lizard live on YouTube. Just in case you were wondering.
You should get a better mic so don't pick up that.
What's up with the mods tonight? We just unmuted a guy for draining his lizard live on YouTube.
That guy was disgusting, dude.
Yeah, it was
Who unmuted him?
You guys don't know for a fact that he was taking a piss. He could have been like empty.
Well, it was either that or he was pouring out his tea. He could have been pouring out his tea in the toilet, you know.
Not likely though.
Just emptying it out from a high, height.
That's pretty silly.
Fair enough. I wouldn't argue that. So, no Globers, huh?
No.
That's a shame.
But if you look at my roles, that's something.
I don't care about your roles. I want you to pretend to be a Glober. Okay.
I can't.
Let's spice it up.
I'm not.
You can. You can do it.
No.
What's the top globe proof? Go ahead.
There isn't one. It's so retarded.
Bad Glober. What about like the South Celestial
Coriolis,
Pole?
I don't know. Refraction, something.
Refraction's
Gravity.
Some of these people could be Globers.
Cavendish, that would be a pretty good one.
The banana guy.
We were talking about the Flat Earth Society above, and like how they're a government plant.
Yeah, of course it is.
Some of these people, some of the new joins, right? Because we're talking about like there's a raid. There's a raid right now. I don't trust anyone here.
Well, we don't know we don't know the Flat Earth Society is like government. We just know that they make really bad arguments on purpose, and they seem to be supported by Google's algorithms. So what happened was in 2015, you could go see the Google Analytics, and you could see like how many people were like searching Flat Earth. Well, by like 2016, 2017, it was like really booming. And the government actually asked the social media companies like YouTube, what are you going to do about flat earthers and other fake news? Specifically mentioning us, right? Like they were really worried, about us putting out our information. But they get, what is it, like $62 million a day to put out their propaganda, but they're worried about us, making some videos about the shape of the earth, right? And they've had like, what, a 50-year head start? And they're worried about us? So every time you type in flat earth, according to the algorithm, it's going to pull up someone like Professor Dave, who's an anti-flat earther, or it's going to pull up Flat Earth Society, unless you scroll down like several pages. Now, if you go to YouTube and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it will pull up, this stream, right? But if you just type in Flat Earth, you're going to see what I said before, which is Flat Earth Society and Flat Earth Debunkers. But the thing about these Flat Earth Debunkers, much like Professor Dave, when he tried to debunk the guy who made the movie What is a Woman, he actually didn't have any debunking in his video. It was all like baseless assertions.
What is a what?
And a baseless. Oh, what is a woman? You're not familiar with that?
Banned, by the way.
Sorry?
You can find that full documentary on YouTube now.
I doubt that. But
what is it about?
No, I promise you can.
It's about transvestigation. No, it's about a guy who goes around asking, like women's study experts and people who are advocating for women's rights, what is a woman? And nobody can seem to answer the guy for some reason. And he's just asking a simple question, like, what is a woman? But that's irrelevant. My point is that when Professor Dave... No, they didn't censor it.
There was a lot of like outcry from LGBTQ and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. But anyway, my point was when Professor Dave addressed this guy in his video, he used the same tactics against this guy. So all these people that are like listening to like this guy's movie, and they're going to see, flat earthers in the comment section saying, yeah, Professor Dave, he does the same thing to flat earthers. So no matter what they do, they can't hide it because 95% of the world's population lives next to the ocean. The other 5% has to live next to some sort of water, right? Or a large body of water at rest when they go on vacation, right? So it's only a matter of time before the whole world becomes flat earthers except for a minority. In fact, the anti-flat earthers are the smallest minority on the internet. From what I can tell. But yeah, the Google Analytics actually changed. And when I challenged Matthew, I think it was last week or two, that you can't pull up Flat Earth Analytics, he was actually able to pull up one analytic, and it said at one time Flat Earth was the most researched topic that was trending in Google.
You challenged him?
What?
You
Yeah, I
challenged him?
challenged Matthew. Yeah, I challenged Matthew that, there's no more Google Analytics on Flat Earth. And he pulled up one analytic, the only one that he could find, and it said that the way this works is if it's 100% if it's the most researched thing, and nothing else had reached 100% except for the Flat Earth, what he showed me for what I remember what I was saying. So if you ever see Matthew Learns in here, ask him to pull it up again. And we actually made it to #1 requested search.
Do you think you could fight him?
Matthew? Oh, dude. I would destroy that guy. I mean, he has a large circumference. His head's pretty big. But his body, man, I would destroy. But I wouldn't want to.
In a debate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I've destroyed
I
Matthew
assume
several
that's
times.
what you meant.
Sorry, I kind of got in a lot of fights growing up. I'm sorry.
So
I don't
are
want to hurt
you
Matthew.
implying you could take him on in a physical battle?
Dude, 99 out of 100.
Do you have a wife?
Holy.
So you know how UFC fighters are really, cocky? They're really not cocky, right? They're confident because they've trained, right? So for someone like me who used to work out every single day in high school, I still got a little bit of that, quote unquote cockiness or confidence left over.
Do you train?
Not anymore.
Oh.
But I used to work out. See, the last thing, if you study, martial arts, the last thing that fades in an old line, meaning an old fighter, is his power, right? His cardio goes first. So if I can't beat you in the first 5 minutes, you might win. But if I get a hold of you in that 5 minutes, and if I sit on you, like if I mount you, there's no way you're going to win.
You're really not having
people
like
often?
that thing.
And I got a really strong grip. Really strong.
That's what she said.
You're a gripper?
Actually, I'm a grappler. I'm not a very good striker. So as soon as I get a hold of you, I play football, right? So what is football? What do they teach you to do over and over and over again? It's called tackling, right? You take people down. So me, as a defensive end, I know how to take people down.
So
Really easy. In fact, do I sit on them? Not in football, no. You don't sit on people. You just tackle them and then you let them go. So I was a defensive end in high school, and if that tells you anything, those are usually the long, lanky guys. But I was tight end and kickoff return and deep snapper. So that's what I did in high school. I played football until I tore my quadricep, which is the largest muscle group in your body. And I was pretty weak after that, but I rehabbed my leg with hacky sack. Because when you tear your quad,
group is kind of like a cop out. It's like it's a large.
Okay, well I don't know which muscle I tore. All I know is it swelled up like a grapefruit, and it turned 4 different colors. And I couldn't straighten my leg out if I was sitting on a bench that was taller.
Go to the hospital.
So
You fully healed now?
yeah, I can kick your ass in my left or my right.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty healed. I don't know, man. I could kick you.
I don't think there's anyone in this room, anyone in this VC that could take me. I promise you. So long as let me rephrase. Anyone that's in this VC that's either my weight class or the weight class above, or even the weight class above that.
Could take you. What do you mean by?
But why not like a weight class below that? Like, are you afraid of skinny people?
Or maybe I'm the lowest weight class. That's the other
You
possibility.
like a twink or something?
I wouldn't fight people that are even smaller than me, man. That's not fair. Like, I'll give myself the handicap, you know?
Why are you distracting from the flat Earth?
Am I?
Yeah.
The flat Earth, the reality cannot be distracted. It's, inexorable, obstinate, ever persistent.
I think a lot of people here, like including me, like we want to learn about it.
I think you should speak for yourself.
Yeah, I am.
That's good. Make that a habit.
Okay.
Good man. So what do you have to say for yourself?
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Absolutely, you can. Do you have a question regarding it?
I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk more about it. I don't really have like too many questions about it. I feel like
All right,
I don't know.
I'll
like,
go ahead and do that.
There's like
If
a lot of
that's-
people
if
here,
that's
so I feel like there's more.
How new are you?
About it.
How new are you? How new are you, bro? How long you been in this conversation?
Not long at all. I'm very new to the concept of flat Earth as well.
So like an hour, a month, a year?
I would say generously a month.
All right. So you've probably been asked the 3 questions. Anyone measure curvature, right? Axial rotation.
Sorry?
Have you been asked the 3 questions?
No.
Okay. Anytime in ancient history up until now, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know.
Okay. So, next question. In ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the Earth spinning, aka axial rotation?
Sorry?
Anyone in ancient history up until modern times ever directly observed or measured the Earth spinning?
What do you mean the Earth spinning? Like the speed of the Earth spinning?
So there's 3 claims that the globe Earth makes. The Earth has curvature, it's spinning, and there's a vacuum not too high at the surface, a near perfect vacuum. 10 to the 17 negative torr. You with me so far?
Negative 10.
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
Right. So, I gotta ask, have you ever witnessed any of these things? Have you ever witnessed the vacuum? Or if you go too high, you can't breathe because it's a near perfect vacuum.
No,
I'll tell you what I've witnessed. I've witnessed you vacuuming up some food, you big fat fuck. My name is Ashton.
Ashton, shut the fuck up, man.
I find it really difficult to believe that there's a mod in here that doesn't want us to talk about flat Earth.
Hey, I'd like to make a 4th point for that globe argument. If you don't mind. So, it's actually based off one of my personal experiences. The other day, I was actually recently, up until now, I was kind of more on the flat Earth leaning side, but so I was behind my house, enjoying a cup of coffee, and I start. Sorry?
Lies.
Bro, you don't know if it's true or
What
not.
do you mean?
Let him finish.
Yeah, lies. It'll be a lie. Let's let him finish.
It
You'll
might
see.
be, might be a lie. We'll
Yeah,
see.
you'll see. Go on.
Okay, so
He's
I'm
winding
going,
up.
and I'm
Here's the
walking
pit.
along, stepping through. There's like a bit of a wooded area in my backyard, so the sun's kind of coming through the trees, right? And I'm looking around on the ground where it's connecting to like the leaves and stuff, and I see this. It looks like a wooden hatch in the middle of the earth floor, right? And I'm looking at it, and it opens up, and this big gray rabbit starts hopping up the steps, and he's like, "That'll hold
Well,
him
that
all
was
night."
worth it. Wasn't percent. Yeah.
Yeah, it fucking was! Yeah! Yeah, it fucking was!
What the fuck?
At least now we know, like, his worth.
At least,
you know?
now maybe percent will develop a troll radar.
No, you gotta give people, like, a little bit of leash just to hang themselves.
Dude, I just heard it in his voice. First thing he said. But
Suspected
anyway,
it. I'll
carry
be
on.
Central, I got a question. Do you know how to find out who's given VC verified to this Ethan guy?
I don't know. Oh well, they probably verified him in the VC chat. You could just
Like
see who
5
gave
times in a row?
Yeah.
Was it the same dude?
Take a look. See.
Do you think that's normal?
I mean, they're all clowns. I think what's happening is a silver is checking them in and then just asking a gold for verification. So the golds probably don't even know who they're giving it to.
I
but
never checked him in. I know his voice from. What he's doing is probably he's going in with a different name, and then he's getting VC verified, and then he's changing his picture and his name.
Okay.
But all the people I verified were not Ashton.
Where are they all coming from? Like, why is there such a army of them right now?
Because you keep the good, right? Shoot the stuff the bones.
Flattering for them.
If Ashton was actually making a point and like relative sentences to the conversation, like I wouldn't mind like his every now and then like fat shaming, but he can't like hold a thought other than he's concerned about my obesity.
I mean, I've seen it 100 times. Every single time someone starts with, "Guys, I was a flat earther, but then this thing happened earlier," you know that you're gonna hear something stupid.
I think it's a psyop.
That's what he's doing. He's going into VC check-in under a random name. If you look in VC check-in, he was texting me under a different name, so he got verified by somebody, and then he changes his name and his picture, and then joins because he's a psycho.
Obviously,
Okay.
he's got nothing else better to do. Somebody should sell that guy some lunar real estate.
Okay, so I'm sort of new to what's been going on here. I saw that there was a
I
bunch
think
of
it's like
news
with the
checking in,
Flat Earth
but
Society, they send people to like pretend they're like actual flat earthers to disrupt and also like make us look like fools. I think that's fucking.
yeah. So that was all just like one guy. All those new accounts that came in.
It could be more, bro. I don't know.
Well, I just got here, so I'm just wondering if that's what. Yeah.
Welcome.
I appreciate you looking into that for me, Banker.
Yeah, no problem.
Isn't it true that like men are more concerned with like things and women are more concerned with other people? So is that guy a woman?
Disagree. I would say men are more concerned about principles, like ideas, and women.
Oh, you're talking about a man. Okay, so let me rephrase. So males are more concerned with objects, and women are more little bitches are more concerned with people.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
If Ethan were to live 150 years, I don't think he would ever like mature. I think he has Peter Pan syndrome.
Hello?
Hello.
Was that his name? Ethan?
Hello?
I don't know.
No, his name's
Hello.
Ashton. Ashton 5 or Ashton 2.
What? I'm not
Johnny
Ashton.
5.
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Yeah. Anybody got any questions? Are there any new people?
I feel like those who have joined and don't have questions are a part of the op.
I've been here for like a while now, probably longer than you have. So
If I was like finding out that there's like
just saying, you're like accusing me of shit.
2022,
Why are you saying it like that?
Because I didn't like the way you were accusing me.
Who said I was accusing you?
Being with Ashton. So the way you portrayed it made me very uncomfortable.
Look, instead of all you Ashtonians getting muted, why don't you like participate in the conversation? Unless you're afraid.
What Ashtonian?
All the new people with sound like they just logged off their Minecraft server.
They're Ashtonian.
And they can't even mute us.
With an I think like this guy got in your head so bad that you think like we all know him.
Okay, so do you have any questions for Flannery?
I've already asked my questions.
What was it?
As in like Ashton, Idaho, like people from Ashton, Idaho.
No.
They're just fucking time wasters.
Yeah, what happened to ladies' night? Wasn't tonight supposed to be ladies' night, or do you guys not do that anymore?
What a bad bitch is that?
Facts.
Here earlier, one of them was very vocal for a few hours. One of them was vocal for about an hour.
Oh. So it just ended, hey? It's like, the college intramural team when you need minimum 2 girls on the team and then you don't have either, and it's like, you can't play.
Something like that.
You know that correctly?
Yeah, we learned a lot from the 2 ladies that were here, so I was appreciative. Although I didn't get Miss Flobe's list of contradictions. I really wanted that, but I couldn't find it.
It's like, what conversation is there to contribute to here? Are we talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, if there's one of you guys, we can talk about flat Earth, but if I keep getting interrupted, I kind of lose interest. So if there's one person that would like to speak with me, I'll be willing to, give you a spiel, let you ask some questions.
Yeah, Larry, who were you talking to when you were talking about the 3 points?
It was me. I would like to return to that.
Yeah, so basically you didn't know the answer to the 3 questions, right?
I don't really understand the second one.
Okay, have you ever heard that the Earth spins on an axis 24.3 degrees? Okay, so that means that the Earth makes a rotation around its axis once every 24 hours. We on the same page here?
Yes, I think.
Have you ever directly, keyword is directly, observed or measured the spinning of the Earth?
Have I felt it spinning?
No, have you actually directly measured it?
How do you measure it?
Well, that's a good question, but if satellites and everything are true, you'd think that they would be able to just aim it at the Earth and see the Earth spinning, right? That's an easy observation of the Earth's spin. Would be just looking at it, look back at it, and see it spinning.
Could they put something somewhere and get the coordinates, then wait, have the coordinates change?
That doesn't work because relativity.
So then it doesn't spin.
Ding, ding.
Got it. So if all motion is relative, according to Einstein, Newton, and other people who are well known for a long time about, classical, relativity, yeah. So classical relativity basically says that if 2 objects are in motion, you have to be outside the 3rd point of reference. And this 3rd reference frame, you would still need to find out which one is in motion, right? But you can't do it if you're on one of the 2 objects that are in motion. So think about it like this. In the deepest, darkest space, right? Hypothetically. You can imagine,
yes,
right? There's 2 merry-go-rounds, right? You're on one, and you're looking up at the other one right above your head, right? And you can detect motion. How do you know which one's spinning? The one that you're on, which you can't feel it spinning, or the one above your head?
But what if I'm?
The answer is
what if I'm on?
The answer is you can't.
That makes sense,
It's
but
not classical. But continue.
What if I'm on the merry? Because when I go, I remember, when I used to go on them as a kid, I did feel myself spinning, but obviously I don't feel myself spinning right now.
Right. Well, you're talking about centrifugal force, which is a real force, right? And it's so real that when I was a child, I went on this thing called the Gravitron, and I actually stood up on the walls with, facing the ground, but I'm standing straight up.
Hello? Are there the fat retard in the call?
Quick correction. It's not centrifugal force.
Hello?
That's the real force. It's relax, Ashton. It's centripetal force. That's the real force. That's the thing that's actually physically obstructing you, like the walls of the gravitron.
Okay.
Yeah, centrifugal is the fictitious one, if you will.
Centrifugal force, no, because that's what makes things fly off the wheel when you spin a wheel and you put water on it. The centrifugal force makes you fly off.
Yeah, but the reason it's called a fictitious force is because if you switch the reference frame, look at it from the non-inertial reference frame, then then
It's not real?
It won't be apparent why it's happening. It's like this thing just moves from this other point in this Cartesian coordinate system for no apparent reason, right? And that's why it's
So
the fictitious.
You're telling me if I'm not a part of the wheel that's spinning and the water is flying off, that I won't be able to tell why the water's flying off?
Yeah, like let's say you were just looking down at this merry-go-round. Well, I don't know if you'll even be able to observe the merry-go-round, but you're just looking down and you see things moving away from this point for no apparent reason. Like you don't know what centrifugal force is. All you see is for no reason, this thing that doesn't look like it's being pushed by any classical mechanical force is for some reason moving away from another point. It's just movement, right? But actually in the non-inertial reference frame, when you're on the merry-go-round, you know it's because you're being spun and you're being pushed away due to this fictitious force. It's just reference frame dependent, and that's why it's a fictitious force. Whereas with the
So it's not real?
the thing that stops it, you see it in both reference frames. In any reference frame, you observe it. So therefore, it's an actual real force, if they will.
So is centrifugal force real?
They call it a pseudo force or a fictitious force, meaning it's reference frame dependent. It's real, but it's only observable in like the inertial, non-inertial reference frame.
I disagree. We're about to agree to disagree.
That's fair.
So wouldn't
Maybe there's something I'm not understanding, or maybe you're not.
So if I don't feel it, if I'm not flying off the Earth, then it must be flat, then, right?
Nope, that's not what we're claiming. That's a straw man.
Pretty non sequitur to everything that was just
That's
said.
not necessarily the case. It could be geocentric globe. It could be a globe that's not spinning. So that's a false dichotomy that you had right there.
See what I mean?
it doesn't
How
follow
they do.
from
They do compounded logical fallacies.
But obviously, if you're not, kind of flying off, then if what they say is true, then there must be something causing enough force to keep you grounded, like the centripetal force that's keeping you grounded, or it's not true and you actually would be flying off.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like I'm confused. So if I'm not flying off, then it obviously is not rotating.
No, it could be rotating, but with centripetal force, whatever is causing you to stay grounded, right? It's for me personally, I think it's unlikely, but it is possible.
So, is it?
Yeah, because they say that the speeds are so slow, basically, that the acceleration is so slow that you don't even feel it. So, I think it's bullshit. Personally, I think it's very unlikely, but it is possible. It is possible that it's beyond, like, it's lower than the threshold of what we can deem as acceleration using our, vestibular system and what have you. I wouldn't bet on it though.
What happened to this
So
neighborhood?
she's claims the Earth is too big, so we can't feel the motion. Right? It's a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
What is a Ron Jeremy fallacy?
It's so big that you can't feel it.
If you have to ask that question, the answer is not going to be simple, my friend.
Who's Ron Jeremy?
And yes, just so you know, I'm back.
Don't Google it.
After 4
She's
days
a porn
of being
star.
sick.
Okay.
And he had a very large member.
Was he black?
Right, so it's so big,
but he should have been.
It's a Ron Jeremy fallacy. There's also the Snoop Dogg fallacy.
Can we talk about the flat
You'd have to
The
go.
man said he should have been black.
Yeah, please, let's just move on to the next thing. That's
All
why
right,
I said
moving
it
on.
was a difficult answer.
So yeah, the thing is that if the Earth is a globe, there should be curvature. If the Earth is a sphere, we should see curvature, right? If it's rotating, then we should detect motion. If it's flying through space, we should detect motion. If there's a vacuum up there, if you go up really high, then we should be able to demonstrate, right, a container gas pressure without a container. But I don't know if we could demonstrate such a thing. But we've been asking for about 7 years. In fact, it was an open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He never answers.
So is the Snoop Dogg fallacy when a Glober says, no, you have to get high enough to see the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, so when Professor Dave says that you can't measure the curvature of the Earth on the surface of the Earth, that's the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You have to go up to space. Because only Snoop Dogg is high enough.
It's like extremely fat.
Only Snoop Dogg is high enough to see the
No,
curvature.
it's extremely fat.
Get rid of this guy.
Ashton, you gotta do better, man. Like, at least make it good.
Yeah, if you're gonna troll, like, we want some high quality troll. You're coming here like a broken record, like Caveman is like ooga booga.
Hello?
Ooga booga.
What?
You guys really like after me after I said those things about his mom. I wasn't even like saying
Larry. What they're doing is they have they have multiple accounts.
Can you guys control your like bodily functions or whatever the problem is there, please, so I can hear what's going on?
What they're doing is they're getting verified, and then they have two or three people have access to the account. So he's getting verified, his friend to verify. Then he's rejoining on the account, changing the name. So like there's a couple guys in a room or whatever, and they're getting verified under a different voice, and then Ashton's taking over that account.
Do you guys need some help taking care of this problem? I can fix that. Or we could just talk about flat Earth. That's easier, though.
I think that's how you fix that.
I have my ways. Trust me. I almost died. So I've just come back from the dead to tell you all how to do it.
What?
My name is Liam Neeson. I have very special set of skills.
No, it's not like that. It's just all
I destroy the globe Earth every day.
Been to the edge of death and come back from it.
Is his name Ashton?
Kutcher.
No, Larry, you just banned Prague as Ashton account, but I was talking to Prague and VC Chicken, and it wasn't Ashton. Like an hour ago, I was talking to Prague, and it wasn't Ashton. So these guys are like switching accounts between multiple people, getting verified, and then Ashton's taking over the account.
I got an idea. What if we stop verifying people? What if we stop verifying people for a little while until we get this under control?
That's what Sheckle said. He said he's just going to ban.
Why don't you just ban all the accounts?
It's a lot of dedication just to grunt into the mic for like 5 seconds and then be banned.
Well, yeah, but you got to keep in mind, his life has no meaning. This is the closest it's ever come to having meaning.
Hey, I resent that remark. For some of us, this is all we have.
It wasn't directed to you, Rick. It was directed towards the troll.
Hello, is my mic working?
It was supposed to be funny, but okay, I'm sorry.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what's up, man?
You trying to behave now? Yo, unmute him. Give him a chance.
I just muted him.
New account, new chance. That's my doctrine.
Are we gonna play this game every time?
Who's in charge here, anyway?
I don't know. I just muted him. I've heard enough of him, and I've only been here for like 10 minutes. But if someone else with mute powers wants to go ahead with it, then carry on.
Just give him one chance.
I would just swing the ban hammer and just be done with it. You know.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna ask
I like that idea.
unless anybody else
That might be the
objects.
easiest.
No, don't ban him right away.
Well, I mean, we've already seen this song and dance.
No, you bring him back, you give him 3 seconds
It sounded like
to
he
say
came
what he
with,
needs
like,
to say,
hat
and
in
then
hand.
right in the middle of it, you cut him off and ban him. That's how you.
Okay, I like that.
Me too. I really do like.
All right, you got 3 seconds, boy. Oh, he's already server banned. Forget it.
No, you
Resolved.
didn't.
Somebody got.
You unmuted the wrong one.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
It
My
was
bad.
Ashton 8.
Well, there's just so many of the
we're going to
fuckers.
take photographs.
Yeah, here we go. All right.
That's a quick ban.
That was
hire
well
some of these
worth
guys and take.
Well worth the 3 seconds.
No, he was spitting facts. Why'd you ban him?
I don't know. Why did I do
Okay,
that?
now you're making me
I went
laugh.
to bat for you.
Give me the ban hammer.
I got it. He gone.
If anybody in here is just doesn't have the
twice.
balls today, just let me know. Yeah, I'll take care of it for you.
I'm kind of wondering if that guy even knows what the word dignity means. I doubt he does.
No, he looked it up in the dictionary just to make a joke about it. Probably that's probably about as far as.
I bet if he looked up in the dictionary, he wouldn't even understand the definition. Wouldn't even comprehend.
Well, you might even if you mentioned
He
chivalry, he'd
understands
be
the
like, "What's
definition
that?"
for persistency.
Chivalry? Isn't that thing where you hold the door open for some lady? Yeah.
Like, we really shouldn't be blaming the children. Obviously, his mother is a stupid whore or something like that. I don't know why, but she didn't ever raise him properly. So I think we
I don't know if it would be his mom's fault.
I'm not even sure if it's that, because my parents didn't exactly raise me properly, but I'm not an animal like that
Me
guy.
either. Well, I don't
To be
know.
fair-
Maybe I'm
to
an
be fair,
animal.
You guys
but
are
not
saying a
quite
lot of
like
negative things. I just want to say one positive thing. Credit due to him being resourceful and getting multiple accounts
and making us all laugh at
in
least
quick
for a minute,
succession.
for a moment.
All VC verified. That actually is impressive.
Wow. Wow, you graced
Like
us.
he must have, his girl, his sister, his friend, all these different people.
Oh, he's probably got it. Oh, he's probably got his whole
Maybe-
family of friends.
Maybe he's got a voice mod. Who knows? But it's still.
Maybe he's got a whole
resourceful
channel of little wannabes. Who knows? There are people like that. Believe it or not, little trolleys that just hang around just to, measure each other's. You know what? That kind of.
Measure what?
So I got an idea earlier today. I mentioned something about this. I think we should stop calling ourselves flat earthers and start calling ourselves high standard of evidencers and start referring to the Globers as low standard of evidencers.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that. I say we should throw out the flat Earth shit, throw out all the fucking truther shit, because most of the shit we talk about on here you can't prove anyway. So, if you really want to be honest about it.
Instead of
It's
referring
mostly
them,
just
referring to them
theorems
as
and
Globers.
ideas and stuff that we got from the dumbasses who lied to us in the first place. So, if you really think about it, I'm just coming back from the dead here, by the way.
As Globers, refer to
Oh
them
no,
as-
they knew who I'm talking to.
Yo,
they knew who I'm
can
talking
you stop interrupting, bro? I appreciate that. Thank you. So I was gonna say, I don't know who it was that mentioned the low standard of evidence thing, but instead of referring to them as Globers, you could refer to them as Gullibers, because they're very gullible to believe it.
The ultimate end of that is solipsism, because solipsism is the only thing that you can truly have totally solid evidence for.
Yeah, but we're not referring to that.
That was the dumbest shit I ever heard.
But if you're gonna go that direction, we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna divide everybody up into who has solid evidence for what they say and who doesn't. At the end of that discussion,
Hold on. That's not what I said. Listen carefully. I said instead of calling flat earthers, we should call them high standard of evidencers. And instead of calling the Globers, call them low standard of evidencers. So that's not having a high standard of evidence or a low standard of evidence. That's not terminology that directly addresses any particular form of evidence. It's just referring to the standard that an individual has for accepting a claim to be truth or whatever. So, like, take for instance Bigfoot. In order for Bigfoot to be a real thing to me, I'd have to in person witness one in a cage in front of me at the zoo. If I can go to it and see it, and see it with my own eyes, not through a camera or some bullshit like that or CGI, then yeah, I would acknowledge the existence of Bigfoot. That's my standard of evidence. So Bigfoot doesn't exist to me until someone can prove it. So I'm just saying, I'm not talking about any particular. I'm not trying to divide people up into categories. Don't misunderstand me.
Sure. If we raise that standard as high as we possibly can,
That's
to where we only believe things, if we personally experience them, then solipsism is the only possibility.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I was just talking about in regards to Bigfoot.
solipsism is 100% perfect knowledge of something. We're not talking about that. We're talking about.
Well, solipsism is I am the only one. I am the only thing that exists.
Okay.
That's what I mean by solipsism.
And it doesn't need to go that. I don't know why you're putting it to that extreme.
Who's claiming solipsism is like
Evidence
perfect?
beyond a reasonable doubt.
Who's talking about like perfect knowledge is solipsism?
So when I say solipsism, I just mean I am the only thing that exists in the world. Which, if we raise our standard of evidence to the highest possible form, it's I am the only thing that exists, because anything outside of me, I haven't had evidence of.
Hold on.
Solipsism is
give me a second.
That the only thing you know is that you are.
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Yeah, can I address that? So here's the thing. You might say that solipsism is like the highest form of knowledge and you don't know that I exist. But if I was like in the same room with you and you could smell my bad breath and then like you said something that pissed me off and I put your balls in the
Because you're a fat bitch? Because you're a fat bitch? Just because you're fat?
Yeah, because
I'm
fat.
You're a fat fuck.
That way when you punch me, I don't feel it because my fat absorbs all the impact, right? So, like I said, if I were to be in your face with a bad breath and, harming your testicles, I'm pretty sure you would know that I exist.
But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Because, I could have a matrix feeding me your smells and your bad breath, right? I wouldn't know for sure.
So you're not going to ask me to stop, brutalizing you. You're going to ask the matrix
2 minutes
to stop.
face to face with me, buddy.
I could ask the whatever projection of you that I'm seeing.
I don't know who you are, but your mouth tells me you like to catch.
Can I interject here for a second and just tell something to Entmonk? So Entmonk, it's when you have good reason, logical reason. You have good reason to doubt something, then by all means doubt it and search for evidence to support that claim. And if you never find evidence to support that claim, then continue to doubt that claim. But if you don't have good reason to doubt something, it's irrational to doubt it. It's stupid to doubt it.
Okay.
So
we should start.
So what I'm saying is, if Larry was standing in front of you and you could smell his bad breath or his BO or something, there's no reason to doubt that. No logical reason, no rational reason.
That makes sense.
I mean, there's good reason to doubt the vacuum of space. There's good reason to doubt the existence of the vacuum of space. High pressure moves to low pressure. That's the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space, the existence of it, violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So you have good reason, you and I have good reason to doubt in the existence of the vacuum of space.
Because, if there's two locations that have different pressures, then we should expect them to equalize.
Yeah.
Well, high pressure to move to low pressure.
Yeah.
For the system to find its equilibrium.
Right. If there's no physical barrier between them.
Or no other force that's superseding it.
Right. So then why do people in Colorado have lower pressure air than people in Florida?
Because that's the gradient. So the gradient is what comes after gas pressure. In algebraic terms, gas pressure is X. So in algebraic terms, you would have that represented by 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, at sea level. That's the gas pressure value, X. Now, what you're referring to is the gas pressure gradient, which is delta X. That comes after X. You cannot have delta X without X coming first. All right? And so you're referring to the gradient. I have firsthand witnessed the gradient myself, climbing Mount St. Helens. The air gets thinner as you go up. You can feel it. But just because there's a gradient doesn't mean that there's a vacuum of space above our head. Because every gas pressure system, every single gas pressure system, whether inside the tire of your car or inside a balloon or anywhere else, any gas pressure system has a gradient in it.
But I thought that the
gradient is never evidence of the vacuum of space.
I thought that the claim that we nailed down
I would
was
explain it that high to low works in terms of horizontally, sideways, because
well it does both ways. It's not one or the other.
Density vertically.
Well, yeah. So that's what wind is. What you're describing is wind when it blows sideways, not up or down, but sideways. Yeah, that's wind. That's high pressure moving to low pressure. It would all blow up if we actually had a vacuum of space above our head, because then the wind would just go up. We'd all suffocate down here.
It's not just wind. If I'm releasing some gas from my pop can, my soda can. That's not wind.
Well, yeah, that's entropy. Wind is entropy. And yeah, your soda can, the pressure on the inside finding equilibrium with the outside, that's also entropy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it wind, but yeah, continue.
I thought the claim that we nailed down was if there's two locations, 2 points in space that have different pressures, then the high pressure should flow to the low pressure. But like with Colorado and Florida, there are two locations that have different pressure levels, but they don't equalize. Like the Colorado pressures in Colorado.
Did you not hear what I just said? Could you not understand what I just said when I just explained the gradient to you? Did you comprehend that?
Explain it again. I don't know how that relates to my argument.
So there's the only way you can have gas pressure to begin with is inside a container. After all, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container and the gas inside of it. Very definition has the word container inside of it. We could be a little more broad and we can say physical barrier. That technically works too. But, it's just easier to just refer to as a container, physical barrier, one of the two. And, so, because we're not making claims of it being solid. I'm not making any claim of it being solid. But it more than likely is, that would be my guess. So anyway, the point is, in every contained dynamic system, this is what you call a dynamic systems world we live in, and I'm pretty sure inside a balloon is a dynamic system as well. The point is, there's a gradient in every single thing. Like even a very well sealed greenhouse, if it's actually airtight, it doesn't have any open ventilation shafts or doors, that's also a contained system. That's a closed system, and you would have a gradient inside of it. And depending on what temperature it is inside and what the weather's like outside, you might have very different gas pressure on the inside than you do on the outside. Same thing with temperature.
The gradient in pressure can go from 50 to 45 and from 45 to 40, but it can't go from 5 to 0?
It can technically, actually, I've heard people claim
it can never go to 0.
Well, yeah, no, not 0. Less than 1 is what some people claim, but this is more the Globers saying this, and so that's something that's technically a vacuum, but only barely. So anything less than 1 psi, anything less than 1 pound per square inch, that's technically a vacuum. So I've heard people claim that it barely gets less than 1 psi, or people have measured that with a barometer, like at 180,000 feet or something like that. But that's still a very long way from 10 to the negative 17 torr of a vacuum. So just being barely below 1 psi, that's technically barely a vacuum. But that's a very, very high pressure system in contrast to what they actually claim is above our head. 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across.
But
that is an extraordinarily powerful vacuum, if it exists.
If the Globers say that what's above us is just a very, very, very low pressure, then it could still be just part of this gradient, right?
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, it is.
Then what's the issue? What's the disagreement?
Well, the disagreement is that the Globers like to pretend that the gradient is somehow evidence of the vacuum of space, which it's not.
But the Globers claim that even in space, there's just a very, very, very low pressure.
Yeah.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? What the Globers actually claim is there's lumps of gas, and then there's other parts of space where there's like 1 or 2 hydrogen and helium molecules in a square meter of space, right? So what that means is that there's these nebulas where all this gas is like compiling into stars because of gravity, which goes against every single gas law known to man, right? Because gas always repels each other, right? The only time that we see gas like accumulating is when you're talking about the rain cycle, and that doesn't have anything to do with gravity. In fact, it opposes gravity, but it actually has to do with static. You guys ever heard of lightning? So basically what they're claiming is that in space there's lumps of gas, right? So we know that that's impossible. There can't be lumps of gas in space. Some people might call like a star a lump of gas. Jupiter is a lump of gas or the sun is a lump of gas, right? We know that that's not possible. If there is a container, right, the gas will expand to fill up the container until it reaches equilibrium. Now, equilibrium might be different at the top and at the bottom, right? Because there is a gas pressure gradient, but like we said earlier, that's delta X. First, you need X, which is gas pressure, and before you need that, you need a container. So if you're breathing right now, and there's no container around the globe Earth model, the question is, how are you breathing right now?
I mean, the Globers
Gas
claim
planet
that
isn't the main issue. The root issue
the Globers claim
is
that
their
all
claim of gravity.
Yeah, the Globers claim that all objects of mass are going to attract each other, and so that's what they hold causes like clumps of gas to that's why they think clumps of gas clump together in space is because
And that's why they think
because
gradient
gas particles are just like planets. They're just like objects of mass that attract each other, and that basically all of the gas particles around Earth are just basically orbiting Earth, for lack of a better term. Like gas particles around Earth are just orbiting Earth in the same way the moon does. There's just a lot of them.
I don't know what that last part.
So that's the story, accurately enough represented, but it all boils down to what can you prove to be the case. So if anyone could ever demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, I would believe in the vacuum of space without ever having gone there myself, because then I'd have a reason to believe that gas can be contained by gravity. But until someone demonstrates that to me, I have no logical reason, no rational reason to believe that gas pressure can exist due to gravity. I have no good reason to believe that.
The issue is like scale, right? So the issue is if we could prove with an easy to do experiment that that there's differential pressures without a container, we could do it. But what we're talking about, the model that is being suggested has to operate at a very large scale. So we're arguing that it's just unreasonable if we're trying to test this particular model. It's unreasonable for you to ask for that kind of evidence because it wouldn't be possible to give the exact kind of evidence.
No. It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for me to ask for that kind of evidence. It's unreasonable to make a claim that's unfalsifiable. You just admitted that is a claim that you can't prove one way or the other. It's unreasonable to make a claim that's unfalsifiable.
But that's our claim actually, I mean, the reason we believe the claim is not just because we have experimental evidence for it. One of the other reasons that we accept this claim is because it predicts other things that we see. It predicts the differential pressure that we see between altitudes. It predicts the pressure that we see in when airplanes are in the sky, and it predicts things like the air pressure on the moon.
Okay, so what experimental evidence were you talking about at the beginning of your sentence?
I mean, you can take the pressure in Florida, and you can take the pressure in Colorado, and you can take this model of gas that we have and predict.
Okay, what's the experiment? What's the independent variable in your experiment?
So the independent variable. So the independent variable is the one that we change, right? That we have control over. So the independent variable here would be the altitude. We go to
if you change
Florida.
So if you change altitude, what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
The naturally observed phenomenon would be the pressure that we measure.
Okay, so if you change altitude, that changes the pressure.
Yep.
Right? So what does that prove? So if you change altitude, it changes the pressure. That's all it proves.
So the experiment. So what we could prove then is if we have some model of if we have some explanation for why there's different pressures at different altitudes, the experiment could either confirm or deny our particular model of why there's different pressures at different altitudes.
So the ocean is actually pretty flat. If you've done your homework, you know about the abyssal plains that cover over 50% of the Earth's surface, and you know that it's a gradual slope to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and there actually is no curvature there. The oceans are pretty flat, right? And guess what? The further you go down, the higher the pressure, just like the Atmos above it, the Atmos. So that doesn't prove anything because the ocean's pretty flat.
I mean, if we take, so if the question that is being asked is, if the Earth were a globe, if the globe model was true, shouldn't the gas all just fly out into the void, right? I think that's the question that is being discussed here. Is if the Earth,
not all of it,
for a billion years,
99.9% of it.
I think this is why this is a topic in Flat Earth is. If the globe model was true, shouldn't we expect to see that all the gas would fly out? What I'm answering, the explanation that I'm giving is why, within the globe Earth model, we actually wouldn't expect the atmosphere to fly out into the void, because it's just because gas particles are just objects with mass, just like anything else, and under the globe model, they would be orbiting Earth just like any other object with mass.
So you got a demonstration of gas puddling somewhere, gas being pulled down. Is that what you have?
But I'm not answering. I'm not with the argument that I'm giving. I'm not expected to give you, that kind of evidence. What I'm answering is that internally, I'm defending an internal critique of the globe model.
Story time.
Which is to say. You're making the claim that if the globe model was true, then all the gas would fly out into the atmosphere. I'm saying
No. Hold on. That's not a claim. It's an observation. I observe high pressure moving to low pressure. That's an observation, not a claim.
But you're claiming that if the globe model was true, we would observe all of the gas flying out into the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, but that's hardly a claim because no. The way you should be saying that is they're claiming that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our head, and we don't have evidence for that claim. There's no claim on our side, no claim on my side.
When the whole reason that we are having this discussion is because it's whether or not it's possible for there to be gas next to a void. Like that's like gas next to a vacuum. That's the whole purpose of the discussion, right?
Gas pressure, to be a little more specific, but yeah.
Sure. And I'm arguing that under our definitions of what gas is, which is just particles with mass, it is possible for us to have gas next to a void because gas is just objects. They're just objects bouncing around.
Do me a favor. Go get some propane, but don't buy any propane accessories and don't bring a tank. And bring home the propane and cook for your mom on Mother's Day. And ask her at the end how happy she is with her meal.
Well, I mean, we have examples of gases that float down to the bottom of containers. Like have you ever used
that proves specific gravity, which is one of our claims. Thanks.
Hold on, buddy. Let me just help you. Let me just stop you right there. Those gases you're referring to, they dissipate after 1 hour. So no, that's not gas pressure without a container. You would need it to press against something. You need to actually cause pressure. So what I'm saying is, when you're referring to take for instance, dry ice, and the fog comes from dry ice. Yeah, you can have it settle in a beaker. Okay, well, guess what? The pressure inside that beaker is the same as the pressure right outside it on the table. So that's not gas pressure without a container. That's just gas that you're for an hour or less holding in a beaker. But that's not gas pressure.
Wait a second. You just said yourself we have experiments where we have gases going down in a container. But the very question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? So that's a weird argument. Because
he's referring to a container without a top, but as I'm saying to him, the gas inside that beaker without the top is the same as the air on the table right next to it. So that's not gas pressure without a container. That's just messing around with particles.
If we have a gas, if we're able to demonstrate that a gas falls down over it, that it has to obey the law of obey gravity, then couldn't we just apply that knowledge, like this evidence that gas obeys laws of gravity to all the other gases we see?
If gas is obeying gravity, explain to me the rain cycle. How does that work?
I mean, the rain cycle can occur even if gases obey gravity. That it can occur.
Okay.
I mean,
explain that. So you're saying gases obey gravity, right? And the rain cycle happens at the same time. So what happens when the sun heats up the ocean?
When the sun is heating up the ocean, it's evaporating. I mean, there can be pressure differentials within a single gas, like we've been talking about with gradients.
What happens after it evaporates? What happens after it evaporates?
If it evaporates and it's in and the pressure of the water that just evaporated is higher than the pressure above it, then it's going to go up. This doesn't mean that
what about
that it disobeys the law of gravity. It means that this would mean that the pressure from the water going upward is greater than gravity. And when rain falls down, it just means that the pressure that the pressure that's keeping the water up is lower than gravity, so it falls down.
No, it doesn't have to do with pressure. It has to do with buoyancy, right? So it has to do with density
with a liquid. Buoyancy is a liquid, not a gas. Buoyancy has to do with liquid.
So you're saying there's no.
I lost you.
Yeah, he's saying that.
Buoyancy doesn't have only to do with liquid. So even a zeppelin or a blimp has the ability to achieve neutral buoyancy. And a zeppelin and a blimp is floating in the air, not the water.
Helium balloons. Helium balloons.
That's true.
Yeah,
but if the argument is about like whether or not gravity, gases obeying gravity somehow is disproved by the rain cycle, I think it comports fine. It's just gases will rise when the forces up are greater than the force of gravity, and they'll fall when the force of gravity is greater than the force.
Yeah, we can go into what gravity is, right? But we're talking about gas pressure without that container, and you're pointing to Earth and saying, well, we have this massive thing here, and of course, right, gas falls down. Look at it. It just does it. So, of course, the gas is staying on Earth. It's begging the question, affirming the consequence, right?
But the question...
No, not if.
The claim that I'm trying to make...
Yeah, the claim you are trying... You're building a story... Right? Excuses and stories without any demonstrations. Pointing to Earth, we have this massive thing here down below my feet. And of course the gas will be pulled down, which has never been demonstrated. Gas following gravity, that's just nonsense. Gases move omnidirectional.
But my job in this argument is basically to say, is basically to try to answer the question. So you're making an internal critique. You're making an internal critique of the globe model. You're saying that if the globe model was true, then shouldn't all of the gases just float up into the atmosphere, float up into the void?
Because we are saying gas pressure requires containment, which is absolutely true. Absolutely 100% true that gas pressure needs containment.
I'll take a different angle here.
Is that
gas
not
pressure?
True?
Gas pressure is just a model.
One second.
Pressure is just a model.
Are you denying that gas pressure needs containment?
I'm gonna take a different tack.
No, that's not what I asked. Listen to my words. Are you denying that gas pressure does not require containment?
I don't think we need a container to measure pressure.
Okay. So
I think pressure is just a model of the behavior of gas molecules.
Needs containment. This is what we all know, observe, and can test.
Well, what is a gas? What is a gas?
Well, can we go to the word pressure and analyze the word pressure for a second?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine with me.
So it has the word press in it. Kind of like I'm pressing my finger against the wall right now. My finger presses against the wall.
Yeah.
that causes pressure against the wall. So what I'm saying is, do you understand how, in the definition of gas press?
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I understand.
That when it says that it's defined as the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it, and gas is omnidirectional. Gas goes up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. So if gas is omnidirectional, which you and I both know it damn well is, and the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it, and air pressure is gas pressure. What does that mean?
I want to make an argument.
Are we inside a container, or are we not inside a container in order to have the gas pressure we breathe?
So I want to drive down into what pressure is, because I agree that's very important. Pressure is just a model for the actions of a lot of gas particles. That's all pressure is. Pressure is just a number we can assign, a number that we can
it's not.
Give to the action of a lot of gas molecules. It is.
It's not a model. It's objective reality, right? When we pump butane into a tank, right, then we observe that the butane is being pressurized in the tank. It's not a model, bro.
But if you zoom in, if you zoom in to the wall of the butane tank, right? If you zoom in to a microscopic level, what actually is happening at the wall of the tank?
The gases are colliding with the walls of its containing, creating the pressure. Without the walls, you will have no gas pressure.
But pressure isn't actually like a property of the space.
One step back. No, not but.
What you observe is just the molecules bouncing against the wall.
One step back. Without the walls, you will not have pressure, right?
Sure.
Okay.
What I'm saying is,
there you go. Well, there you go.
At the microscopic level, pressure doesn't exist. All we're seeing is just molecules bouncing off of each other and bouncing off of this wall.
Creating pressure. Pressure.
Pressure doesn't exist at this scale. Pressure doesn't exist at the microscopic scale. Pressure is just a way of labeling.
Without the walls.
Pressure is just a way of talking about and calculating all of these bouncing interactions at a large scale.
It's not talking about or calculating.
It's a very accurate way of talking about and calculating, but it's not. But it's just it's just a shorthand. If we were able to be super accurate, what we would do is we would just take a computer and calculate all of the trajectories of all of the gas particles within this butane tank, right? And that would give us the perfectly accurate, but we can't do that. Turns out that there's this model we can use to describe the behavior of all of these gas particles, and pressure is that model.
It's not a model, bro. When you...
It is.
No, it is observable, testable reality. When you put that butane in that tank, it will cause the butane to pressurize.
That is not pressure. If you have a single butane molecule in a tank, what's the pressure of it?
That's so go ahead. Go ahead. Do that for me. Who's done that?
What would the pressure be?
No, we're not going to Narnia. Who has done that? Who has done and put one butane molecule in a tank and measured it?
Never been done.
That's not the question though. Like I'm asking you a hypothetical.
So we are going into Narnia, right?
What would it be?
Reality.
What would it be?
What would it? That's not my problem. That is you conjuring up Narnia and saying,
we're allowed to talk about Narnia.
It doesn't matter. The answer to your question doesn't fucking matter.
But we're outlining concepts here. We're like now we're in concept land, so we're already in Narnia.
No, Ed Monk, no.
Why are you getting so worked up? If it's clearly speculation, hypothetical speculation.
Why is gas pressure speculation now? That's observable, testable reality. That is what he can do. He can put butane.
If he's clearly speculating like a hypothetical,
I know, but he wants an out.
Well, that it's a speculative
He wants an out. He wants to go into Narnia and then conjure up a story with one molecule, and then we'll look at what if we have one. That's never been done. Never. He cannot show it. He cannot show gas pressure without containment.
Hypothetically, and Monk, the answer is it depends on the size, the volume of the tank.
Well, how would we even measure the pressure of a single molecule of gas? Like, how would we measure the pressure?
That's a you problem.
How do you know you have a single molecule to begin with?
Can you just accept reality, how it is presented to you, that you need a containment for any pressure to exist? Can you just accept that fact, or do you need to wander off into what if we look at things that we can't really prove because you need things that you don't have in order to actually show that my theory might be true thingies, like they're always in the heliocentric model. Everything in the heliocentric model is most of the time things that you yourself cannot prove because either they're hypothetical or they are things that you're not capable of because you don't have the machinery to do so, or they're just very far away or too big or whatnot. It's always
so this stuff, all this gas related stuff. This is stuff that is used in engineering every day. Like these definitions of what gas is and what pressure is, and like
engineers still need a containment for anything they want to pressurize, man.
Right.
Show me someone on this earth who doesn't.
But these definitions, these conceptual definitions of like what a gas is, this is like standard what engineers use to make all the motors in our world go.
I would love you to accept the reality of what these engineers are bound to, which is, for example, the second law of thermodynamics. Just accept the fact how reality is, and then you would understand and move on that your heliocentric model is impossible. Okay,
these engineers accept that gas is just. That these engineers, like that you're saying, I should accept their, what thermodynamics is. They're also saying that gas, that pressure is just a model. If you go to an engineering school and you take a thermodynamic class, they're going to tell you that pressure is just a model to describe gas at a large scale.
Pressure. Okay,
I have an engineering degree. That's what they told me.
What about
pressure
other forms
is
of
the same thing that comes out of my containment sometimes at the day, man. I know what pressure is.
What about the pressure of a physical object, like applying force onto you?
Yeah, so this is all great and all, but as long as those engineers or you or anybody else, as long as nobody has any demonstration of gas pressure being caused by gravity, then this whole conversation is pointless. Like, there's no such thing as gas pressure existing without containment until you can demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
We can show gas pressure being caused by gravity because we can measure different gas pressures at different altitudes.
Hold on, bro. Relax. Okay, so did you manipulate gravity to show that it was the cause?
We manipulated the altitude, and the altitude affects
you said gravity is the cause.
Above us.
Hold on there, bro. Is gravity the cause, or is altitude the cause?
Altitude is a way to measure the effect of gravity. That's how the experiment works.
No.
How do I know you're not just making a baseless assertion, right?
Yeah, you're the two without evidence.
You got to show me the evidence, right? You manipulate gravity and show me it manipulating the gas pressure, and then we can talk about that.
So if we manipulate the altitude at which we make the measurement, we're manipulating the amount of gas above the place that we're manipulating, and if we make it higher, then the pressure is going to be. If we make it the altitude higher, the pressure is going to be lower because there's less gas above us. And if we make the pressure lower, then the amount of gas above us is lower.
Yeah, it doesn't need.
So what does that have to do with gravity?
Gravity is the force that actually transfers this.
Whoa, bro! Gravity's not a force. Gravity's not a force.
Gravity can be very accurately modeled as a force.
But Enmonk, everything you said, like these density layers, they don't necessarily require gravity. This force pulling down. It might just be that these gases have a certain weight to them, and in the medium that they're in, they're more dense, and that's why they go down and they stratify in layers. You haven't shown any sort of like mass tracking mass type of necessity.
Okay. There are other ways. Like we could get into Cavendish and all this stuff. These like ways of demonstrating
that's
mass
what you need to do. Yeah.
I think
let's get into Cavendish.
There are really good reasons.
What's the independent variable with Cavendish?
the independent variable of the Cavendish is the distance that the small balls are from the large weights.
So the small balls cause what?
Or another independent variable. There's another independent variable that we could have, which is the size of the small weights. That's another independent variable.
Okay. So we got two independent variables. One of them is the distance of the balls.
There's lots of different ways we could run this experiment. So there could be multiple different independent variables.
Okay. What was Cavendish setting out to prove to begin with?
He's setting out to prove that the acceleration we observe between masses is an effect of, or it's a function of the mass of the objects. So the larger the mass.
Are you sure?
No, he wasn't. He actually accidentally discovered this because he was setting out on just doing something else.
Oh,
anyways,
then okay. In that case, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like maybe Cavendish himself was doing something else. But if we're running the Cavendish experiment like today, we can the way that you could set up the experiment, you could say
your hypothesis would be.
Yeah. The hypothesis would be that if you have that the movement of an object is influenced by the mass of the objects around it.
All right. So what did you manipulate? What was the independent variable you manipulated?
So there's two different variables that we can manipulate to do this experiment. We can manipulate.
How is there two different independent variables? So the independent variable means it's independent. Hold on. Independent variable means it's independent from all the other variables that you're manipulating. So when you say there's two independent variables, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Experiments can have multiple independent variables.
Versions of the experiment, basically.
Yeah, and experiments can have multiple independent variables. Like if you're doing a medical experiment, you could change you could change how much medicine people are getting.
Experiments then. If you have more than one independent variable, then you have two separate experiments.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you run a single experiment where you change, the amount of medicine you give someone and the time of day you give it to them, and you just give it to you set up an Excel spreadsheet where you give it to 10 people at this time, 10 people at this time, and then you have across the columns of the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, now you're talking about a
two mini experiments.
A double blind study.
Okay, this is a side issue. So I agree.
Hold on. Yeah, let's focus on one experiment, one independent variable at a time.
Let's say we're just going to change the distance that. Let's see. Well, how do we? Yeah, we're going to change the mass. Let's just change the mass of the large weight. That's all we're going to change. That's our independent variable.
Okay. So when you change the mass of a large weight, that causes what?
That is going to cause a change in the acceleration of the small object, the small weight.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You change the weight of an object, it changes the acceleration of another object.
That's the hypothesis.
Therefore, gravity? Therefore, space-time?
Therefore, mass can be shown to attract mass if it's the kind of acceleration that we predict.
So you've never heard of special relativity and how it's a four-space time continuum, right? You haven't heard of the hot newness?
That's general.
Listen, I know that's
not special.
Relativity,
here's the thing.
Relativity is just another way to work out the math, basically. The Cavendish can work under relativity or Newtonian.
Do you know the difference between 3-space and 4-space?
I mean, I know the thing you're getting at, which is just that relativity is a different view of gravity than Newtonian gravity. But both of them are going to make the same predictions at the scale of the Cavendish experiment. So it doesn't matter.
Do you know the definition? Do you know the definition of mass, right? Because it's really important that we understand that resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Is that what you're claiming?
That's one definition of mass. That's like the Newtonian definition of mass. But this whole relativity thing, I don't think it's on the question. I think we can use relativity to analyze the Cavendish experiment, and we'd get the same we would make the same decisions about like our hypothesis test, or we could use Newtonian mechanics to analyze the Cavendish experiment. We're going to reach the same result.
Larry, what's your contention with how he laid out the experiment? Like, is it a valid experiment in your eyes?
First of all, he said there's multiple independent variables for one experiment, which is impossible. That's why it's independent.
I stuck to one.
Okay. Right. Okay, so you're sticking to one. But then you're saying we can make it work out, mathematically when we're doing a Cavendish experiment for either Newtonian or Einsteinian. But the thing about it is, one has a space-time continuum, right, and then the other one is a free space, which are completely contradicting models. So you're saying that you can make it work out mathematically for both of them. I want to see it worked out scientifically. Get some space-time, manipulate that. Hold on. You asked the question. I want to see somebody get some space-time, right? Put that in a jar, paint it yellow, manipulate that, and then when we see that it has effects, then we can say, okay, Einstein space-time, it's a real thing. You can directly observe people manipulating it, and it has a cause-effect relationship between mass and particles and Newtonian particles, right? But until then, it's a just so story. It's a mathematical concept to explain, right, all sorts of things that we see in the sky, right?
To be fair, Larry, you're kind of diverting from what you were testing him on the validity of his science, the scientific method, on how valid Cavendish was, and then you kind of just diverted away from it. And I thought it was really interesting, and I'd like to get back to that, if possible.
Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
I mean, sure, if you want me to do it, but my thing with Cavendish is I have no flaws. I see no flaws with his theoretical explanation, his hypothesis, his test. It would show, if that's the case, it would show for some reason the mass of this ball is attracting or causing acceleration in the mass of the other ball. And for me, theoretically, that would be whether it's due to electromagnetism or due to supposed gravity. I don't think you can extricate the two from each other, so it doesn't matter. There would be mass attracting mass.
Okay.
My thing is, I just want to see.
I think we can isolate the electromagnetic effects from.
I don't think you can.
From the experiment. Yeah, we can. What would prevent us from saying? Because okay, we know we can predict what the electromagnetic effects of this object would be, and then subtract it from whatever acceleration we see. And if we still see acceleration, then it's something else.
Yeah, because electromagnetism
is inherent
to matter. It's inherent to matter. Even if you cover everything with some copper foil or put it in a Faraday cage or whatever you do, there's still inherent an effect on the magnetic field as a result of that matter itself, the mass itself, the object itself. So who's to say how exactly what you need to do to absolutely eliminate it? I don't know. We don't have a control to say what eliminating it is. So I don't think we can ever extricate the electromagnetism that's inherent to matter from the matter itself. It sounds like a fool's errand.
So in medical experiments, they have methods to reduce the bias of the genetics of the people in the experiment, right? They can never fully get rid of it, but they can get rid of it enough to where they can measure a difference if it appears. And I think that's the same. A Faraday cage or foil or whatever, copper, the different ways we can get rid of electromagnetic radiation, electromagnetic effects. We can get rid of it enough to where we can measure if something else happens.
You could get rid of electrostatic effects with Faraday cage and with copper foil and stuff like that. But I don't think you get rid of the electromagnetic field, which is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. I don't think you can
but it's not like it's something. It's not like it's totally
cage, inside. You still have electromagnetism inherent to the gas inside. You still have electromagnetism. You can't get rid of it.
But it's not totally chaotic. We can predict the effect that it has. We understand electromagnetism. We use electromagnetism all the time. We have a very accurate model for what electromagnetism is.
There's no control for this latent amount of electromagnetism. We've never once had a vacuum chamber void of electromagnetism. We can't block it. It's everywhere. It's inherent to the matter.
We can't block it.
That exists everywhere. So
we can't block it. But for different materials, we know that what the force is, what the interaction that different materials have with the electromagnetic field. Right? You can take some object like a lead block
and a steel block and a magnetized steel block, and you can bring them up against a magnetic field, and you can see what effect the field has on the acceleration of that object, right?
What do you mean bringing it up against a magnetic field?
You can introduce you can just like bring a magnet close to.
Oh, like have a strong magnet. Okay.
Yeah.
But you
You can
realize
bring
that
a
the magnetic field is everywhere. It's just you may be introducing a strong magnet to make it more pronounced, more observable, or something like that. But it's always existing. You don't have a control. You're just introducing.
Yeah, but we can measure it. We can have a measurement of the magnetic field to see what the acceleration should be, and if it's very low, if the magnetic field in our experiment is very low, then we can disregard its effect. Like if you're trying to predict the
Let's say you have a chamber, okay? It has air in it. Just the chamber, you haven't turned on the vacuum or anything. How are you going to measure the latent electromagnetism inside that chamber?
Oh, you could use like a compass or something, right? Like how aligned does or like just like a magnet?
What if it's incoherent?
What do you mean?
First off, a compass isn't really, qualitatively accurate. It's not very precise.
We can make an accurate one where we measure the angle very specifically, right?
Are you speculating?
I'm sure people have done this kind of thing where you make a very accurate compass that can, if you're, there are ways to measure the strength of a magnetic field at a certain point. Like we use it like an MRI, they have to, when they're making an MRI, they have to, make super specific measurements of how strong the field is at different points. So this exists in the world, like ways of measuring how strong the field is.
That's not really addressing what we're talking about. You're talking about it's like observing its alignment to the magnetic field of the Earth. I'm saying every single thing of matter has its own electromagnetism. It's inherent to it. So
I see. But there's one
possible
continuous.
To actually extricate it from the matter itself. Just like you can't take away Earth's magnetic field from the Earth.
But all of these objects that influence the magnetic field, they each contribute something to the magnetic field. But you can.
Do you think that there's just one magnetic field and all these objects contribute to it, or
that's the definition of a field?
No, I would say everything has its own field and affects each other.
Everything has a contribution to the magnetic field, but if you bring two magnets together, right? Think about like a ray gun where they have, or like a mag ray gun where they have a line of magnets, and and they have another line of magnets, and they put a ball in between, and it shoots the ball forward. Do you think it'd be stronger with one of the line of magnets or with two?
So I kind of are you saying that there's two serial sets of serial magnets?
I'm saying each row of magnets contributes to the same magnetic field.
I disagree with you, because what you're basically saying is that Earth does not have a magnetic field. Earth just contributes to this, I don't know how you would even term it, this totality of a magnetic field of everything that exists everywhere.
That is what I'm saying.
I don't think that's accurate, man, because what about magnetism? What about all the magnetism of all the things, of all the other so-called planets and all the things in the sky and the sun and all of that?
Under the definition of a field, the way we use it, the way scientists use it, they do have contributions. They're just so small that they wouldn't make any difference to our calculations.
So if we were to have some, what is it called when they have the little pieces of iron and they light it up and you can see the magnetic lines on it? Ferrous, there's a word for it. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Non-ferrous, like liquid or whatever.
Ferrofluid or whatever.
Yeah.
You have ferrofluid, and you have these magnets that you mentioned. One row of them, and then two rows of them. You don't think those lines would be coming out and around these magnets?
It is, but
well, then when
you have a source,
field, then if it's centered, if the focal point is the magnet, then it's a field around that magnet. It's not contributing to a larger field that's around something else.
So when an object contributes to the magnetic field, its contribution to the field is relative to the distance from that object. So if you have a magnet on the table, its contribution to the total magnetic field is going to get weaker and weaker the further you get from that magnet. So that's why we can, when we look at this ferrous fluid or whatever, it looks like it's the magnet that it's closest to is the focal point, because magnetism, the power of a magnet decreases the further you get away from it. And so that's why it looks like
that's what you were saying was true, where there's this one total magnetic field, then when we have a ferrofluid or what have you, you're not going to see this magnetic field around the ferrofluid. What you're going to see is, if let's say we had a super large ferrofluid that covered the entire Earth, you're going to see these really big and like long magnetic lines, which is the ones that our compasses align to, and you'll just see that this row of magnets just barely, maybe even negligibly moved that larger line. That's not the case. We have everything that has a magnetism has its own magnetic field, and sure, it might all like coalesce, just like you have different vectors that, when added together, have give you one vector. But there's the local magnetic.
That's exactly
field.
What I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. All of these fields. So that's another way of looking at it that I think arrives at the same result. Each of these objects is going to contribute one vector to whatever object's interacting with its field, and we can just add those up. It's the same result as if we just consider each object as contributing to a single field. It's the same result.
Okay, but they do have their own individual vectors or fields.
We can think of it either way. It's going to be the same result. We can think of each object as having its own field, and each object has it. You can say, okay, what is the contribution that this object's field is giving to some smaller object, and add all of the fields.
My point is that theoretically, I agree. If this actually happens, where you introduce a mass, and I would want to see it in the vertical axis. I wouldn't want to see it in the horizontal classical Cavendish apparatus. I'd like to see a vertical Cavendish type thing, where they introduce a mass and then the acceleration actually changes. Like if you have a gravimeter or something like that, and then you introduce a large mass over or underneath, and it changes. Then
they've done that.
I can't deny the evidence. I've never seen that.
They've done that where what they do is they like have just a large object hanging, and then they take basically the weight that's on the line that it's hanging on, and then they bring a big metal or whatever sandbag underneath that object, and the weight that's on the line increases by a very small amount.
Do you have like a video for this? And ideally,
I could try to find it. I could try to find it real quick.
Where the temperature and pressure is modulated, so that we know definitely it's just.
It's unlikely that I'm going to find a video with the exact prescriptions that you're saying, but I'm saying that they've done things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the claim. I've searched for it myself. I've seen there's like a GIF where they show this scale basically with this triangle weight, this like pyramidal weight that's hanging.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's one
I've
seen.
The GIF. I haven't seen the actual video though. It could be easily just doctored in terms of the GIF. So
I mean,
I'd like to see
I'm not going to be able to give you the most I'll be able to find you is like the same YouTube video that the GIF came from, but no, I haven't seen the YouTube.
Be able to say. I haven't seen the video. I've only seen the GIF. I've been looking for the video. I mean, I think maybe I've seen the video and there's a cut, but
it's not going to change. It's not going to change. Like if I give you the YouTube video could still be doctored.
No,
it's not going to achieve your standards.
One cut, one like raw footage, one cut. I mean, I'm definitely more likely to believe it. It increases the confidence.
I mean, it's probably not
a lot.
In all honesty, it's like a science documentary. They just like cut a bunch of experiments together because it's just like to teach kids science. It's not going to be what you want.
Well, I was hoping that this is something I researched maybe a year and a half ago. I was hoping that since then someone would just someone that had a gravimeter for work. I don't know what work actually uses gravimeter, but that they would have just used it and then put a weight above or underneath and used it again and shown that this little ball inside this gravimeter is actually accelerating at a different rate. But as far as I know, it hasn't been done yet.
That'd be cool. But we never kind of resolved the like magnetism thing. Like, do you think that if we could accurately measure the magnetic field around an object, that we could account for it, like control for it in a Cavendish experiment?
I don't see how. How would you... To control for it means to either keep it the same, always, right? And how are you going to do that when you have different objects that have their own things that are going to be affecting it? Or to somehow delete it, like eliminate it. And I don't see how you doing that on account of it being a function of the matter.
So think of it this way. So like, if there's a rocket, that's and we want to see how much of the rocket's speed has to do with its own with its own like fuel, and how much of it has to do with the push that somebody is giving to it, right? Or like if you're like biking, if you're biking and your brother is pushing you on the bike, and you want to see how much contribution are you giving to your speed, and how much contribution is your brother's push giving your speed. We could do the same thing with the Cavendish experiment, where we say we know that the magnetic field in this environment is this much, so we should expect the contribution due to the magnetic field to be x. We would just subtract that from the total speed, the total acceleration that we see, and we would get this other contribution that we don't have an explanation for yet.
See, I think it's dicey because you're presupposing that which you're trying to prove. It's a little bit circular logic.
What are we presupposing?
You don't know for a fact that there is this, gravity that is separate from electromagnetism causing this mass attracting mass. That's adding. You don't know that there's a brother pushing you.
Right. Okay. But if we do see this other contribution, and we don't know what it is, and then when we do lots of experiments, we manipulate the mass of the objects,
I'm with you.
And we see that this X factor contribution correlates with the mass of the object that we're using. I think it's fair to say that the mass of the object is correlated to this extra contribution.
Yeah, it's logically consistent, but you made another assumption right there. You made the assumption that you can definitely, and I have never seen this, that you can accurately and quantitatively control for the inherent magnetism of an object, such that you have X, and you can subtract it and you can subtract that and then come up with X. And so I've never seen that.
If you measure
I don't even think it matters.
magnetic field,
I really don't think it matters, because as long as there's attraction and movement, then you're in the clear. That will debunk the flat Earth idea that there is no downward bias on account of mass. It doesn't need to be from gravity or from electromagnetism. It doesn't matter. As long as there is this movement, then you're good.
Then why isn't the Cavendish convincing to you?
Because I haven't, like I said, I would need it in the vertical axis to show that this actually happens, and I've never seen a video of it. Theoretically, I'm fine with it. I'm waiting for the evidence. I've been waiting for a while, but I haven't seen it.
Can you see, like,
when you got it, we'll check it out.
Can you see why the vertical axis, why it would be more difficult to isolate the gravitational effect in the vertical axis as opposed to the horizontal?
No, I don't think it would. I think it's easier now, especially considering that we have gravimeters. You literally just need to use a gravimeter.
What is a gravimeter? I've never heard of this.
They're those little machines that have basically a vacuum chamber inside, and then it drops like this set mass, a specific distance, to test the gravitational kind of acceleration in a given area. I think they use it for maybe mining and geology and different things to know kind of the density layers of the ground underneath and stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't know.
And it basically is a vertical Cavendish type machine, So this is an experiment that I came up with a few months back when I was thinking of what steel manning the globe basically, and this is the sort of thing that I would think would be would definitively prove beyond reasonable doubt that there is this acceleration, mass to mass acceleration, if they had this experiment, because it's the only thing that you would change is introducing the mass either above or below, and finding that there is a difference. Again, if it was modulated in a chamber for temperature and pressure, that would be even better.
Yeah, it would be cool to make that experiment. I guess I still don't understand why does it being vertical, why is that more convincing than horizontal?
Because this whole thing is about whether or not there's, gravity causing a downward bias, a downward acceleration to objects. It's in the up-down, what's the word I'm looking for? Up-down what?
The model of gravity that the Globers are advocating for doesn't matter which direction. It's just that they're claiming that the Earth is just an object. They're just claiming that the Earth is an object. So I don't see why it being up down matters
to the claim.
I don't see that. Do you see why the thing I'm missing?
Well, because we never observe mass attracting mass in the natural setting whatsoever, except for if you say the Earth is attracting things by dropping things. That's just that's a reification fallacy. You can't have the Earth as the only example of this in a natural setting. You'd think we'd see mass attracting mass in all kinds of ways if it was vertical, right? If it was horizontal.
Back in 2012, man. Back in 2012, this guy was standing outside my shop and he goes, "Hey, man, if gravity was real, why doesn't the fucking butterfly just fucking is stuck to my car?"
If the gravitational effect is real,
good question.
Then it could be weaker than other forces. What would prevent it from just being weaker?
Maybe, possibly, maybe.
Yeah, then you have to say it's not electrostatics, and you can't divide the two. You can't even say, even if you try to get rid of electrostatics with the Cavendish, you're just grounding it, and in a way that completes a circuit. You could say it's still electromagnetism that's causing it. That's a very weak, but yet present force of some sort. And you can't isolate gravity. That's the problem. You can isolate electrostatics though. So
if you can isolate electrostatics, then you could subtract it from whatever force you see, and if you still see acceleration, then it's got to be something else.
Yeah, but you can't rid electrostatics from a Cavendish or even a vacuum.
Right, but we can control for it. We can account for the difference that it makes.
You would think, yeah. You would think, but you can't say it's gravity though, because gravity, obviously, it very, very easily seems to be outed as reverse engineered and baked into everything. If we're on a flat Earth, that's the way it would have to be, right?
I hate to leave now that my friend's new perspective has gotten here, but
What's up, Ed Monk? Nice to see you, bro.
Yeah,
I wish I knew you were in here.
All right, Monk.
Hey, I just wanted to say, Ed Monk, before you go, don't leave. I was going to try to give you a roll. Dang it, I hate this phone. Can a mod give this guy a roll? Maybe valued, seem sincere, or something like that?
Yeah, sure.
I really enjoy it.
He's definitely sincere. I exchanged many words with this guy in DMs from the first time he came out here. We went through
his roles.
Yeah, he's cool. This guy's cool. He's one of the cooler rovers.
The rules aren't for you, Mark. It's for other flat earthers.
I've earned these roles.
No, we're not taking them away. We're adding to your roles.
That's fine.
They're gonna give you valued and the combo breaker.
Well, no
roles you have.
Perfect.
We kind of like you a little bit, Monk.
Thank you very much. All right, I got it. I'm waking people up in my house. I gotta go. All right, thank you. It was a nice.
Take care, man.
Nice talking. See you later.
I'm back.
I was gonna ask him and you guys, what's the charge of light?
Charge of light.
Yeah.
I can see it. That's about it.
What are you talking about?
See,
something I missed.
That there's a difference between electrostatics, which is electric currents, electricity, and electromagnetism, which is everywhere, light and non-visible light.
Right.
It's not necessarily. You could kind of control for electrostatics and for running electric charges and or electric currents and stuff, but not necessarily for the inherent electromagnetism of everything.
Right. Yeah, I wonder how. I was looking at the strong and weak nuclear forces, and the four main forces. Gravity is in there. So if gravity's not what they're telling us, what are the other things that are also kind of reverse engineered with the strong and weak nuclear force, and possibly even the electromagnetism and how that really works? Maybe because they've also got this. That there's a video I'll repost right now that talks about the way that they reverse engineered a lot of the things with the spinning Earth, and it has to do with the Michelson-Morley thing, and that there was an equation that they added onto it, which it was talking about it on here earlier, but that they got that baked into everything. I saw when I was looking up the four major forces. That equation, that caveat equation was totally baked into that too. So who knows? Who knows how much of this has been, even on the other three forces, might have been kind of worked into the favor of what they want us to believe.
Well, they want us to believe all kinds of shit. Like gas pressure without a container. Yeah, it's totally possible. Just believe it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you just need another Earth, right?
Yeah, if I could have another Earth, I could totally show you guys that it definitely can happen. Yeah, exactly. But it has to be the size of Earth. It can't be any smaller. Yeah. The moon won't do, man. Sorry. It needs to be bigger than the moon. Then I can show you all the gas pressure without a container you can handle.
But you went through it all, right? New perspective, but how Cavendish isn't an experiment, and
I think he's trying to upload a link or something. He's looking for something. New perspective. He's there. Maybe you got a phone call. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just looking through that video real quick, and it muted me on here. What were you trying to say?
Roger asked you a question about.
Yeah,
what's up, Roger?
Yeah, what's up, man? So you've been with him in DMs, right? And you've probably went through it all, right?
I threw everything I had at him.
Yeah, he knows. Then the arguments. What baffles me is that he then comes here and then tries it all again.
Well,
yeah, he's really stuck on, he thinks that he thinks the Cavendish must do what they say. He's an engineer, so he's like, he's got some stock in believing it as far as like, his identity and stuff. But at the same time, he does know the model's in trouble, and he admits that. And he also talks about how the gravity, the explanation for gravity is in trouble with quantum physics threatening the explanation for that. So he's open to the idea of it possibly not being what we're told, but doesn't have enough, or hasn't. I think he's here because maybe he would take that step over the ledge.
Hey Dave, he's like what, 22, 3, 5, something like that?
No, I'd say he's close to 30, maybe 28, 29.
I think he's way younger, but
really, maybe he is. I don't know.
I think he's
25, maybe.
Early 20s.
I think he's at least 25.
And you went through all the curvature things, so this is the only thing that remains then, right? So curvature cannot be proven, and we see too far, and then Earth is a ball because of gravity, not because of curvature, but because of gravity.
Right.
Yeah. That's usually the thing that hill is the one they want to die on, right? So never mind curvature or spin. I want to die on the gas pressure because that's the thing. I can say, well, look at Earth, and then
can I chirp in for a minute?
Sorry,
gravity. I'm dying on the gravity.
Can I chirp in for a minute?
Go for it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been in here a few times.
Do it, man.
Where's what's his face? No, I'm just gonna say, like, man, I'm fucking rolling hard right now.
You're what hard, right? What?
I'm rolling.
Nice.
Roll.
How you feeling, bro?
No, I'm feeling good. I'm just saying I'm rolling.
Right on. Get the flat earth truth.
Yeah, I know about it.
Right on.
Sweet, man.
Yeah, I've seen you before. What's up, Slug?
Hey, what's up, you?
Cool, man.
So how'd you find this server? How'd you find this server, man?
I found it a long time ago.
He didn't find the server. The server found him.
Something like that, yeah.
It happens like that too, man. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Cool, man. What's your what part of the world are you on, man?
It seems like you jumped in to say something, but you just wanted to let us know you're rolling pretty hard, huh?
Yeah. Well, I just took like little 2 ecstasy pills.
All right, man. Well, the x-axis is crossing the z-axis.
But I supplement it. X-axis.
Is it some good Molly? Some good Molly or what?
Don't be crossing those axes, man.
Nice.
Of course, man. You gotta take care of yourself too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not to make this this the topic, okay? I mean,
the topic is about flat Earth. My bad. So basically, what got me into flat Earth? Listen,
dude, today was like an epic day out here, man. By the way, sorry, Slug. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, because you think about it, only in your head, like let's say you're buzzing off a few beers, you feel like you're spinning, right? But you're really not. Everything's stable.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
I was saying that early this morning, man. Like
some good lady explained it.
Drunk people feel the spin, man. It's
right.
Just what it is.
I'm drunk too, a little bit.
You sound all right. You're not completely wrecked, yeah, man. You're good.
Yeah, because I take care of myself. I supplement. You can't,
water, man.
Drink some water. All that Gatorade, electrolyte, all that.
No, don't drink the Gatorade, man.
Drink, zero sugar, bro.
No. That's full of like chemicals and shit. Don't drink that crap.
He said chemicals. I know what you mean, though.
Drink, water's good.
Yeah.
Little bit.
Anyways, bro. Yeah, what's the whole group? What was the group talking about before I came in here?
We were talking about
Sorry. Yeah, I went and looked at that video because I was trying to think of what that equation was that they baked into everything, and it's the Lorentz equation. Right. And it has to do with the Lorentz contraction that they used as a way of explaining that the Michelson-Morley might have been allowed for the spinning of the Earth when it actually showed it wasn't spinning, and that any kind of result, which they actually found 1/6 of the result expected, would be too damning. So the only way to negate that was to say that there was some kind of like contraction, Lorentz contraction, that was causing this. So, and then I was looking at the 4 forces. Strong and weak nuclear force as well as the others, and Lorentz equations right in all of that too. So,
hey, I got gas pressure with a container. Check it out. There you go. I am here for
nice
for science, man. I'm here for science. Natural science, mostly. Computer science. I'm not so sure about that.
Computer science.
It's really good engineering. Hey, if it wasn't for computers, we wouldn't be talking right now. So
talking through the air, right? Talking through the middle of the air. Right?
Shout out to you, computer.
You can hear each other's voices through the air, all the way on the other side of the world.
The ether, man. Damn.
Crazy when you think about it. Talk to somebody through the air.
It's crazy, man.
So what I find
Just going back in time, that's all.
what I find weird, Dave, new perspective, is that when they talk about the Cavendish, they say, well, actually he was busy measuring the density of Earth, but yeah, they also found this and that. But when they are talking about Mixon-Morley, they say, well, he was just measuring ether and it wasn't there, so he just proved it wasn't ether, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Great point, Roger.
Whoever's at the top, whoever's got the media backing them, or the powers that be backing them, gets the loudest voice. They just get to say it.
It's whatever gets to push through the universities, man. Yep, that gets approved. This doesn't get approved. Yep.
Right.
So it wasn't about Earth spin; it was about ether then, and Michelson-Morley. But
right.
But with Cavendish, it wasn't about density of Earth. It was about gravity.
Gravity.
Just like okay.
Which one is it, people? Come on. Yeah, they buried Sagnac and Michelson-Morley in the colleges, man. They don't teach that shit in there. No.
Hey, Roger, if you haven't seen that one I just posted, that's a good one. He does a really good job of explaining how it was done and how many times the Michelson-Morley has been repeated and found the same results. And, you know, how there was like a hitman basically put out to, not like actual hitman, but like a press hitman that was, you know, sent after the people that were trying to, you know, claim that this is like ridiculous. That you can see the evidence right there. And they totally reinterpreted it, and Einstein used it as a way of, forming special relativity, and that saved the globe.
Hey, Dave, man, did you catch Matthew and Witsit going at it?
Yeah, I did. I went back and listened to that after I heard the end of it. That was good.
It was great, man.
Yeah, Witsit reading those quotes, I mean, it's great because you could say what those people are saying, but then it's just, you know, a flat earther saying what they said.
Right.
Well, when you're reading the direct quotes, it's very effective.
Oh, I think, you know, they were both worn out by the end, but Matthew was fucking racked.
Right. Does somebody, I have to ask, because does somebody have like, does Creation Bear have the, like little dub of Matthew saying the earth is flat? Because he kept saying the earth is flat. And then I figured, okay, so they're using his voice while he's on air. That's a little mean. That's a little bit mean, I have to say, but funny.
It was a little. I was
like, why does he keep saying the earth is flat?
Well, they did that, you know, to keep it light a little bit. Because that shit was super heavy today, bro. I mean, that was as heavy.
It was like a long pause, and all of a sudden Matthew goes, "The Earth is flat." And I'm like, "What? Did you just say the Earth is flat?" And then he said it again later. And I'm like, "Oh, it's got to be a dub. There's no way he's saying that in the middle of nowhere."
There's.
But it sounds like it's him while he's actually on air saying it, because he's. That's a little bit devious, I have to say, but I love it.
Well, that was a little lighthearted or just a little pokey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I mean, if it wasn't Matthew, other people would be so pissed.
Oh yeah, yeah, he would have been. But Matthew,
he's a good sport. Yeah, you have to say Matthew's a very good sport.
I loved that he answered every question today with the most cement shoed, vigored. You know, the Globies. This is what they would say. He was so on point with his globe shit. It was just, I know he's here to help us. I know.
It seems like, it almost, you'd almost have to think he's a deep fake. Like, it's like, although if we didn't have that bouncing board, somebody that knows the globe model well enough to be on the other side, it wouldn't come off as effective. You're right.
No, it wouldn't, because he would get pissed or call you guys a bunch of retards or something. No. Matthew doesn't do that, man. That's not his style. He's somehow...
I think someone even said that to him earlier. Someone asked him, you know, it seems like, you know, you must be a secret flat earther. And then they had a dub of him saying, "You're right." Because I know he didn't say that. They had him saying you're right. So it's like, and I think Witsit was even responding to the dub as if Matthew was saying it.
Right. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, it was epic, man. I was listening. I was working today. I was listening. And I was on the call. I was just muted the whole time, pretty much. Yes, it was just great to hear those two going at it with all these. Well, I think Matthew would be like, well, I think he was thinking that maybe possibly could have been, it's like, whoa, dude, man, maybe he could have been interpreting it this way. And I was like, fuck, oh my. Yeah, well, he could have been interpreting, he needed another roll of fucking toilet paper too. I don't know, man. I mean, it gets at some point.
Yeah, they were getting pretty harsh. They were really, putting them on the chopping block there. He was taking all the, yeah. Yeah.
If you guys haven't heard it, man, you got to go back and listen to today's or yesterday's Matthew.
Yeah, I have to say, Witsit's killing it. There was another one that you actually should go back and listen to from Earth Awakening's channel. That was pretty epic. Just yesterday. With Witsit, and it was about Cavendish and some of the stuff I was just kind of repeating for what he said about the electrostatics and how that could be isolated. And somebody else on the Globe side, I think his name is Extremistus, was being intellectually honest enough to make it very effective in the whole back and forth that was going on yesterday. Definitely. The electrostatic thing's interesting, the incoherent dielectric acceleration might be the thing that it could be the answer to this, gravity supplement thing that we're using for this acceleration. That, it seems like that could be, testable and provable, and Witsit's on it, so that's a good thing. Seems like we're getting somewhere.
No, we're getting somewhere. Today was a great. It was a great day at school, man. I mean, even Witsit's like, dude, let's school this shit. And it was like, oh,
right?
Yeah, let's do it. He schooled.
Yeah, that quote train is pretty effective, man. It's just like, okay, here's what the guys that were the guys are saying about it, right?
Modern guys and the old guys,
Einstein and some of the guys that are respected Glober, quote unquote, people,
right,
are putting out caveats that are totally exposing themselves.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. Yeah, I was smiling all day, man. I was like, oh fuck me, man.
I got to go back. I downloaded all those.
Been listening to this. When did it happen? What's the timestamp?
I'll
DM it to you.
All right, man.
All right, DM it. Thanks, Dave. What was that, Larry? You said something, brother.
I think they all have to tell the truth. Like the people that are like high up, I think they know that they can't just outright lie, right? So that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson always says stuff like, "Imagine, if you will."
Imagine. I'll be right back.
Or just like the Ant-Man dude. If we had this, if we did that, imagine we had this.
Yeah, those are magical words that don't belong in the scientific community, especially coming out of the mouth of a so-called, expert. But the thing about it is that when they're doing the little disclaimers, they don't say, "Imagine if gravity didn't work," right? And it was off by the 10 to the 120th, right? Like they're outright saying it. Like, it's not off by a little, off by a margin of error. It's off by like the biggest number you've ever fucking heard of. Anyway, peace out.
Man.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, man. I had to run to my car. All right. Where were we? Oh, Matthew and the scientists. The scientists that Witsit was quoting today, man. These are the physicists of yesterday and today, and it was just epic. I mean, you know, I'm a simple guy, simpleton, but even I was like, "Whoa, really? Did they say that?" And but you know, Matthew had an interpretation for every one of these Mongos, every one of them. He had maybe they were thinking this, or maybe they were thinking that. Or you know, maybe he was thinking of the universe is small because it's only a you know, it's only 1 billion light years away or something. It's only 1 billion years old. Or it was just epic to see the back and forth. But yeah, there was a lot of maybe they were thinking this and maybe they were thinking that. But I wish they would come on here and straighten us out on some of the thinking, because a lot of the quotes that Witsit today brought up were from modern day physicists, and I would love to have them in here to pick apart and ask them, what were you thinking? What do you mean by that? But then, no, there was probably 20 different things Witsit read today from different physicists that explaining where the fuck we live. And you know, it was epic, man. So go back, clip it, rock it, take notes. Dude, there's no way I could debate all that shit. No, there's no fucking way. Witsit can. Obviously Matthew can. But Matthew was stumbling along with maybe they were thinking this or maybe they were thinking that. So a lot of maybes, a lot of potential, possibly, sometimes. I don't know. There's a lot to it. I mean, it was probably a complete full semester of physics today, of the globe Earth, in maybe whatever it was, 4 hours. I think it was close to 4 hours. And that covered a complete semester in college. So welcome to 24/7 live stream. Damn. Flat Earth, man. It's where it's at. If you want to learn about where you live, this is where it's at. And I've learned more about where I live here than anywhere else. I'll tell you that. If you got a better place to more, you know. But it's fascinating, amazing place we live. And people think we're shooting around some giant nuclear bomb at millions of miles an hour. Yeah, that works out. How's that working out for you? Yep. We're shooting through space at tremendous, incredible speeds. And we don't feel a fuck all, nothing. We don't feel shit. Thanks. Yeah, that's going to work out real well, man. Wait a minute. What? I'm supposed to just suspend my belief. Yes, suspend it. Suspend your reality and just believe us. Okay, I'm going to go through your school and I'm going to pay you $100,000 to learn whatever you tell me. That's totally goes against everything I've experienced in life. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, if I was a diabolical cuck, that's the way I would set up the system. I mean, yeah, let's get them to pay for their misinformation education. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's send these guys through here and they'll pay us and we still get to.
Yeah, we have
Go
we
ahead,
have
Rob.
Python. Yeah, we have Python. He says he's a
hello.
glober. Maybe he has a question or two.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to relay. Okay.
Python.
Yeah, he doesn't. He just wants to listen.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not.
That's
Yes.
fine.
I'm not gonna relay the chat into the voice chat. I mean,
Hey, man. He's just listening, vibing. Cool, man. Well, listening to Witsit today, Matthew, going back and forth. It was.
Anyone can play it. That'd be cool. You know, since there's
It
not
was a
much
good
conversation
exchange,
going on
man.
right now.
I'm gonna play 3 hours.
I DM'd it to you
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
with a timestamp. Yeah, the one I was talking about from Earth Awakenings live stream's not available for some reason.
No worries. I'm sure this
Shit
will tide
happens.
me over.
Shit goes down.
Yeah.
is that from Jen? Go
You
ahead.
can also go back and just user search Witsit for all the quote tags he was placing in the live stream, and just read through those. I'm going to go back and probably read through all those.
Yeah,
I
you could
downloaded
read-
all those.
You could just read them yourself, but and there was a lot of biblical, a lot of physics. There's a lot of quotes and things.
So-
I thought it was pretty cool, man. It was a good.
Those quotes, wasn't it Jeranism that made a whole video like an hour and a half long with all these quotes?
Oh, is that where I'm not sure they all came from there,
I
but
think
yeah.
you're right, Roger. I think you're right. Yep.
Yeah, if Jeranism was the first one to do that, then credit due to credit earned. Is that how it goes?
Yeah. Shout out to
Give
Jared.
credit where credit is due.
Give credit with credit.
Absolutely, man. But
Witsit made all those memes though.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. I think that I don't know if they're all from Jaren's, but the idea maybe or whatever. But yeah, when you quotes in a meme isn't necessarily Jaren's idea, but
I just
yeah,
posted
but
it in the live stream.
about the globe. So the one I posted goes through quotes as well, and zooms in on the book where it was written, and zooms back out from the book that the quotes were coming from on that Michael Somorley stuff. And that guy, it's a channel I didn't even know about, but that was posted a year ago, and he kills it with that Michael Somorley explanation and how it's so definitive that this is what really it said, and their interpretation of it is just fucking so wrong. And Einstein, man, it just makes him out to be the criminal of all criminals in this video I posted.
Yeah, I just posted it in the live stream for people who want to check it out. Quotes that tell us we've been lied to, Jeranism.
Oh, cool.
well, there's so many, man. Jeranism, Witsit, Globebusters. The list goes on, man. ODD. I can keep going. I'd probably keep going for an hour, but I'd have to look at my list. But yeah, thank you all, man. Thank you guys for putting in the time, the effort, sticking with it. This is a 10-year physics class that you guys are going through, and hang in there, man. We're 7 years into this shit, man. 7 years. We got 3 more. We'll have it all figured out, man. Come on. Don't quit now. And it costs nothing. Oh shit. Did I tell you guys that? It costs nothing. It's free. Mm-hmm.
It costs the most important thing in the world. Time.
It is. My friend, my dear best man, rest in peace, brother. It's like, dude, man, you can have all the money in the world, man. You can't buy any more time. It's like, oh shit. Smoke that one for a couple days. Yeah. All the money in the world ain't gonna buy you another second.
Yep.
So enjoy your time. Spend it wisely.
Well, it could buy a little bit of time. You could waste less time doing things that without money you had to do. So that's what it kind of saves you on.
I agree with that.
You can buy all the time you want. Just move to a black hole, right? Time works differently there.
Black holes and dark matter. That was one of the subjects today. Was dark matter. They got to make up all this shit to make all this shit work, man. No. It's dark matter and it has gravity. What? Fuck off. That's my response. Dark matter. Come on, really? You got any dark matter? Hey man, you got any dark matter? I'm a little short, man. I need a little dark matter, man, to get through the weekend, man. Can you help me out? Anybody? No. Okay. Well,
what are you doing this weekend? What are you doing for the 4th, Kenny?
I think I'm supposed to go to the wife's mother's house, mother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
I think. I don't know, they got some big fireworks show over there.
Right on.
Check it out. Maybe. They got some barbecue thing going. But, oh man, the weather's been great. So happy about that. It's not too hot. So yeah, here in America, man, we blow shit up this weekend. And that's for some reason, I don't know where that came from, but it's a thing. Lots of fireworks, man. So if you're out there enjoying if you enjoy blowing shit up, I don't, but you know, there is pretty lights in the sky. Pretty lights in the sky that make fire and shoot in different directions. It's pretty cool, but
it's like you're like explaining what fireworks are to someone that has a very basic level of English and also has never seen them before.
Yeah,
lights
it's like
in the sky, different directions.
In the sky, man. It's just like the stars, baby, but they blow up and kind of move around real quick. Lights in the sky with diamonds. Lights in the sky with diamonds, man. Damn. It's a poetic song.
Lucy in the Sky.
Is Lucy in the Sky with that? Well, I changed it. Come on, man.
You flat earthified it.
I'm just the cabin. I'm the
4th of July.
The modern day Cavendish. I'm gonna change up, or the modern day Neil deGrasse Tyson. One of those. Not sure. Somewhere in between. Oh man, what a cuck show, bro. Percentage. I loved what you did with Monk. I was listening for like.
Yeah, I'm tempted to go back and listen to that whole thing. How long was he on here for?
Like an hour at least.
Was that
Yeah.
long?
Yeah. That was beautiful, man.
I heard you say percentages. I'm about you're down with Cavendish if it actually shows what it's trying to show. Like what are you saying there? Like that would prove gravity if it could be shown to you.
Yeah, if there's this attraction, I mean, again, you can't really extricate it from electromagnetism or what. But if you have this effect, then you can't, and if we have like a verifiable way of doing it, it's repeatable and stuff like that, you can't deny it. That's a fact that it happens if it does.
But it would be bending space-time still. There is no mass attracting mass even on their side. They have to explain it as the Cavendish is showing that torsion beam is bending space-time to cause whatever the other object is to move towards it. That's the only way they can technically explain it. There is no attraction.
Their bullshit.
There is no pull. No, but there is no pull. You know about that, right?
No, there could be an attraction like brought about by, related to the mass. Without this bending of space-time bullshit, that's all
But that's not even. They don't even claim attraction anymore. Newtonian is dead. There is no more Newtonian.
That's fine. I mean,
so it wouldn't prove gravity, is what I'm saying. Even if it was, the explanation of it as mass attracting mass doesn't even fly in their and on their side, in their paradigm at this point.
Yeah,
so they would have to say it's bending space
there's still
time
the internal. There's the inconsistency, like internally within the model with regards to mass tracking mass versus bending of space time. I still hold bending of space time is just absolute bonkers because you can't have
that's
this
completely
metaphysical
bonkers.
thing, you know.
Right,
this
but
metaphysical thing not
and they
exist properly.
still right. So, but they gave up, and they not that they gave it up, but they had to. I guess the way it worked out is they can only really say it's this bending of this conceptual space time, which is even more bonkers than the idea of mass attracting mass, which they don't even claim anymore. So the whole thing doesn't prove gravity, even if it did work the way they say it works.
Different types of gravity, I would say. You know, I think they
different types.
Yeah. I think they kind of like invoked this bending of space-time thing to explain the lights in the sky and to make it work with their model, but that might not be the case. Like, it could be, it's possible that there is this, you know, downward attraction as a result of whether it's electromagnetism or gravity or whatever, right? And as a result of that, it's a globe. It's possible, but the globe doesn't spin, and the globe is still, all the lights in the sky are still moving around the globe, and there's no, you know, bending of space-time bullshit. So that's still a possibility too. Like a geocentric globe Earth is still a possibility. I'm just like at the point where I would like to see, instead of just assuming that it's true, you know, I want to hold them to account, hold their feet to the fire, and see actual evidence of their claim, you know?
But the interpretation is the thing they're relying on, and there is no attraction between masses because that's not even what they're claiming anymore. So it wouldn't prove anything. Because we would see mass attracting mass in nature somewhere. It can't just be the Earth that attracts it, and that's their proof. We have to see a mass attracting mass beyond this Cavendish, you know, little setup. But even then, mass doesn't attract mass according to their paradigm officially. So and that's what I've heard of. Even the Glovers. Well, I'm not worried about them. They're done. They're obsolete. They're not even worried about even considering any longer.
I hear you, but let me say this. So if we, in like a laboratory setting, experiment, and we see that there is an additional like amount of acceleration when we put this large mass below this gravimeter or something like that, right? And we test it again and again. The only independent variable, the only variable we're changing is just making this, putting this big mass near, like underneath it, and then moving it away. And we, you know, repeat it, and it shows consistent results. Then I don't think you can argue against the mass, or like, you know, the electromagnetism that's inherent in the matter affecting this thing. And then you have to, you know,
then call it electromagnetism.
Understand. Oh, hold on. So, and then you scale that to the larger, like all of the matter that we have, and it makes sense to me that if that's the case, then you would expect the mass to come together to attract towards, you know, a central focal point. It wouldn't make sense to on a flat Earth in that regard if that actually is happening.
Well, then it would be magnetism, though, because the only thing that we see that works that way is magnetism. And even in magnetism, there's no attraction.
Yeah.
Even in magnetism, though, there's no attraction. It's the warping. It's the field that pushes it towards each other. Ultimately and technically, there is no like pulling. You know, you've gone through the whole thing. There is no pull. That's true. There is no pull. There's only push.
Yeah.
So.
Let's say it's a toroidal magnetism type thing that's causing it. I still don't see it, like envision it working on a flat Earth if that's the case.
Why?
How would you have like the magnetism of matter of an object attracting another object and it not like forming eventually a sphere from all this? Because it doesn't work in a specific axis or specific degrees. It's 360 degrees around it's in every zenith or azimuth, I should say. It's happening, right? So I would expect it to happen above, below, left, right, and eventually you would expect that this thing would form a sphere.
Well, a toroidal field sphere around a dielectric plane, maybe.
No, I'm not talking about the magnetism, like the magnetic field. I'm talking about the actual matter itself. If it's literally being attracted, if it's literally being forced. Again, this is all just hypothetical because we haven't seen the actual experiment.
But electrostatics, right? Electrostatic could be the reason for the acceleration, right?
I wouldn't say
And there's some
electrostatics. Again, I would say electromagnetism because electrostatics denotes electric current, electricity, which can be grounded.
So what's wrong with electromagnetism working on a flat Earth? That seems very, very relatable.
No, it definitely could be Let's say that this is actually happening. You have a gravimeter. You bring about introduce this large mass underneath, and it's affecting the gravimeter such that it's giving this result of more acceleration. Okay. That to me, and you do it again and again. You could even do it with different gravimeters. You could do it with a vertical Cavendish.
Why would it
like
have to be a ball then? Why would it have to be a ball then? Is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm thinking. It would have to be a ball if that's the case.
Why?
Why? Because you have this large mass that is now increasing the and you would not expect that it only happens in one direction. It like up and down vector only. If the electromagnetism of an object is attracting another object, then or like just increasing the acceleration of objects towards it, then you would expect that happens in every direction. Because electromagnetism doesn't work only up down.
I don't know. I don't know why that necessarily makes a ball.
I think
I don't know. You're actually assuming that the surface area is something we can actually quantify. Like, what if it's an infinite plane?
It could be. Yeah, I mean that's an option too. But
the electric
I guess,
motor. Man.
Personally, I view it maybe like I'm kind of I have it in my imagination as not being infinite.
Well, whatever that force is, if it is a ball and we're not
the only
spinning.
infinite for me is, I was gonna say the only infinite for me is God. Everything else is finite.
Well, when I say infinite, I mean in quotes infinite, just because it's as far as we can see until there's what if there was a stopping point, what would that look like, and what would be on the other side? Because we can't imagine what would be on the other side, then it's infinite for all intents and purposes. Is what I'm saying. But why does it have to be a ball in your mind? And if it was a ball without spinning and all the pseudo forces that they've baked into that whole idea, then you'd think that force would be very noticeable because it would be sticking us upside down and right side up from each other without even spinning. Then it wouldn't just be a very weak force that would be doing that. It would rule out the ball right there. It would feel like suction cups.
You think that spinning is necessary for gravity?
Well, that's the only way that it makes sense as far as the way they have it worked out. It doesn't make any sense at all. Don't get me wrong. But if it was a ball that was stationary somehow in space and we're walking all around it, you would think that there would be a very noticeable force that keeps us up, right side up, but seeming like, the same no matter where you go, upside down, right side up, no matter how you are throughout wherever you go. That force would be very noticeable because it would have to, it wouldn't involve any movement that keeps you on it. It would just be that force that's keeping you stuck in a very real way, upside down, relative to people that are right side up.
But maybe this force,
keeping your feet up with suction cups.
Yeah, maybe this force is the thing that like governs density. The density gradient and the natural, like the equilibrium densities of different objects. Like how an apple will fall in air and float in water. And then it'll keep on, like if there's a big hole, it'll keep on falling down. Like maybe that is as a result of this, this inherent electromagnetic attraction between matter. Who knows?
But doesn't that seem like a little bit of a stretch when you try to like literalize it in your mind, and how that could be like such an easy thing to defy, but then so strong to keep everything around a ball without noticing
we don't really define it, right? We're constantly falling. Like you're constantly falling right now. You're just being physically impeded by your chair or your bed or whatever you're on right now. But if there was a hole, you'd be constantly falling until
that was one of the discussions.
Who knows
today.
where the density that you would start kind of like floating due to buoyancy or what have you is.
I guess, yeah, but it would be. Yeah, go ahead, Kenny.
That was one of the discussions today with Austin and Matthew, was if that apple is sitting on the ground, does it have force upon it? You know, like, really? Am I sitting in the chair talking to you guys? There's force on my ass that's pulling me down to the ground. Well, yeah. Is it a force? It's just density, man. It's completely fucking density, man. In my mind. But,
Well, Austin brought up a good point a while back that I found out he got from Tesla that that pointed out that Tesla proposed that the reason or that gravity can't be called a force, even if it wasn't considered a pseudo force. It doesn't follow the laws of forces, which is if it really did follow the actual laws of real forces, then it would have to follow the equal and opposite reaction law. And if it did that, then it wouldn't bend space-time. Space-time would straighten out.
Well, my ass definitely feels I'm sitting in the chair, right? You guys down with that?
Sure.
I mean, I'm going to call that a force. Okay.
Pressure, yeah.
Pressure.
Weight, I would call it, because your body has weight, because your body has mass, and it has an orientation, an equilibrium that it's trying to find.
Yep.
That's really all you need, except for the acceleration part of it, which could just be like a universal number of some sort, like Fibonacci sequence or something that just works. That's the number, that's the average that things seem to fall at, and that's just an agreed upon average, I guess. It's not like
nothing falls unless it's lifted up to a higher elevation and let go, which they call that potential energy, man. You lifted up the energy and you let it go. Oh my God. That means I've let energy released from this object and now it's accelerating towards down. Right? Help me out, Roger. Yeah, I know. He loves this part of shit. Potential.
Well, it's not like you're really giving energy to it by picking it up. I've heard this explanation before, and I'm not sure it jives completely because, if the rock's just on a ledge and the ledge crumbles and it falls, it was never picked up. It was just falling from where it was. So everything is constantly falling, like Percentage was just saying, as far as like, there's something denser underneath you, then you're not going to, there's nowhere to go. So
I would reject that everything is constantly falling, because it isn't. If something is laying still on the floor, it's not falling.
Is my ass in my chair right now constantly falling?
It's bullshit. No. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's just being physically impeded by the chair.
It's bullshit Narnia story time, right? It isn't falling objectively.
Constantly seeking equilibrium. How about that?
No.
I would just say it's just if a rock is laying on the floor, it's laying still on the floor. It's not falling. When suddenly the floor disappears, then it would be falling. But the cause would be the floor disappearing, not that it is always constantly falling.
Being created by the weight of the rock on the ground, and if the ground wasn't there, it would fall, right? So
yeah, but it's all what if then, right? It's just the rock is laying on the floor, and magically the floor is disappearing, so the rock falls now to where it
that's wrong.
Stops.
I'll tell you why that's wrong. Let's say you have an apple in the water floating, right? And underneath the apple is, this this plastic board, right? It's very light, very light. It's not pushing the apple out of the water, but it's like a floor for the apple. If you remove this board, the apple's still gonna float. You understand?
Dude, I don't know if I tracked that one, man. That was.
Why? Because the apple isn't constantly falling at that point because it's reached its equilibrium. It's it's in a neutrally buoyant state.
Well, what about the anvil inside of the mercury bed of water? Bed of mercury.
Yeah, what's the density of the anvil? What's the density of mercury?
That's it, man. That's where I'm at. I mean, the fucking anvil floats, weighs 200 pounds. Doesn't matter. It just floats.
Yeah,
Oh,
because it's
shit.
less dense than the mercury.
Exactly. Density is everything, man. I don't know. You can go out
But my
in the
point is,
water.
the
and
anvil
there's
isn't constantly
buoyancy
falling in
thing.
that regard. If the anvil was on ground, it would be constantly falling, because it hasn't.
I don't think it's
because it's in a
constantly
medium.
falling.
It's in a medium that's less dense. It's in the air.
Wait, how can it be constantly falling if it's on the ground, bro? Like,
It's just being physically impeded. It's being physically impeded, but it's trying to fall. And as soon as you move the way the ground, it will fall. But
My
the
ass
anvil in
on the
Mercury,
chair.
it's
My
being
ass on the
it's
chair
actually
is
buoyant.
falling
It's
down
not
right
trying to fall.
My
'Cause
ass
it's
on the
not
chair
in
is
air. It's in
falling
Mercury.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, your ass is being physically impeded by your chair.
Yeah.
I
Take
think
away
it's the way you're
it'll be
wording
falling. You just resume the natural state, which is it's seeking equilibrium.
No doubt.
Well, it's just that when you say it's trying to fall or that it's falling, it's just the way you word it, that it's saying the same thing that we're agreeing to, that because it has weight, it would go further if it could, but it's not going anywhere, so it's not trying to do anything. It's just sitting.
so if you put the mercury pool and the antler next to each other, like left to right or whatever, next to each other, will the antler be attracted to the mercury pool or
Anvil.
to the anvil? Yeah, will the anvil be attracted to the mercury pool, or why isn't? So if I go to the store and I see the fat lady, why I don't feel attracted to her, bro?
I love
Because you like them big booties, huh?
I mean, she's massive.
Okay. Percentage.
You know
if
what?
I'm
You
attracted
can't
to
spell
fat
massive
ladies,
without ass.
is that gravity? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, the only point I was making is that it sounds to me like word magic when saying it's constantly falling while you objectively and observe it not falling. It's
Right.
just laying still on the ground. So it's not constantly falling. That's just word magic in my opinion.
You just have to get my language. It's basically like it's striving for equilibrium. It's constantly striving to find its state of equal density, and in that regard, it's constantly falling. It's just being physically prevented from actually falling.
Right. So it is not, when it's at the floor, the rock, it is at equilibrium. It's not then searching its equilibrium. To me, it's observably on the floor, laying, not doing anything. And then
Well, that's not equilibrium. It's not equilibrium for a rock.
For the rock, it is, right?
It's not. No. Because there's a difference between... No, there's a difference between it being like at neutral buoyancy and then it being physically impeded. And that's what I was talking about with this apple that has a little bit of a plastic board underneath. You take away that plastic board and it's still not being physically impeded because it's at neutral buoyant state. It's not moving. Like the balloon that has half air, half helium. It's going to be floating exactly where it is.
But it would be falling if you pull out the floor magically. Then it would be falling when it's laying on the floor. Yeah, then it would be
actually falling. But it's constantly trying to fall. It's constantly trying to, it's just being physically impeded.
Yeah, I feel like that is word magic because I don't observe that. I just
I'm
hear...
explaining
Yeah, it's when you're saying trying. Maybe trying is the wrong word. Because it has weight, it's seeking its equilibrium just because that's what density does. Right? Because the thing below it's dense enough to keep it from going anywhere. It's not trying to do anything. It's at its equilibrium until that equilibrium is disrupted and it would find its new equilibrium.
Yeah, because it's in air, which is less dense. As soon as it's in a medium that has the same density, it won't do that anymore.
I think the word trying is the reason that people are having a problem with it. Like I'm saying, it's not trying to do anything. It's at rest, right? It has weight, it has density, so it would fall, but it's at rest, so it's not trying to do anything.
I mean, it's not doing anything itself because it doesn't have any sentience or anything like that, right? But
yeah, that's the reason the word.
The system is such that it's it's basically I don't know how to explain it better than I did.
I know what you're trying to say, but trying is the wrong word, I think. I don't know a better way to say it though. But I hear what I know what you mean. I think everyone's agreeing. It's just that it's It's the way it's worded, and if it hints at what the Globers are saying whatsoever, people are going to jump all over it. And I know you're not trying to say that.
Yeah.
But the electrostatic thing is interesting. What do you think about the incoherent electrostatic thing, the incoherent dielectric acceleration percentage?
You're gonna have to be more specific. I don't know, like exactly.
That's what they're calling it technically. The incoherent. That there's electrostatics to everything, and that there could be this acceleration that we're observing. This average agreed upon acceleration could be something of a constant because of the electrostatics between the ground and any object in the air that's
Also,
being
basically,
attracted.
like this inherent electromagnetism within matter that I was talking about.
Yeah, like say we're on a big plate of some sort, like a big lead plate, or a big some kind of it could be inconsistent even different parts of the world where there's more of a an ore type substance in the earth. I don't know.
Have you? Can I inject one thing? Have you seen the Genome Project?
No.
So
what's that?
Let me post it again. It's where they took. I don't know if you want to believe it as a quote unquote scientifically calibrated lab scale and a gnome. I said genome. I meant gnome, like a small garden leprechaun, And they took it across Earth, and they measured the gnome at different places, and it didn't comport to what globe Earth is. So there you go. You understand?
Meaning, like I just said, like there could be places where it's inconsistent.
It is inconsistent. So
Yeah,
they say, well, on the equator it should weigh this, and then going to the north it should weigh that because of the rotation of Earth, right? But it didn't do that. And these were not just random people measuring it. I think even NASA got because they shipped that suitcase all around across Earth, and labs and people measured the gnome at their location, and it didn't do what they thought it would do.
That means
Anyway,
that the test is wrong because it didn't prove the globe. The test is wrong because it failed to prove the
and
globe.
I posted it in the live stream. So go ahead. Sorry for interjecting.
Oh, good.
What do Globers have to say about this? Is there anyone respectable have some kind of excuse? Hand wave denial.
I mean, you know it's wrong because the Earth is a globe. So if the test didn't prove the globe, that means the test is wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Has this been a popular flat Earth topic? I've never even heard of it. Sounds like a good one.
Yeah, I don't think so, because this is really going into the nitty gritty. Usually topics like curvature, spin, and gas pressure come up, and then usually globes don't go in that deep and saying, well, if you're in the north, something will weigh less than you're on the equator or something, right? So.
Huh. Yeah, bad ones. Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, they use this gravimeters, right, for ore detection.
Yeah, that would be
Huh?
my guess too.
I think they actually use that, claiming, well, there's ore beneath our feet because the
Or maybe
meter
aqueduct
does that.
detection as well.
Sorry?
The aqueduct, like water detection as well.
Hmm.
I don't know. Never mind.
Sorry, guys. Someone's asking me for a jump. So I'm muted for a minute.
Boost him.
And we have Capley joining. Who wants to ask a question? We have Arrowway joining, who hasn't got a role. And we have I'm probably butchering Piazza and Chutney. We can unmute Arrowway. Welcome, Arrowway. I've unmuted you, so you have control of your mic. You are unmuted. And we have Chutney. Welcome to the server. Chutney.
Thank you.
So how did you find us?
There was a guy, Flat Earther.
Sorry?
Send me the link. There was this guy, Flat Earther.
Okay. And you've read the rules and agree with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, let me give you a rule. You sound like not a troll, so. But do you have any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. Have you looked into the topic already?
I still don't believe that Earth is flat.
Well, it's not a belief, right? When you measure your foot, you know its dimensions. You don't have to believe the size of your foot if you measure it. So if you measure Earth, then you don't have to believe. It's actually knowledge.
Can you measure Earth? Can you measure Earth?
Can you measure 10 miles?
I can.
Sure. Then that would be sufficient to know if there's curvature drop over that distance.
There is no curvature drop?
There's none.
I have seen things which show this. The bridges example.
Sorry?
I forgot the name of the bridge.
Pontchartrain.
Right. Pontchartrain. What about?
I mean, he probably is referring to a different. He probably referring to a different bridge. Who knows? You saying there's a bridge that proves the Earth is curving or something?
Yeah.
So where is this bridge? Like in the U.S. or China?
Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I'm telling you.
It's in Italy, right? Is that the bridge in Italy?
No, I think it is in US. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's Pontchartrain. It's the only bridge they ever knew.
So all other bridges, right? All other bridges don't do that, but except Pontchartrain. That's awesome. Cool. Right. So when we go out and measure with a laser, right, Chutney,
Yeah.
and we shoot a
Yeah.
laser over a large body of water, let's say 24 miles, it's approximately 40 kilometers, and the laser is at point A, and then the target is at point B. We shoot that laser across the water, and that laser will hit point B at the target. Then we have a problem. Well, no. The globe Earth has a
The
problem.
globe has a problem.
Yeah. Globe Earth has a problem.
You know, it's actually funny.
Sorry?
I don't know, man.
That you're
I
pretty
just get
funny, he said. You're
confused.
pretty funny.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, you're probably here to learn or taking the arguments. If you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels for you to go and do your research. Or you can
Can you
ask
tell me
questions.
one thing?
Hmm?
If the Earth is flat, where's the end?
So I have a counter question. I sure want to answer, but what is it you think flat Earth is? When I say the word flat Earth, what does pop up in your mind?
That basic flat Earth map, you know, that I
Like-
find on Google when I write
Yeah, I
flat
know.
Earth.
Okay, yeah.
That kind of thing.
The why I asked is because usually people come here and ask us, well, where's the edge? Why don't I fall off? Right? And that is a question that comes from the fact that what you think flat Earth is a disc, right, in space with the water falling off.
Yeah.
Is that what you
And
think?
that is just another that is just another image that you've been given, just like the globe. You know, you remember when you think about Earth and you think about the globe, that image that was given to you as a illustration you never seen. Same thing is happening when you think flat Earth. You've seen a disc flowing through space, is because you've been given that imagery.
Yeah.
So what is the reality according to you?
Well, it could be a snow globe. Think about it. If you take a snow globe and you fill it with earth, right? Why couldn't it be that? It can be anything. But what they're saying is they've just given you the images, so that's what you've got.
So when we measure the dimensions of the place we're standing on and the waters, the bodies of water, and we put at least we put the claim of the globe to the test, we find out that globe that it was given to us with specific dimensions, we falsified that already. Because it doesn't add up when you go to reality and test it. So it's not a globe, then you experience the Earth as a level, motionless, contained ecosystem, dynamic system. But what it is as a whole, I don't know, because I've never been to the we lack the frame of reference to tell you a shape. So flat Earth as two words as a descriptor, that's not what the Earth is. The Earth is not two words on a piece of paper, right? It's not a description. But flat or level, motionless, contained, dynamic system, those are the descriptions of the environment that we're in. But it's not just two words. So when you ask, what is the Earth? I will say it's a lot of things at the same time. But to give you a name or a label for what this place is, it's pretty difficult. But we know it's not a globe because we tested the globe, and the globe doesn't add up to reality. It only works in cartoons and movies and fantasies. Do you get the point?
Not completely, but yeah.
Yeah, not completely, obviously, because I couldn't tell you what Earth is as a whole, right? I didn't make a claim.
Yeah.
Is it okay to sometimes say you don't know something if you don't know it? Is it okay to say you don't know, or is it better to just make a claim, acting like you actually know something that you don't know? Which one is better? If you don't know something, you could say you don't know.
It's
right?
always better to pretend to know, because then you seem smart.
Yeah, and to be honest, right, with yourself, Chutney, then you would have to say, well, you don't have to do anything, right? But you could say that you wouldn't know the shape of Earth either, because you have not been outside Earth to actually see it in whole. The only time you've seen or allegedly seen Earth as a ball is on your screen, as on your screen or television. That is the only place Earth is a ball for your day-to-day experience. Earth.
Possibly the reason that they would lie to us. Why would they lie to us?
Yo, and don't
Earth is not
underestimate Chutney, man. He's been training his chakra. He's
I'm
working on his
underestimating.
Kundalini, and he's unlocked astral projection. He's seen the Earth from out there.
Well, okay. Well,
Come on,
probably. Yeah. So, but let me finish my statement, and then I will answer your why would they lie, right? So, yeah, you haven't seen Earth as a whole. I haven't. Nobody has. The only time Earth is a ball is on your screen. Your day-to-day experience of Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is what we all and everybody ever alive has experienced, flat, non-rotating. And on your television and on your screen, they will tell you, well, disregard your senses. The place you're actually living on is a big giant water ball spinning and flying through this void, infinite void, right? That is what they are telling you. But your senses and your experience are telling you, no, this Earth is flat, non-rotating. So then we come onto the question, why would they lie, right? I would tell you, of course, we can speculate, right? We can tell you all kinds of stories about why would they lie. Point is, I'm not part of that group that is lying / telling what they have been told. Because everybody here on Earth has been told they are living on a ball. They are not lying. They are just telling that story to you. Okay? There are people that actually know that it is not a ball and are lying to you. And why would they lie would be speculation. If I go to a liar and ask him, why would you lie to me? Then he could tell me a story and I could believe his story, right? He could tell me another lie why he lied about something. Could be another story. I wouldn't trust his story again, right? So I could give you my speculation about why would they lie about Earth not being, why would they lie about Earth being a ball? And I would say to hide creation, right? That it would be my speculation. And you can ask anybody here in this room and they would bring you their own speculation, but they're not part of that group lying. So we can talk about speculations all day. Wouldn't make it reality, right? Earth is still flat and non-rotating. Would that be?
When you mean that group, you mean Illuminati, right?
No, I wouldn't. No. So again, there are people telling you Earth is a ball because they have been told, right? That's not lying. That's just telling you what they have been told. And there are some people, I would say astronauts, that know that they are not falling around a ball in a tin can, right? So, and who that group is, I couldn't tell you because I'm not part of that group. Okay.
I want to be the part of the group.
Well, if I
sure
may,
you're not part of
yeah,
it. Sure you're not.
if I may speculate a bit more, there are rumors going around, right? If you are part of that group, you have to denounce stuff. You have probably are forced to do stuff, or else stuff will happen to you, right? So sure, if you want to be part of that group, probably you would be forced to do stuff, forced to do not do stuff. I mean, if that is what you want.
So tell me one thing, that every proof that Earth is round on YouTube, on Google, whatever it is, can you counter argument that?
Sure. With ease.
Every single proof.
Yeah, sure.
Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah. So don't go to Professor Dave, right?
No. I have
Okay.
seen that man. I hate people with long hair.
Hey, you just asked for 5 minutes, so come back in 5 minutes and make sure you bring the name and the method and the proof for the globe, right? Just try to bring a list of the name of the people and the proof that you say, the ones that we have to counter, okay? Just take your 5 minutes and come back with the names of the people and the proofs, okay?
Man said he hates guys with long hair.
Yeah.
Please don't be that particular about 5 minutes. Maximum 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, Chutney, it's all good.
You got
remember,
4 minutes.
we're counting now. Remember that you are not the first one coming here and claiming all these globe Earth proofs.
Just
Yeah,
give me
I
the
know.
7
I have
minutes.
been. Can you see how long I have been to this server? I've been in this server.
I don't know.
Do you know?
Wait,
yeah, sure, I can. And secondly, we've all been where you were, right? We've all had the same education. We've all believed that Earth was a ball. So,
That's why I've remained this server. Give me just 7 to 8.
Oh, you've been here for you've joined 27th of December 2021. So
Isn't it pretty long? Don't you think?
that's pretty. Yeah, sure. Half a year.
I'll come around. Just give me some.
Interesting. Why would they lie, guys? Why?
You're right on time.
Am I?
Yeah, I appreciate punctuality. Good job.
Like, I would not try to present any counter argument, but just can you explain me the movement of sun if the earth is flat?
The what?
The moment of the sun.
Like the phenomena of day and night explained in the round explain in the concept of flat earth.
Okay, so you think you again are mixing two cosmologies, right? So you're thinking we have this space disk floating on Earth. Space disk, which is Earth floating, and then we have this big giant sun still at 93 million miles
You don't
away.
agree with the concept of sun?
Sorry?
You don't agree that there is a sun?
No. Listen to my words.
No, he's asking for the phenomena. What's the explanation?
I know,
I know.
But I'm explaining his
'cause
question.
Yeah.
Okay, because this question comes from the fact that people still think Earth is a space disk and the sun is still a giant ball of gas 93 million miles. So
Don't tell me all that. Just explain me the phenomena of day and night if the Earth is flat. Just simple as
If
that.
the Earth is flat, it doesn't really matter. Light doesn't travel forever in the medium. So you will not have light at the bottom of the ocean because light does not travel forever in a medium. So when the sun moves away from you, the sun is too far.
Attenuates.
Sorry?
There's a combination of things. You're talking about light attenuation at the moment.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
one of the factors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's a combination of those. So yeah, keep going with that one. I like that one.
Yeah, so light doesn't travel forever in the medium. As we see at the bottom of the ocean, there's no light at the bottom of the ocean. So when the sun moves away from you and it is too far away from you, the light will not reach your position. The same as you would have a flashlight in a dark wood, right? That flashlight will not illuminate the whole wood, the whole place where you are. Forest, sorry.
Yeah.
The whole forest. It will not illuminate the whole place, the whole forest, only where you are.
You're saying that the sun moves farther away from me.
Mm-hmm. That is what you see, right? You see the sun moving over your head and then moving away from you. That's what we all see.
Like it's moving away, not like the distance not increasing or decreasing.
Sorry?
It's just changing its position.
It is moving away. So when you watch an airplane move over your head, right, and it's moving away from you, is it then going lower, or is it perspective making it seem to go lower?
The second one.
Right. So when you see the sun moving away,
I don't see the sun moving away.
You don't? You know?
No.
So you don't see the move.
You
the
see the sun going away?
Yeah. It is moving away from you.
How?
How? Well, that is how.
You remember when the sun rises in the morning and you don't feel it that warm, and then when it's noon above your head, it's warmer.
Yeah, that's what I'm exactly saying. The sun is changing its position.
Yeah, just like you observe it, your observation with your eyes, the thing that you observe is that the sun is moving across the sky. That's what it is, right? It's moving across the sky. Everybody observes that. Who denies that?
The other guy that was telling things to me.
No.
You saying?
Yeah, what I was saying that the sun moves over your head and moves away when it's dark in your at your position, right? The sunlight doesn't reach your position anymore. It moved away.
Actually, I think I would better understand when you draw a diagram. Can you do that?
I can give you. Yeah. So there's this. Are you in a live stream? It's just above
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah. So Tim has posted. It's just for illustrative purposes, right? So
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, that's moon. That is the thing.
Yeah, but it is for illustrative purposes. So this is not how it 100% works. This is just to show you that the sun moves over your head, right? It moves away, and then the sunlight, when the sun is away from you, the sunlight will not reach your position. Then it is dark for you. So instead of the sun being this enormous ball of gas floating in a vacuum, right? It is actually close and local.
Yeah, the thing about the luminaries, including the sun, is that it's phenomena that we can observe. Nobody denies the sun or the moon or the luminaries. The thing is that you're missing the variables to indicate how it actually works, because we cannot go past, let's say, the ceiling above and actually determine what are all of the variables. So to make claims about how the sun works and how the luminaries and the moon works, it's very could be very dangerous to make claims of how it actually works. And these depictions are trying to show you that what we observe in a cycle, the sun moving around the earth, is like a light moving above your head. And
But don't you think in this illustration, the sun only lit up the quarter of the part of Earth, but in reality, half the Earth is lit and half the Earth is night?
That's not true.
You're putting too much into it. The picture is only for illustrative purposes to give you the idea how it works on this, instead
I
of
don't want
tilting.
the idea. I want the proper illustration. You understand? Why would I accept the flat Earth concept if the concept is vague?
I mean, I guess we should move back to the 3 points, to be honest, because this guy is just spiraling.
No, remember, the place that we're standing on is not a depiction or a concept. It's not a cartoon or an illustration. This illustration is giving you, let's say, the flat map, right? We don't know if that map is correct completely. We don't know if in the middle there's more land or away there's more land. So this is only as an illustration. So don't take the thing that is being demonstrated, that is being shown to you, as 100% fact. It's just to show you some perspective so you can think about it. But you just don't just throw everything else out with throw the baby with the bathwater. You have to think about it objectively. So the earth is not these depictions that we're showing you. That's not what this place is. It's not gonna be 100% correct. You can make this place into a picture or a depiction. Can you?
Oh, yeah, I'm agreeing.
Exactly.
But
So he spoke to you about light attenuation, right? So
yeah.
you're asking about day and night. Let me see if I find let me see. Maybe we can find some definitions here. That light attenuates. You gotta understand that, so you know that light doesn't travel forever.
There's a really simple example, if you don't mind. It's like if you have a street, right, at night, it's pretty dark. So why can't they light up the entire street, like miles of it, with a single street light? They should be able to do that, right? but they can't because the light does not travel forever.
Light does not travel forever.
Yes, in a medium, it does not. Definitely doesn't.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
water,
You
air,
should mention that.
things
You
like
should
that.
mention that.
No, but this is measurable, right? Light does not travel
Yeah,
forever through water or air or any kind of medium, really.
yeah.
Right. So this is what we have here on Earth, right? We have water and air for the light to travel through. So, like, of course, it's not going to do that forever.
Sure.
So that's one of the variables. Maybe you can. Let me see if I find some links here, and you can maybe read through that, because maybe with the definitions and reading through it, you might get what we actually mean with it. Because you gotta do your own research as well in many of the variables, because the light attenuating is one of the variables, but there's more. I will say, at least that's my opinion. Why you don't see the sun forever and you get day and night.
So there's no concept of house fall in flat Earth, right?
No, flat Earth is a description of the place we're standing on. Flat Earth is not the whole thing. Flat Earth is two words that describe the place we're standing on. Like when you measure the bodies of water, they measure level everywhere you go, like on your cup, water cup, on your bathtub, on your pool, the lakes level, sea level. So you and I, where are you? Which country are you at? I'm in America. Where are you at?
What do you think from my accent?
China.
Oh, bro, come on, there's China, seriously.
Yeah.
India.
India, sure.
Yeah,
India,
India.
sure. I'm just messing.
Yeah.
So when we go in the level, right? I go to the seashore in, let's say California, and you're standing at a seashore in, I don't know, the one of the coasts in India.
Yeah.
You and I are horizontally. How would you say that, guys? Horizontally parallel, right? You could say that. Level. When you are at the level in India and I'm at
You're at the same elevation.
Yeah, same elevation at the seashore. So it's level all the way from California to India and all the other nations. So it's horizontal. It's a horizontal type of horizontal plane with topographical, because there's hills and valleys, right? You could go up the hill, down the valley, right? But it's at the seashore, everything is level. And if you go to a lake, huge lakes, there's many big lakes everywhere. You go to one side of the lake or the other side of the lake, you're never gonna find curvature. If I'm in one side of the lake and then you go across it and you are on the other side, you're never gonna find any curvature between you and I. It's gonna be horizontal, level. Just like the pool, when you make a really big pool and you are at one side of the pool and I'm at the other side, there's no curvature anywhere. Horizontal, level. Same thing. But yeah, because you were asking about there's no concept of flat Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Earth is not two words that you're gonna define the whole thing and all the variables into these two terms, flat Earth. because you're kind of like asking for a whole concept of how everything works specifically, but you're not gonna get that from anybody. I think there might be something that is more precise from whatever you can Google around, but even if you, let's say, search for the globe or globe model, flat earth model, I don't think you're gonna find something that is gonna satisfy you if you're looking for models, because the place that you're in is not a model. Reality is not a model. So you won't find a model that would satisfy your thirst when you actually can go to the real thing and test that and check that and experience that. Shit. I tagged you, Shutney. See if I find more stuff about light attenuation. This is a good image for that. Can you see that, Shutney? Touching. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just tagging Shutney about that topic, which is that's a very underrated one. Light attenuation. Because I think a lot of people, we've been given these ideas that we can see the stars for billions and trillions of miles away, so people think they can see that far. So they don't get that light when it's going through the medium. It's gonna attenuate, so you can't see the light forever. Yeah, the idea that the light is being blocked by the curvature of the Earth. It's bunks because there's no curvature to be found. It's been labeled as well as the atmospheric extinction. We know it's air, so not atmospheric, because there's no spherical shape to it. But it is the light being extinct by the medium, the atmos, the air. See, I found a link for that. Let me copy it. Shani, were you ignoring me? Is it because of my accent? Were you busy?
Your mic is all fucked.
My mic is awesome, I know. I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me, Shani?
Not clearly. Your mic is a little bit like disturbing your voice. Roger, what is this that you send in the live stream voice text?
That's Olber's paradox, right? They claim that light travels through a vacuum, right? Stars being trillions and trillions of light years away and still reaching your eyes. So if there's an infinite amount of space and stars, then that light would reach your eye, and then the night sky would be lit instead of dark. You got more questions, Chutney?
I'm confused. I'm thinking of questions, but I come up with an answer to it.
Oh, well, we can show you something. Maybe that would raise a few questions to you. So I just
prove to me that Earth is flat. You prove to me that Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm busy. It doesn't post my.
Well, can I just point out that you are now asking us to prove what you already experience, right? Because the globe admits that we experience the Earth is flat and stationary, not moving.
Oh, yeah.
Not moving.
Yeah, we experience. I said we experience the Earth as not moving, right? And the globe admits as much. The same with the horizon being flat. Well, it's too big, right? It's too big to see that it's curved. So we already experience the Earth is flat and stationary, and you're asking us to prove your experience. Why? I mean, it would be like asking someone to prove that the sky is blue when we can
Exactly.
all see that the sky is blue.
I was saying this. I come up with questions, but I already know the answer.
Well, we can show you this image. It's in the live stream voice text. So here we have. Do you see the
Hey,
image?
make sure. I'm sorry, Roger. I'm sorry, Roger. Just make sure, because I'm gonna mute myself in a little bit. Make sure you guys bring him to gas pressure, because I think he might get that one really
Sure.
well. So
Okay.
make sure to bring him there.
Yeah. So let's start with this one, right? So, and this is just one of the examples. There are thousands of these examples, and the beauty of it is you can do this yourself, right? But let's start with this one. We are seeing two oil rigs, right? You see them?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a modest tolerance. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 59 miles, P, then every distance to the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet, Q. So not Q horizon's distance greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P. So when we look at this observation of the two oil rigs, and this comes from a video where you see the guy with his high-powered zoom camera. He films the beach, and then he drops down on his belly and he puts the camera on a bunch of rocks, almost 1 foot above the water. It's just below 1 foot, but let's say 1 foot above the water. Then he zooms in on these two oil rigs, and we can then clearly see that the horizon is beyond the most furthest oil rig, right? But they claim that the Earth is a ball with a known radius, 6,371 kilometers. And with that radius, we can calculate where the horizon must be, right? The horizon that they claim blocks boats and buildings from the bottom up, right? So if we are at 1 foot observer height, this horizon must be at 1.225 miles or approximately at 1.9 kilometers away. But we can see that this horizon in this observation alone is almost 10 times further than what they say it has to be.
Yeah.
So clearly the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It is not blocking boats and buildings.
And I would say that this is like the main point of Flat Earth, is that the globe gives us dimensions and math to predict what we should see in reality, and we go outside to test and measure reality, and it doesn't match up. So that's a problem.
This is so funny.
Now, this is, again, not the only thing we can show you. We can show you the Guinness Book of World Record longest distance photograph. We can show you laser tests over large bodies of water. We can show you Marconi's transmission, which was approximately 10,000 miles, right? So he did a transmission over 10,000 miles. This is all things we can show you, but the most important thing I would like to give you is that you don't have to trust us. You don't have to trust your TV. You don't have to trust people telling you on your screen that the Earth is a ball. You can actually go outside and validate those claims, and you can test it. So now we've touched that there's no curvature, right? Never been measured. Can't be found. Then we have, let's skip rotation, because then we have the gas pressure problem. So you have this Coca-Cola bottle, right? And you shake it up, and then you open it. Then the gas inside that bottle comes rushing out. So they claim Earth is a ball with this air sticking onto it and not filling the available volume that's available to it, right? Earth is a ball, they say, shooting through this infinite volume, which they call a vacuum. So here on Earth, when we have a vacuum chamber and we open up the vacuum chamber, the air will rush into the vacuum chamber immediately. Without hesitation, it will instantly start filling the volume that it has to its disposal. So why isn't the air rushing into the infinite vacuum, right? Why isn't gas pressure, where what we on Earth here need containment for gas pressure, or it will fill the available volume?
Because of gravity?
Because of gravity. So how would that work in your mind?
Yeah, can I ask him a question about that?
Sure, go ahead.
Would you say that gravity is stuff falling down? Simply put, right? Gravity would be stuff going towards the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you observe the air doing that anywhere? Is air falling down? Is there wind from above? Is anything like that? Because from what I can see, the air is moving in many directions.
Your voice lagging, bro.
Yeah, you have a sound card problem or internet problem. Yeah, so his point is air is moving omnidirectional, right? In any and all direction.
No, he was asking that. He was saying that is air moving towards the center of Earth, right?
Yeah.
And I said yes.
No, it isn't.
How?
Because that is not what we observe. We don't observe air falling
Then how
down.
come as we go above the surface of Earth, the pressure is low, and near the surface, the pressure is like comparatively high?
Because Earth is a dynamic system, right? It gets energy from the sun. The air is, when I say produced, right, it's being produced on the surface, being converted. So we have the oceans and the trees and making the oxygen we breathe. That is on the surface. Then energy
They
gets
make
put in.
oxygen, or they convert any other gas to oxygen.
Right. So the energy is being put into that system, making the air rise again and then fall down again. But you are missing the point because you are pointing towards a pressure gradient, right? And then say, well, of course, there is a pressure gradient, so that proves that the air is sticking to the Earth, whilst you need containment to produce that gas pressure in the first place.
Yeah.
So without the containment, there can also be no gradient.
Oh, you referring to that firmament concept?
Well, whatever it is, I couldn't tell you, but the laws that we know on Earth require a physical barrier, right? A physical containment for gas pressure.
You haven't heard about the firmament? Firmament.
Of course I do, but that would be a biblical reference. I'm not using. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you're explaining the same thing, bro.
Right, but I wouldn't use the Bible to prove my point.
Yeah, that's okay. You're religious or what?
Religious in what way? I mean, I do believe that we are created, but that's just my notion of it, right? You could ask anybody here and they will have a different notion on it. So the point...
if anyone doesn't believe we are created, then they're retards.
Well, yeah, that's another opinion, but again, that isn't the goal. That wasn't what I was trying to say, because just a little side note: people come here and then tell, well, you're just religious fools. You're all religiotards. That's not.
That's a pretty good accent, actually. That's a pretty.
Yeah, it was.
Well, that's not what we are.
Can I ask you one thing, bro?
Sure.
Am I the only one who know less about flat Earth in this group of 16
momently, yes, because I think that has to do with where you are. I don't know what the time it is. It's like almost 12 o'clock noon here, but in America,
in California.
No, I'm in the Netherlands.
Sorry, middle.
I'm in the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Oh, bhai.
Yeah. And you are
had a
6
friend
hours
from
later, I
Netherlands.
guess. You're 6 hours later.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock there. Noon.
Right.
Three.
And then we have America, which is 6 hour before me. So they're now entering their morning. So yeah, there's not much activity at the moment.
When is this server like full-fledged?
Sorry?
When is this server fully active? Like people going this and that?
Usually in 10 hours, maybe. When people completed their day in America, something like that.
Oh my god. Am I supposed to wake up till midnight?
I know. But we are still talking about gas pressure, right? So yes, in biblical reference, they call it the firmament. There are a lot of cosmologies where they claim there is some kind of physical barrier above us. So it's not only the Bible that says this. Doesn't even matter. What we know here on Earth is that we need containment for gas pressure, right? So what a book tells you, a religious book tells you, doesn't really prove anything. Is what can be observed and demonstrated and experimented on. But do you get the argument?
Tell me one
is that
thing.
something you can relate to? What?
Yeah, I got your point. But tell me one thing: that when the bottle was closed, the Coke bottle was closed, the empty space, was the pressure constant at every point?
Wait. So you are talking again about a container having a gradient. Well, yes, we can show you that, right? You can fill up a container with gas and then put
it is
energy.
A dynamic system.
Right.
It is a dynamic system. So heat and cold, and also gases being produced at the ground. It makes it a dynamic system. So pressure will radiate within the system. But
there is no barrier in dynamic system?
What?
In system, is there no barrier?
It is a dynamic system. So you're asking about. You're asking if it has to be the same pressure all around, everywhere, right? You're saying it be the same pressure, but it is a dynamic system.
Can you explain what is the dynamic system?
But hold on, because there are variables that can affect pressure, right? Like, for example, temperature. We know that if you increase or decrease the temperature of a gas, the pressure will also change, right?
Yeah, I guess that inversely related.
So hold on. So on the Earth, we also have a temperature gradient, right?
Temperature, yeah.
It's warmest at the surface, and then it gets colder when you go up. The mountaintops are frozen, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like, irregardless of gravity or any type of vacuum, there could never be a constant pressure everywhere, because that would require that the temperature is also constant.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I realize we're giving you a lot to process, but what it comes down to is that
I can handle it. I have been to these debates many times.
Right. Well, like, all we're trying to point out is that they have stories about how things work and how their reality is supposed to be that don't match up with, like, the reality we experience and that we can test. Like, basically everything is the opposite. We observe the horizon is flat. No, it's actually curved. We observe the Earth is motionless. No, it's actually moving.
The sun and moon appear to be the same size. No, they're actually different. And it's like it's all of this, right?
The
Gas fills the available. Oh no, it doesn't. It just coalesces in on itself or something because you have gas planets in space apparently. So like, where's the part of this globe that we can observe and test?
Do you know something about eclipses?
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, I know what the globe story is about the eclipses.
Observable
Issues with that. Yeah.
Yeah, what? I didn't hear. Which phenomena?
I'm saying that eclipses are observable phenomena.
Yeah, observable.
Yeah, observable.
That doesn't contradict the flat Earth concept?
Why? Why would it?
Because when an eclipse occurs, I guess the round shape we see.
You're saying that it contradicts the flat Earth or whatever because the Earth is getting between the sun and the moon, or what is the moon is getting between the sun and the Earth, and you can see the
You can
shape
say
of the
both
Earth.
solar eclipse or lunar.
Well, I mean, while we're talking about observed phenomenon, like both the sun and the moon have what we can see sometimes is an eclipse, as it's called. But just observing that does not really prove that the story that they have about what causes that is true, right? I mean, like, take a solar eclipse, for example. This is supposed to be when the moon is in between the Earth and the sun, and then it blocks the sun perfectly, because they happen to be the same apparent size from different whatever. But the problem is that the solar eclipse happens in the new moon phase, which means that nobody can see the moon, like, for a couple of days, anywhere. So to then say, well, look, the moon is doing this, would be pretty logically fallacious. I mean, I've seen a solar eclipse. All I can see is that looks like a black circle is going in front of the sun. It's like, okay, that's cool, but I've never seen the moon as a black circle. Why would I assume that's the moon? There's no logical reason to think that the story is what I'm actually seeing, right? So we're not like saying eclipses don't happen or they can't happen. Just like there's no way to find out how they happen or like what is even going on, because you can't test anything. All you're doing is observing it. And like if you're talking about, well, but they can be predicted, and it's like, yes, that's correct. But people have been predicting eclipses for thousands of years because they happen in repeating cycle, right? It's based on time intervals, not any kind of cosmological model.
They can be post-dicted, right? Because people have been observing them and repeating cycles, so it's something that already happened. It's not
right. It's like I would say, well, the sun is going to rise in the east tomorrow because that's my prediction.
That's a post-diction, right?
Because this happens every day already.
Every morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anyone here who would like claim how an eclipse works, because there's just no way to test it. Like it would have to be just a story that you believe in or make up, or someone else made up, right?
We can actually kind of demonstrate similar things that look like an eclipse down here. You can actually demonstrate similar things, but not at the how do you say at the I'm missing the word right now. At the expand or the structural accuracy of the what's happening above yeah, because that's I would say the designer level, because those cycles repeating themselves, for me it shows design. Those cycles are no accident, no randomness to the cycles of the luminaries. So there, for me, is design. So to that level, I don't think we can demonstrate it as big as the Earth or the heavens above, because that's heaven. That's what's happening on the heavens above. You can kind of demonstrate something similar, but not at that level. how it works and exactly all the variables that is causing the effects and the
Can I ask you
phenomena
guys a
that we
question which is
observe.
not related to flat Earth?
Yeah, real quick. So to make a claim of how the luminaries work exactly, we will need to have all the variables of why and all the things that are happening above in the heavens above, but we don't have that. So to make a claim how it's actually happening, I wouldn't do that. So go ahead with your question.
Can I ask you guys a question which is not related to flat Earth?
Go ahead.
What do you guys think the end goal is? Like the universal end goal?
The universal angle of what? Who? Like my goal? Just want to wake up, be productive, provide for my family, and
No, like the universal thing, bro.
the universe goal? Oh my goodness.
So why would they lie? Is that the thing, right? Why would they lie? And what is the
Like
end
not
goal?
exactly,
I think
not
he's
exactly.
asking. I think he's asking what is the end of the beginning, because there's a beginning of this whole thing, and well, what is the end of it? What is the last step or the goal?
Yeah,
Because when you talk about goal,
you can say that.
we
You
are
can
we
say
are here
that.
today. We are here today. This is today, and tomorrow is gonna be tomorrow. You want to know what's gonna be the end, the last day. What was gonna be the last step of everything? That
Yeah.
is a very good question that I wouldn't be able to answer. I mean,
No problem, buddy.
there's scriptures about that kind of stuff, but I will have to go, to the religious server, and there's many books. There's the Bible, the Quran, and many books that speak about that kind of stuff. But yeah, that there, how people say there's nothing new under the sun. I think the end goal might be a new day of something new that never has happened before. And that might be not the end, but maybe the beginning of something new. But who knows? That's just me speculating. It's always a new day.
What I would say about this is read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and George Orwell's 1984. Put those two together, and that's where they want to take us.
But that wouldn't be the end, bro, right? Like that will still be falling under a fallacy line system that it has to kept alive somehow. But eventually, even that will fail. In my opinion, because if this place has been designed by, let's say, a higher authority, I mean, we can do and play games and do whatever we want down here, but eventually, if there's an actual reset of the whole thing, that will be the end of the games that are being played at the moment, right? I mean, hopefully you get what I'm saying. Man-made stuff and systems and corruption and all that kind of stuff, in a way, it has to eventually come to some type of equilibrium. I don't know. Definitely the books and the stories the plans that they show, and the agendas that they have for the systems that we live under are it's a huge thing. But that, I don't think they're in control of the whole construct. I don't think that they can control this place forever. They need people to allow them to be controlled. And that's why they put these systems of control in place. But that can last forever, in my opinion. I'm gonna mute myself for the moment.
Black Swan.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why. Well, so what is pushing this? Nobody knows why. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
solving all the problems.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station. Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
The snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours.
Yeah, man, astronauts drowning in space. Ooh.
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Prescription jugs. Prescription jugs. Prescription jugs. We choose truth over facts. Maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. My mother believed and my father believed that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed. Judge my physical and mental, my physical as well as my mental fitness. I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Pepper, and thank you, Chancellor, or Dr. Paper, and thank you, Chancellor. Come on, man. And my poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. 1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens? You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. Come on, man. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. And look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And come on, man.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
We choose truth over facts.
The Earth is flat.
Thanks, Matthew.
Has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Why? 25,000 years of science?
Like, what the hell did I just hear?
Oh my God, these people. No, you can't just destroy a story we've built just by measuring the shit.
It's like, so there's no distance measurement of the horizon. Well, that's great.
It's like they, for instance, they thought that bloodletting was a good medical practice, and then somebody came around and no, it's not, and then you just can't destroy all this science, right?
Emotional damage.
What do you mean? Bloodletting is a good medical practice.
You know what I mean? Lobotomies, I don't know, whatever. It's just like
asbestos, scientifically proven.
Right.
Your doctor smokes camel.
Press.
Yeah, I don't want to make
Associated Press.
Sorry?
No, nothing.
Yeah, I don't want to make a medical discussion, but it's just so if you measure something and it isn't the thing you thought it was, then you're destroying. Yeah, you're destroying that what you thought it was. You just can't destroy 25,000 years of science. Okay, so 25,000 years, wasn't it like man is only 25,000 years old? Wasn't it like that? And even then, they thought that they were on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So,
Just remember, you can't destroy science with logic. That's what the Global says. You can't use logic to destroy my science. At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Yeah, boy.
yeah, that's just the globe, right? Looks so ridiculous and fake that it has to be real.
The Globes can only be as logical as Matthew.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Water forms into a mountain.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Oh, Matthew.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that is what QE always says. Just let the globers talk, and you can fill a whole like what you just did. You can fill your whole machine with all those quotes.
Right.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. Water. Yes. Yes.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? Did you know that the Earth is flat? Did you know that the Earth is? Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
Okay, I'll stop now. Am I the only one who always smiles when I don't know why, but Matthew's profile picture makes me smile. That's the only thing that makes me smile, not the things he said most of the time, unfortunately. I mean, I gotta give him that he's a friendly guy, you know, at least that.
Aren't the most friendly guys the ones that you have to be careful for, right?
That's true. Yeah. yesterday I really was a bit annoyed because I really felt like as if he was thinking he's smarter than most or everyone actually here. You know, when he talked to Witzit, you know, when he also always goes back to education, what Globers most of the time do. You know, we are the uneducated, right? Even though we have NASA employees on our side, but okay.
It's really funny because like it's easy to see that education is, rewarding you for repeating information. That's it.
Exactly.
It was like, well, good job. You're a good parrot. Congratulations. You get a gold star.
Exactly. Man, can't wait to be at the sea again this week. Gonna send in some flat earth pictures into the Discord of the Mediterranean Sea. But hey, I don't know if I'm the only one, but every time when I'm on vacation and I swim in the sea, my skin gets really healthy.
Where are you going? Italy? Malta?
Italy.
Cool.
Liguria, or whatever it's in English.
Lampedusa.
Hey, I will send you a pic of.
The small island off the coast of Italy?
No, it's Ligurian.
Okay.
It's the coast. It's like on top of Italy. Yeah, I sent you a. Where it is. Right there. It's actually where my mom is from. Ooh. All right, I gotta do some stuff. See you later, guys.
Later.
NC-72, NC-72. NC-72, you've been unmuted. You can open your mic. NC-72. It might be the accent. Want to speak to me, right? Right? Anyways, I like donuts too. You have a donut icon. Shotney, remember Shotney? He's kind of sus to me because there is this moderator in the server that he's Indian and he joins the server with other accounts and start asking questions. Like he's a global. I forgot his name as a moderator, but
Chili.
what?
Whatever it's called here.
Not much is going on in here. What's going on with you?
Oh shit, sorry. I'm playing game.
Get him, get him. What game are you playing?
Oh, Counter-Strike, man.
Oh, NC72, you're in the lobby. Texting, bruh.
You won't be able to access the voice text here.
You saying he won't be able to?
No, because he has no roles, right? Needs to get VC verified, I think.
Well, he won't be able to text in the live stream voice text, but if we unmute him, he can speak, and then we can give him VC verified if he speaks. But if he doesn't speak, no VC verified because reasons. Because VC verified means you spoke. What do you think? NC72. Come on, bro. Don't ignore me. Oh, I got you. You don't have a mic.
You got a phone?
Hey, do you have a smartphone? NC72, do you have like a cell phone or no?
Yeah, you could buy one as well. Why will we hate you, bro? I mean, you said you could buy a mic. Those USB 2.0 mics work decently on any computer, and they work. And they're pretty cheap. Could get one for. Could probably find one in a garage sale for $1.
He doesn't want Discord to have his phone number.
Why? Because of China?
No, because he still thinks there's privacy online.
Privacy? What's that?
It's where you imagine that you're doing things and nobody's watching.
Is there actually privacy these days? Hey, I recognize your privacy, bro. You don't have to tell me your name, your address of any of that. But in these apps and cell phones and computers that you're using, won't you agree that privacy is out of the window? I mean, maybe privacy between you and I, that's a possibility because I don't know where you're standing or your name or any of that. But if you are in the internets and the Googles and the Windows, is there privacy there? I mean, unless you have like, I don't know, 25 firewalls and VPNs and I don't know, how would you be private, completely private in the internet? There's someone out there that knows where you're standing, or some computer or some registry that knows who you're typing under this username NC72, especially the virtual you, that agent, that strawman that is built for you on the internet and the data centers. They most definitely know you're using NC72 in Discord, and it's added to your strawman virtual you.
That's not even really denied, right? I mean, like every device on the internet needs to have its own unique identification tag, or otherwise problem. So, I mean,
From my understanding, there is a real virtual you somewhere out there in the clouds, and following the tracks, following everything back to back. If someone really wanted to, they probably can figure your emails, your accounts, your Discords, your
right.
everything's in digital
Well, I mean, I think
space.
this is a point that I think a lot of people don't get. Like, it's not about that you have to track. Like, I want to track everything that a million people are doing, and worry myself about what they're doing day to day. That's not the point. I just want to collect all that information so that when I need to know what is this person about, I can just access it all, right?
Yeah, you can just go and find a map of an individual, and that map probably has more information that the man or the woman themselves can tell you about themselves.
Right. Especially with things like Facebook, because they've been like they save a lot of data. But one of the things that was happening a couple of years ago, I don't know if they're still doing it, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's like when you type in text, right? There's one thing that you
people usually do that you can't do in voice, which is unsay something that you said, right? Like I'm preparing to type a message and then something else, and oh no, I'll delete this message. So I never said that. You did say that, right? And they also saved that. So like everything you didn't say but wanted to say, that's also say, which I think is more valuable than things that you actually did say usually. If you're like talking about how to get at the, how do people work subconsciously.
Oh yeah, if you typed it in the keyboard and then you press delete, delete from where? Delete from pressing enter and send, but it's been typed in the keyboard. Some type of it went through some type of program for you to be able to see the letters on the screen. So it went somewhere besides your mind.
Right, which makes it only even worse because they're not just collecting information that you voluntarily share, they're also collecting information that you're not voluntarily sharing. Like, what privacy is left at that point? I mean,
I think they use it mostly in the commercial sense because even though they have all that information, whatever, in the past of anybody, you're not that digital version of yourself. That's not you, anyways. They probably could use it against people, but I'm not that digital guy. So whatever it's under, whatever comments or whatever it is in the Facebooks or YouTubes, that's not me.
Why is it so quiet in here?
Advocate. Devil's advocate. How are you? You have been unmuted. You can open your mic.
Yeah. Devil's Thad. Thadvocate. What's that about? That name. What you reckon on that name, Flash Crone?
Oh, Flatty McFlatface?
No, not mine. That devil. Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Devil's Advocate? Is that Proto Thad, but a different profile?
Probably. So, Dr. Professor Gemsy, what are you working on today in your lab?
I'm working on conquering the world. Still trying to figure it out. How to get it done.
Same thing we do every day, Pinky.
I'm gonna have to go watch Pinky and the Brain again.
You know what's weird is their very first episode. This came out in like the late 90s, I think, or early 90s, maybe 92 or 3. I can't remember off the top of my head. Well before the iPhone came out. And there's an episode where Brain uses these little devices and everyone across the world has them. And there's little hearts on the pictures. It looks just like Instagram's algorithm set up. And everybody was liking this little video, and Brain was hypnotizing the entire world with this little device through his videos that everybody was liking and sharing. This is way before Facebook, way before Instagrams, before the iPhone, before any of that crap.
Oh, that's a Simpsons level prediction, that thing, then.
Pinky and the Brain. I gotta watch that episode.
I'm pretty sure it's their first episode.
Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and
Brain.
This is part of the plan. Superconductive magnetic infundibulator. Fast assembly? I'm watching. Funny how they show the globe in the plan to conquering the world. Does that mean that the globe is part of the plan of conquering the world? Huh. There you go.
Yeah, season 1, episode 1. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I shared the link in YouTube, and you see the plan. It has a globe on it.
Animaniacs wasn't a kids' cartoon, was it? It was so much adult content in there, truth bombs and shit. What up?
One man, one world.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I want to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means Global Positioning System. It does not mean Reality Positioning System. It means your Global Positioning System. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a Reality Positioning System, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow in 1935 said, "Create a belief in the theory and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book A Conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. But how can you control matter? He burst out. You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death. O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense! The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1 million planets and 1 million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I've got some footage that I'm excited to share with you. The footage is of retired University of Wisconsin Emeritus Professor Michael J. Smith. Those of us who have taken the time to peel back one of truth's protective layers have surely come across this image here. The story goes that 7 of the astronauts who died in the 1986 Challenger explosion are alive and well. And the pilot, Michael J. Smith, is a professor emeritus at UW-Madison. Because I live in the Madison area, looking up Michael Smith had been on my to-do list for a while. Of course, you can't just call up and leave a voice message asking him if he's part of an evil scheme to deceive the sleeping masses. A better way would be to find him in person and ask him. So that's what I did. Is Challenger pilot Michael J. Smith alive and well? Take a look at the footage and let me know what you think. Hey there. Hey, sorry to bother you. I was pulling out and I saw you. I just came by to... Are you Michael Smith?
Yeah.
Professor at university?
Retired.
Retired?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just stopped by because there's this room. Are you aware of that? There's a rumor on the internet.
It's not me.
That people are saying.
Yeah, it's not me, obviously. I mean, anybody that looks at my background, looks where I was born, it's not me. I mean, it's interesting that the Michael J. Smith that was the astronaut looks something like me when we were younger, but really not if you really look at facial recognition.
You never been a pilot, never been in the military?
Nothing like that.
Huh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I don't respond to the emails I get. I get probably an email, maybe 2 a month.
Really?
And I got one guy that's been really hounding me, and I turned it over to the FBI.
Really?
You know, yeah. I mean, it's bullshit.
Okay.
You know, another crazy theory.
Okay.
But that's, you know, not me.
All right.
I'm glad I wasn't him, but he was quite a guy.
Yeah.
You know, but if you look at my career, you look at my CV that's online, all the stuff I've published, all that I've done, it's not even close to what that guy was.
Okay. Yeah, you just sure look a lot. It's the same name.
I know the facial thing, but that's what we looked like. What? 40 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting you came all down here.
I did. I drove an hour. It's I mean.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, take care.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Does anyone know how we can get a mod into VC check-in?